came into this place in 1988. Hadn't been this big a home dog since 1997. And the reason why is because Oregon's offense is so high-powered, #1 in the country in most categories. They've only stopped themselves. They haven't really been stopped by an opponent. And after slow starts in a couple of games, 156-23 after halftime. What's the key for USC?
And that a leading candidate right now next to Cam Newton for the Heisman Trophy, averaging 55 points a game. If this group hits its stride quick, it may be over early, Kirk.
Well, SC could talk all they want about having 2 weeks to get ready to stop that offense. I think it's up to Matt Barkley to score with that offense. And Barkley right now,
rhythm going, forget about it. Then they've been very hard to stop. Quick pick on the game.
I like Oregon because I think they're just going to wear USC's defense out. USC doesn't have the depth to contain Oregon for 4 quarters. So I like the Oregon Ducks in this game.
Kiffin promising to use more defensive players, try to create some of that depth, but they're not as good as the guys playing in front of them. So we're going to see if that works out. ABC primetime game. Kirk, Brent, Aaron Andrews, 8 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific. Can the #1 team in the polls survive this upset trap?
Road teams have had tough times.
Legal immigrants and send green jobs to China and Korea. 18 years in Washington changed Patty Murray. We definitely need a change too.
I'm Dino Rossi, and I approve this message.
Comcast upgraded their network.
Yeah, it's Xfinity.
Now I'm getting more HD.
Yeah, and more on demand, and you can even watch online.
But I'm not paying anything extra for it.
Yeah, me neither. Did you think it was just... You thought it was just you. You were having a moment, were you? I just took your moment. Moment returned.
Xfinity, only from Comcast. It's your entertainment your way. Learn more at xfinity.com.
I'm Scott Bruin, and I approve this message.
With no answers for why he voted to cut Medicare by $500 billion, Kurt Schrader wants to tear Scott Bruin down with false and negative attacks on Social Security. Why? Because Schrader wants you to forget unemployment's above 10%. But he voted for taxpayer bonuses for Wall Street executives. Isn't it time Oregon has a congressman who will change Washington, not change the subject?
Oregon is struggling. We're leading the nation in unemployment, hunger, and homelessness. And our schools are ranked 43rd. This is John Kitzhopper's record, his legacy. As a father with 3 kids in public schools, I understand Oregon needs more jobs and better schools to protect our quality of life. And I'll do it with a moderate bipartisan approach that puts working families first. I ask for your vote because Oregon can be great again. We just need new ideas and a new direction.
The following is a special presentation of ESPN College Football on ABC.
For USC, trick-or-treating last year in Eugene, Oregon proved devastating. When Oregon turned the lights out on their guests from Southern California, there were tire marks all over the backs of the Trojans. Ghosts and goblins were celebrating throughout the Northwest, and they just kept on coming. Well, it is time to celebrate Halloween once again. And guess what? The Mighty Ducks are flying high, averaging better than 55 points a game. But this year, USC quarterback Matt Barkley is playing in his house. Barkley's pregame ritual is built around his faith. He moves to the sound of gospel. And tonight, he's determined to chase the goblins away from the Coliseum. Welcome to Saturday Night Football, presented by Southwest Airlines. You are looking live at the Los Angeles Coliseum, where tonight the USC Trojans are planning some tricks to treat the howling fans as they take on the #2 undefeated Oregon Ducks. The Ducks have spooked their opponents with a haunting offense, but a quality opponent, the Trojans, will be looking tonight to make a little duck soup. Welcome, everybody, with Kirk Herbstreit. I'm Brett Musburger. Thanks for dropping by. One thing's for sure, we can wind up with a very high-scoring game, especially these Oregon Ducks.
Boy, these Ducks right now are probably the most explosive offense in the country, 55 points a game. You know, the concern coming into the year was how would this offense execute without a quarterback? Masoli was gone, and all of a sudden Darren Thomas has stepped up. To me, become one of the interesting stories. He leads this attack tonight. Monty Kiffin, the defensive coordinator from USC, has had 2 weeks to get his defense ready for this tempo. You know he's determined to stop LaMichael James, which I think means Darren Thomas once again will have to prove that he's ready to take on a challenge and lead this Ducks offense.
Herbie, we saw Matt Barkley locking into this game tonight. One thing's for sure, he is a vastly improved quarterback.
Well, I think probably the most improved quarterback in the country. 20 touchdowns, only 4 interceptions. You can see the improvement from last year to this year. And the thing that stands out to me now is he not only does he have experience himself, he has a more talented group around him, and he trusts his wide receivers, Ronald Johnson on one side and the true freshman Robert Woods on the other. At the very least, this could be a shootout.
Well, USC cannot go to a bowl game this year. So tonight against Oregon, this is their bowl game. Stay tuned for John Saunders from our Times Square studios for the Nissan pregame shift. Coming up next.
It's positive.
Positive.
We're gonna have a baby.
Now, when I was a little boy, at the age of 5,
the four-door sports car. Nissan Maxima. Innovation for daddy. Innovation for all.
Get a new Maxima for 0% APR plus 1,000 cash back.
Jimmy and Denny may be locked in the tightest chase ever, but come Sunday, they're just looking to avoid the big one.
The Amp Energy Juice 500 at Talladega, tomorrow at 1 Eastern on ESPN.
I did my research. That's why I'm buying a Toyota. But I want the best deal possible, so I'm looking for just the right time to buy.
Honey, I think now's the time.
It's Toyota's Now's the Time sales event. And right now, you can get up to $2,000 cash back on a new 2011 Tundra. Or get 0.9% APR financing for an amazing 60 months on Tundra. These limited time offers end soon, so hurry in.
We've been making wood products for almost 100 years. Oregon-born, family-run. But not too long ago, illegally logged timber from Asia was threatening our company. So we called Senator Wyden. He listened, and then he led the Senate effort, which changed the trade laws and saved our jobs. Today, we have 850 people working because of Ron Wyden.
I'm Ron Wyden, and I approve this message.
What vehicle just won Best Compact Car for the Money for a second year in a row? What gives you a best-in-class 35 MPG beating Toyota and Honda? Only Hyundai has it with the Hyundai Elantra. Right now, Hyundai Elantras start at only $119 a month. Or get 0% for 60 months, plus $1,500 in bonus cash. The fastest-growing car company in America and America's best warranty. Only Hyundai has it at your Pacific Northwest Hyundai dealers today.
Handmade fresh, home-baked great. That's Papa Murphy's.
Welcome to the Nissan pregame shift. Nissan, proud partner of the Heisman Trophy. Here now, John Saunders and Jesse Palmer.
Yes, indeed, from New York City, and happy Halloween, everyone. #1 team in the nation in action, trying to do what Oregon's about to do. That remains unbeaten. Today, facing Ole Miss. And Devon Washington goes 95 yards on this kick return. This is after an Ole Miss score.
Ole Miss has scored to take it within 7 points before this kickoff return touchdown. Cam Newton also has a touchdown reception early in this game.
Michigan State facing Iowa. Mark D'Antonio back on the sidelines a couple of weeks ago. But he watches as Kirk Cousins throws this to Tyler Sash. He gives it to Micah Hyde. He returns it.
Iowa's defense was big in this one. 3 turnovers. They only gave up 31 rushing yards. Iowa stays alive for a Big Ten championship.
Kirk Cousins picked off 3 times. Missouri and Nebraska. Missouri was on
307 rushing yards. Nebraska stays in control of its own destiny.
School record at Nebraska is saying something too. Utah also unbeaten facing Air Force. Jonathan Warzeka, 11 yards on the touchdown run as Air Force comes back to tie this game at 7 apiece. Oregon, what do they have to do to remain unbeaten?
Oregon just has to continue doing what they do on offense. They have to try to slow down Matt Barkley. This has been an interesting day. We had 7 unbeaten teams coming into the day. Missouri, Michigan State both lose. Either TCU or Utah have to lose next week. The BCS picture becoming a lot more clear right in front of our eyes.
They're smiling in Boise, Ohio.
Yes,
Enjoy the game. We, of course, will see you once again at halftime.
Two plays away from being 7-0, the USC Trojans. And tonight they welcome the unbeaten Oregon Ducks, who come in with the gaudiest offense in the nation, averaging better than 55 points a game. This has been the Nissan pregame shift. Kickoff for Oregon and USC coming up next on ABC.
AT&T and BlackBerry have teamed up to keep your business moving. Introducing the BlackBerry Torch. AT&T. Rethink possible.
The Rose, Fiesta, Orange, Sugar, and the Tostitos BCS National Championship Game. ESPN, the BCS lives here.
Gorgeous night for football here in Southern California. Huge crowd on hand. Lane Kiffin in his first year as the USC head coach, standing by with the third member of our team, Aaron Andrews. Let's go to Aaron.
Brent, thanks. Well, you just won the toss. Why'd you decide to take the ball?
You ever seen Oregon play offense?
In fact, I have. And speaking of that with your defense, I know you've been asked all week about keeping up with their speed. What is key in keeping your guys fresh?
We're going to have to play a lot of guys, and we're going to have to make plays when we're there and take care of the ball in offense.
Your players all week have been saying it's our Super Bowl. You came back and said, no, it's not. They're emotional. How do you keep them in check?
Well, they're excited. Obviously, the #1 team in the country is coming in here to play, and they're blowing everybody out, so let's have some fun.
Thanks for your time. All right, Brent.
Thank you, Aaron. On the other sideline, Chip Kelly, second season, winning at an 85% clip. So Rob Beard with the ball on the tee, and the Duck has made the trip south. Now Robert Woods, the sensational freshman, number 13, is back. And Herbie, we've had 2 straight weeks of the opening kickoff return for a touchdown. They're going to put Havili back there to try and be his protector. So here is the young man. You'll see him tonight as a wide receiver, one of the best freshmen in the country. He'll try to give the Trojans field position here early. Here he comes. Bursts through and battles his way to the 35-yard line, and now here comes the talented sophomore, Matt Barkley.
This sophomore, as you said, Brent, he just has so much more experience. His preparation has improved. Runs an NFL-style offense. One thing to remember, USC in 2 weeks of preparation worked a lot with their first-team offense, getting their first-team defense ready for a hurry-up, and they liked it so much, they may throw that little wrinkle in tonight with Barkley and the Trojans offense.
Mark Tyler will line up as the I-back. He will be your starting tailback here for the Trojans, and they're going to go right down the middle to the freshman Woods on their first play. We've had 2 plays. Woods has returned to kickoff, and now Robert Woods has caught his first pass of the game, and that's for 17 yards.
This is, if you're not familiar with this quarterback, Matt Barkley, Brent and I talked about in the open that he's playing right now at a level that I don't think there's another quarterback that has the confidence that he has coming into this game, and he likes to get the ball downfield vertically in a hurry.
Tyler, Wendell Tyler's son, picks up 8 yards on that first down carry.
It's a balanced attack for SC. They still love to run the football, and they want to get you to appreciate that. But I think the difference is Ronald Johnson is healthy. The veteran, the senior on one side, is explosive and a dynamic playmaker. And Brent talked about Robert Woods, maybe one of the most interesting and impactful true freshmen there we have this year in college football.
Here comes the version of the Wildcat. Mark Tyler will take the direct snap with Johnson coming through on the jet fake, and there is the first down. Across the 30-yard line, so a wrinkle that the Trojans have worked on all season long. John Boyette comes up to make the stop from his safety position for the Ducks.
The other thing about this offense, which makes any offense good, Brent, is they have a veteran athletic offensive line that can control things. You know, Oregon comes in with all the hype, but this defense from the Ducks, this will be their biggest challenge that they have faced, because not just Barkley and all the skill, but also a veteran up front in front of Barkley.
Going to use Havili now as the tailback. He gets the handoff, and he runs to daylight on the left side into the red zone. Another Trojan first down and an impressive opening drive. 12 more yards.
Left tackle 75 Khalil gets a great seal block to the inside, opening that up for Havili. And Havili, one of the more versatile backs you'll see in the Pac-10, maybe the country, known as a fullback, but has that ability with his size at about, he's about 6'1", 225 pounds, to still run the football very effectively.
Mark Tyler returns as the tailback. Left side again, and he slips at the 15-yard line, where it will be 2nd down and 6 coming up for the Trojans. Now in the red zone, the USC Trojans have been good this year, Herbie.
Yeah, we talked with Lane Kiffin about that, and you can see the numbers. They don't lie. What I found interesting is how aggressive Lane Kiffin is as a play caller in the red zone, not waiting to 3rd down to throw the ball with Barkley. And that goes back to his confidence. Most of Barkley's touchdowns have come down inside the 20-yard line.
Osbury out far to the right. Ronald Johnson is down to the left. And they come back with a running play, and the Ducks were ready for it. And that is Brandon Bear who makes the stop. And now it will be 3rd down, and a big 3rd down for the Trojans coming up.
And that is a matchup that concerns USC. Brandon Bear is a big man at 6'7", 275 pounds. Coming into tonight, he had 13 tackles for a loss. So he's able to get penetration, and he's matched up against Butch Lewis, who's probably the weakest link up front for USC.
Need 7 for the 1st down. Short 3-step drop, fires, knocked down. Well defended by Talmadge Jackson, the senior from Marietta, California.
Boy, this is getting a jump on the ball, reading the receiver, and that's just great instincts from a corner out on an island, understanding the down and distance, understanding the keys and the tendencies of this SC offense, and he jumped the route just in time to deflect that ball away. Great play by Jackson.
Here is a part of the game where the Trojans have struggled. A 32-yard field goal attempt coming up. And this time, Joe Houston on the money puts them up by 3. It'll be the Ducks' turn when you come back.
All fares can only be found at just one site, so don't you mess around.
Here's a Southwest flight, what you hope to score, only Southwest.com.
For tickets and more.
Southwest.com.
It's where you go.
Southwest.com.
For fares so low.
Only Southwest.
2 bags fly free.
Southwest.com.
Sing it with me.
Southwest.com.
Only at Southwest.com. Southwest.
I'll tell you what's up before I get up the floor. Don't bring me down.
Select 55 from Budweiser. The superior taste makes it select. The 55 calories make it the lightest beer in the world.
John Hancock. The future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
$5.50.
Hey, sandwich lady. Chicken flatbread sandwich for under $1. So.
It's under $1 and not everyone's happy about it. The new chicken flatbread sandwich. Warm flatbread, melty cheese, and flame grilled chicken. Only at Taco Bell.
It's positive.
Positive.
We're gonna have a baby.
Now, when I was a little boy, at the age of 5,
The 4-door sports car. Nissan Maxima. Innovation for daddy. Innovation for all.
Get a new Maxima for 0% APR plus 1,000 cash back.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
So the Ducks huddling up, ready to handle the ball for the first time, yielding a field goal on the Trojans' first drive. Jacob Harfman, the punter, who also wears number 10, will kick it off. And this is the freshman Josh Huff, who's coming out for the goal line for Oregon. Just short of the 25-yard line, and Here comes the young man from the Houston, Texas area, Darren Thomas.
He's really brought a lot to this offense. Keeping in mind he's got a lot of experience around him. He's understood the importance of just taking what a defense will give you. Oregon always comes into a new game with a certain idea of what they think they might do, but it takes a series or two to understand how this defense might happen to try to defend him. My thought is SC is going to crowd the line to try to take away LaMichael James in the running game.
And they put LaMichael James in motion and now bring him back to the quarterback, and he'll get the handoff and busts out. On first down, here is one of the best running backs in the nation. The young man who is in the discussion for the Heisman Trophy, 19 yards on his first carry.
And they're going to go hurry up here. Carson York with a great block. This is exactly what USC, a poor tackling team coming into tonight, cannot afford to see. LaMichael James in space.
Darren Thomas's first pass on the money, ripped a fastball, and they are into Trojan territory. Kennard makes the stop on 2-A.
You know, 2 weeks to prepare is one thing. It's one thing to draw it up on a grease board and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. It's another thing to go out and execute it against the tempo and the speed of Darren Thomas and the Ducks.
The point-a-minute Ducks, averaging 55 a game. Get the call from the sideline. A little bit of confusion in the backfield. Plenty of time now, and Thomas up under center. That jet end around slips one tackle, and Jeffrey Mayle is brought down on the far side by Kennard.
When Jeff Mayle went into motion, the linebackers just everybody moved to the right of the defensive side.
Quick snap. Thomas rolling to the right, has daylight, terrific runner out of bounds at the 41-yard line, and suddenly the Trojans have forced a third down here. Michael Morgan came over.
That's a major accomplishment for Monty Kiffin, who's upstairs to the far left in the hat, to get Oregon into third down and long, where they're usually in third and short. This is something that this offense is not used to seeing.
Thomas has time, fires complete, first down. Across the 30-yard line, Thomas hits Jeff Mayle.
Brent, great job by the offensive line, picking up a twist, a little bit of a stunt up front, communicated well on the road, picked up the blitz, gave Darren Thomas enough time for Jeff Mayle to break free into that zone.
Now Jeff Mayle goes out to the left. They put 3 receivers out there. Ball across the 30-yard line after a gain of 10 yards.
The only thing slowing him down is the umpire placing the ball.
Jordan, who is our umpire here tonight. And here's LaMichael James cutting into the thick of that defense, and Harris making the stop.
Chess match here early. You have a head coach and Chip Kelly who's evaluating every play and every motion and seeing what USC does to set up the next play. He's just evaluating to see how SC's trying to defend him to try to make the adjustments on the fly.
Second down, Thomas pulls it back, juggled, incomplete. Had his man, and David Paulson, the junior tight end, couldn't hold on.
Back to third down and long for Thomas and the Ducks. Paulson's got to hold on to that football. Oregon's trying to get the linebackers from USC and the safeties out in space, trying to defend the speed of the Oregon skill.
Thomas straight back, has a man wide open for a first down at the 15-yard line. Jeff Mayle again, and they are moving Mayle from side to side.
This third down and long has been a problem for SC's defense all year. To the far left, watch Jeff Mayle just ends up coming off of that route, and Sharice Wright, most experienced corner for SC, continued downfield with his eyes on the quarterback.
First down in the red zone. Fake now to James, fires in zone, touchdown, and again it is Jeff Mayle, number 23, wide open 3 times on this scoring drive for the Ducks.
And ladies and gentlemen, That's the clinic that the Oregon Ducks have been putting on the entire 2010 season. This time it actually took them a little bit longer. 2 minutes and 24 seconds. 9 plays, 76 yards. Play action. Now look at this.
They're going for the 2. And they've got it. It is 8-0. That's an audible read as Costa went into the backfield. So they saw an opening and they went for the kill. 8-3.
Kowalczyk. Emergency Kowalczyk. What?
Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Enterprise Rent-A-Car, we'll pick you up. And Nissan, proud partner of the Heisman Trophy.
Well, those Ducks are at it again. Yielded a field goal. They didn't settle for 7 either. They went for 2 when they read on every play. They have an audible to go to the 2-point conversion, and there is the young man, Brandon Bear, the defensive lineman who made the catch for the deuce. Woods again. Penalty flag is thrown. The side judge coming in behind him. Threw it around the 25-yard line. Michael Badian is our Pac-10 referee here tonight.
During the return, holding number 74 on the return team. Half the distance to the goal, first down.
So Michael Batlin has that call, Herbie?
All week long, the USC defense heard about when a receiver or running back comes in motion, they've got to respond with it. Watch right here, the safety gets caught looking in the backfield and thinking about stopping the run. You can't do that. You have to have discipline with your eyes and understand that on 1st and 10, the Ducks, especially in the red zone, can go play action and completely fool you. That time the safety, Starling, was looking in the backfield, anticipating a run, and Mail ran right by him.
1st down and 10, and already Nick Alioto has rotated his defensive lineman. Likes to keep him fresh. Barkley's first down pass incomplete, intended for Woods.
Interesting call going back to the 2-point conversion where they shifted out and went for that. Some people might say, what's the point? Why do you do that? All the buildup and all the hype about this being USC's bowl game. Revenge. They haven't been an underdog at home in 51 games. There's nothing better than driving down and scoring and then taking the fight right back to Lane Kiffin and USC by sending a message, not just picking the extra point up to get it to 8, but sending a message to USC that you're here to fight back.
2nd and 10. Over the middle, complete. And that is Jordan Cameron, a senior tight end, and he's hit by Jackson.
There's great patience that time by Matt Barkley. Waited for Spencer Paysinger to just shift out of his throwing lane, and once he moved to the outside, found the man that he needed to find and was able to get that ball downfield. Matt Barkley just looks like an NFL quarterback.
Yes, he does.
Has that presence about him in that pocket.
Here comes pressure. Barkley, and he is sacked for the first time tonight. Down at the 15-yard line, and Alioto dialed it up with Josh Cadeau.
Great job with the pressure getting there, but Brent, the bottom of the screen, they're going to the quick slant and downfield. They wanted to have a double move here to try to catch Jackson, maybe jumping the route, but he doesn't. He is able to adjust, and because of that, Barkley had to come off the double move, and by the time he did, coming back to his right here, Cadeau was able to land the boom on him, but that was all, again, Talmadge Jackson, his second big play in this game.
They moved Cadeau out, didn't they, Herbie, off the line of scrimmage, and they brought him from further away. They show heat again on Barkley's right, trying to get there, and he throws in that direction to Woods, and that is stopped by Casey Matthews, a legendary name here at USC in Southern California. He elected to blaze his own trail and made his way up to Eugene, and the Ducks are happy to have him.
Can't underestimate how excited Casey Matthews gets anytime he has a chance to play against USC. Saying this week, talking with Chip Kelly, he told us they took Calippo instead of Matthews, and I think it kind of gets him excited anytime he has a chance to go back and have a chance to play USC.
3rd down and 17, and Havili is the running back protecting Barkley. They put him on the right side. Barkley's in trouble again, and he comes loose. The ball was loose. The umpire moves in on it, and it was recovered by the Trojans, and that's Holmes, the right guard, who falls on this ball. That ball was loose.
Absolutely, Brent, and a great job by Nick Aliotti waiting to bring the pressure. You know, Oregon most of this year on 3rd and long, they've been rushing 3 and dropping 8, breaking a little bit of a tendency. This time they brought the pressure and they overwhelmed SC up front. I think they created a lot of confusion on that play.
Harfman back in the end zone. There's contact and there's a penalty flag. We will see if it's a personal foul or the 5-yard garden variety, but there is a penalty flag.
Personal foul, roughing the kicker, number 25 in the defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
On 4th and 17, Lacombo, the linebacker, commits a personal foul, which gives the Trojans a first down.
Exactly what you cannot afford to do, and I think it's just with his legs following through. It wasn't his upper body landing into the punter. It was just on the follow-through. His launch point and where he was trying to eventually go was okay, but when his leg whipped through, that's what created the penalty. Big break for SC.
So the ball is moved to the 28-yard line. Mark Tyler checks in as the running back. Barkley and the Trojans will see if they can capitalize. Here is Tyler trying to swing to the right. And right now, Aliotta's front is causing all kinds of trouble. That is Turner, number 45, making the tackle.
And watch Zach Clark, also 99, gets penetration. Right there, he's able to get his hand on Tyler and slow him down. Turner, that time, and Zach Clark on a slant by the Oregon defensive line, slanting into the boundary. Just right now, a little bit quicker, a little bit more athletic than I think USC is maybe anticipating up front.
2nd and 11. Johnson goes into the slot. Havili now motions out of the backfield. Barkley looks to Woods a little bit behind him, and it will be 3rd down. We send it to New York and Robert Flores. Robert.
All right, Brent, Taco Bell studio update. Michigan and Penn State. Recently, Denard Robinson sprained his shoulder, but he feels better after the bye week. Looks pretty healthy here. Touchdown run ties it at 7 with Penn State. Same thing for Ohio State and Minnesota. Buckeyes scored first, but the Gophers came right back to tie it at 7. Right now on ESPN3.com.
Robert here, USC kicked a field goal. Oregon came back and scored on their first series and added the 2-point conversion. So it is 8-3 and Havili.
Interesting
31-yard line, Irby.
Brent, interesting call on 3rd and 11 for USC. A team that is very confident in their ability to protect Matt Barkley, their ability to execute in the passing game. Almost there, Lane Kiffin just deciding to hey, let's try to see if we can surprise them and hit them with a zone play. And of course, they don't pick up enough yards for the first down.
There is Cliff Harris. He has returned 3 punts for touchdowns for the Ducks this year. Harfman gets this one off. He was thinking about picking it up. Now he goes on it. The young man has got to learn that there are times just walk away. Say,
not a kickoff.
Come on, offense, take over. He's a character now. Timeout.
Mo Colson, we're working together today.
Married?
Yeah.
How about you? Got 2 beautiful daughters.
We have an unmanned train in a highly populated area.
Take off right now. We can chase it down.
We're talking about a missile the size of the Chrysler Building.
You're going to risk your life for us.
Not doing it for you.
Dad, come on, Will.
Stop or I will fire you. Too bad. Just starting to like this job.
I like them.
Unstoppable. Rated PG-13. November 12th. I'm his son.
And as you well know, I can barely focus on one thing at a time.
So between mowing the lawn and football, I choose football.
Sorry, Robert. $5 doesn't buy my undivided attention. And if you've got cut rate insurance, you might end up with a financial buzz cut. So get Allstate. You can save money and be better protected from mayhem. Like me.
Dollar for dollar, nobody protects your home, car, and boat like Allstate.
With a new build-your-own omelet from Denny's, you can make your own omelet any way you like spinach, tomatoes, and pepper jack cheese, or Swiss cheese, ham, and jalapeno peppers, or bacon, avocado, cheddar cheese, pico de gallo, prime rib, fire-roasted peppers and onions, chorizo, American cheese, sausage.
Let's throw on those Saturday clothes. It's doing season. When we grab a little spare time and get after it. We're lowering the cost of weekend projects, making things happen. Less with our wallets, and more with our own two hands. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Get this American Standard 4-inch Symphony faucet for the new lower price of just $68.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
John, your car is here.
Go get him, Tiger.
When you're hitting the road for business,
Good luck.
Enterprise will pick you up and get you on the road to success. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Brad Paisley and Carrie Underwood host the CMA Awards live Wednesday, November 10th on ABC.
Farmers Insurance, bringing you aerial coverage of this game and coverage for your auto, home, life, and business. Farmers Insurance, and that was their airship, the only commercial passenger airship in the United States, owned and operated by Airship Ventures. Look down on a beautiful scene on a gorgeous Saturday night here. Los Angeles Coliseum. Oregon's second possession of the game. Darren Thomas, number 1, leads him out. LaMichael James alongside. And here is James, and he is stoned. And Aaron, what was the mood of this Trojan defense down on the field after the Ducks scored?
Very confident, Brent, saying they don't have anything, they can't block us. Ed Orgeron asking, can you line up in time?
Yeah, that becomes a big factor as incomplete. Darren Thomas, and they've juggled some players in that secondary. Pressure that time was being brought by Michael Morgan. There's Orgeron. Armstead and Morgan were in, and you can see Orgeron on the sideline. He motivates and he recruits. 3rd and 9. So they've got him in 3rd and long again. And it dropped. They had another one. Good play by Sharice Wright, the veteran that time, on Jeff Mayle.
Sharice Wright is the veteran. This is well timed up actually by Darren Thomas and Jeff Mayle, but give Wright all the credit. Mayle had that football, but Wright's able to knock it away with his left hand to prevent Mayle from coming up with that first down. This time the Trojans come up big on 3rd down.
3 and out is very important when you're playing the Ducks. You don't get it very often. Jackson Rice will punt it away. And back is Ronald Johnson, the other speedster wide receiver, the veteran. Looking to swing to the right and find that alley. He's got it. Terrific return across midfield.
This could be a big factor in this game. Ronald Johnson averaging 18 yards a return, and he gets a lot of credit for his quickness, but some great blocks by USC to set this up down the right side, the alley to the right side. He timed it up. He was patient here early, and then this is where the alley is set up to the right. Oregon very, very fortunate that Johnson didn't take that all the way back.
27-yard return, and USC across midfield at the 48-yard line with Mark Tyler. Back in as the Trojan running back.
And Barkley again all the way up to the top. Tyler getting the direct snap.
Here comes the direct snap again to Tyler. And he'll hand to Johnson. Trickery. Back to Barkley. Barkley going down deep. Incomplete and interference called. Woods is being defended by Eddie Pleasant. And the flag falls on the coverage.
pass interference. Number 11 on the defense. 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Again, Brent, we see it every week. Obviously, Pleasant didn't have his head turned around. He grabbed a hold of Robert Woods, rather, to try to prevent him from getting into the end zone. Woods doing a very good job there of kind of baiting the safety Pleasant to come up, and then he was able to go by him, and the only chance at all that Pleasant had was just to grab onto him.
Now Barkley going back out to the right again. They put Tyler right back in that spot. Havili is to his left. Very rarely do you see this twice in a row like this with Barkley, and there is a penalty flag. You saw the movement.
It looked like Bear moved. Brandon Bear, the defensive tackle.
Offside on the defense, number 88. 5-yard penalty, remains first down.
That's the young man who converted the two-point conversion, and now he gives back 5 yards. And the Trojans are at the 28 here, Herbie.
USC trying to come up with, as you said in the open, a few tricks here on Halloween, with Barkley leaving the quarterback spot already a few times in this game.
Now there is number 7 back in the shotgun formation. And they motion Johnson out of the backfield to give themselves 3 receivers over to the left. Barkley, though, comes back with the screen to Woods on the right side. And Woods with the somersault at the 10-yard line. And Boyette with the hit for the Ducks.
Really good job of mixing up the play calling. And this is just showing the explosiveness of Robert Woods, who's starting to settle in. The last 2 games coming into tonight, he had 19 catches for 340 yards and 5 touchdowns. And I just think it's more about him getting more and more comfortable with reading defenses and playing faster. Great example of it right there.
From the 11-yard line, the first down with Tyler. Tyler close to the 5-yard line.
In this pro-style offense with Barkley and his backs, the tight end and the fullback, dangerous weapons for any defense to try to defend, especially on these early downs, 1st and 2nd down. They like to try to find a matchup to their liking with Havili and Rhett Ellison.
Offensive coordinator and play caller, head coach Lane Kiffin. 2nd down. Quick hit to Woods, cuts inside toward the goal, and they have a first down and not a touchdown. That's what it appears that the field judge will mark it down. Cliff Harris with the coverage.
About a 7-yard cushion this time from Cliff Harris against Robert Woods. And Matt Barkley just aborted the play and just saw that, said, I'll take that every single time, and just threw it out there to the freshman, and he almost got into the end zone.
The power I formation. Havili is in front of Tyler. Keeps on moving toward that goal line. And it will be a 2nd down.
Oregon takes a lot of pride in this area, trying to make SC work for this, of course. One of the better defenses in the country in the red zone.
One of the things about this drive, it is keeping the ball out of the hands of the Ducks.
Great point. Great point. That's maybe their best defense tonight.
Now 2nd and goal. Tyler into the end zone, and USC regains the lead. Now Lane Kiffin has been known to go for 2-point conversions here too.
SC very happy to see Mark Tyler healthy this year, Brent. You're right.
There they are. They put Mitch Mustaine, the holder, back in the gun, and now they swing in. If they don't get what they see, then they will go ahead with Joe Houston and kick the extra point. So hang on in this showdown. 2 coaches who are reaching for their saddlebags. Ducks ball when you come back.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
So we are back, and Harfman putting the ball on the tee for the Trojans, who lead it 10-8.
Accuracy for Oregon.
USC's had the ball for 20 plays and Oregon for 12 here so far. And remember, we go back to that 3 and out the last time the Ducks had it. Josh Huff, deep man for Oregon from the 6-yard line, and he is tripped up at the 21-yard line. Tony Burnett with terrific coverage for the Trojans that time here on Roadblock Saturday.
How about Auburn jumping all over Ole Miss on the road, showing that they're for real, handling the pressure of that #1 ranking, and Iowa knocking off Michigan State, Nebraska and Lincoln taking care of Missouri, and Utah in a little bit of a battle there with Air Force.
And do not forget Boise State. They played earlier in the week. They remain one of the unbeatens. First down and 10. Thomas hands it off this time to Huff, and Huff busts out to the 42-yard line as they move him into that backfield, which is what Chip Kelly told us last night they were going to do. That's a 20-yard run, and they just keep coming.
Turbo, here they come again.
Sprinting to the right, Thomas complete, and that time Paulson hung on, coming out of bounds near midfield.
Important after the 3 and out, Brent, to get the momentum and the tempo back for Darren Thomas in this Oregon Duck offense, especially considering USC scored to take the lead at 10-8.
Darren Thomas keeps it all the way for the first down. Out of bounds around the 40-yard line.
Reading this defensive end. And when Perry comes down, just a slight hesitation is all Darren Thomas is looking for. And when he makes that hesitation, he comes down a little bit. Thomas pulls it out and again has that speed to get around the corner to pick up valuable yards.
Final minute here of the opening quarter. And here comes LaMichael. And he is hit by T.J. McDonald, number 7. Tim McDonald's son, one of his sons, of the youngsters over at UCLA. Tim McDonald played about 14 years in the National Football League. And there's his fine son, who's just an outstanding safety. Played for Pops up at Edison High School in Fresno, as did Cliff Harris, who's over on the Ducks. You can see him drop back into that single safety spot now. Second down and 7. Thomas going to go his direction, incomplete. He overthrew Paulson.
And Brent, he had a defensive end and Nick Perry trying to run with him. That is a matchup that Darren Thomas, it's a little finesse, a little bit of a soft touch. He's got to land it right over the shoulder of the tight end before the safety, McDonald, who you're talking about, comes over to knock him away. But that time, he just let that ball go too much.
Comes a 4th third down for the Ducks. They need 7 to keep it going. They're going to swing it out wide to James, and he's not going to get it. Shane Horton and Sharice Wright were there defensively for the Trojans as the first quarter comes to an end. This presentation of Saturday Night Football, presented by Southwest Airlines, returns after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
accident doesn't have to slow you down. From new car replacement and guaranteed repairs to accident forgiveness, we do all we can to help you move on. Liberty Mutual Auto Insurance. Responsibility. What's your policy?
You've never seen fast. You've never held it in your hand, then unleashed it with the fingertip. Never watched pixels whip by at 1 gigahertz and had your neurons struggle to keep up. You've never seen fast because you've never seen this. The Droid Incredible by HTC. It's nothing short of its name.
Buy a Droid Incredible with Flash and get any phone free. Offer ends October 31st.
Sunday, it's a haunted makeover as the Extreme team builds a house of horrors and gets this school for the deaf new life. Extreme Makeover Halloween Edition, all new Sunday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
Talk about a job perk, the amazing service Google is offering its employees, and how a local dentist is fighting back against Halloween.
Aw, Mom, you still clip coupons.
Well, it all adds up.
That's sweet, Mom. In honor of your thriftiness, I'll serve 2 croissant sandwiches for just $3, made with fresh egg, sausage, or our new hickory smoked bacon and melting cheese.
You're such a good son. I'm so glad you dropped by.
I love coming home, Mom.
Patty, call the doctor. It's been more than 4 hours. Hi, Jack.
I gotta go.
My friends and I were driving to the Salt Lake Airport to fly to a music teachers conference when our tires started going flat. We called the Les Schwab in Ogden, Utah, and they said, "Come on in." They were so fast, we didn't even need the free popcorn. There you go. And we even made our flight. In a world where such great customer service is not always the case, it's nice to know there's Les Schwab. I'm Bonnie Lamborn, and that's my Les Schwab story.
Les Schwab, doing the right thing since 1952.
Tonight's K2 program is brought to you by the Subaru Ski Fever and Snowboard Show.
Not unusual for Oregon to be behind early. Trips down to Knoxville and Tempe. They trailed Tennessee and Arizona State. Then at home, Herbie, you and I were there when they were down 21-3 until they took total command against Stanford in the second half.
And I think the reason that's important is there's examples that this team's had to demonstrate poise twice on the road, that they've been able to stay cool even when they get down and have the ability to come back in a game.
Ronald Johnson awaits this punt. And this one is going to be downed at the 6-yard line. We want to remind everybody that after last weekend's win, Denny Hamlin is only 6 points behind Jimmy Johnson. Closest chase in NASCAR history, and they head to one of the most exciting tracks in the world, Talladega. Anything can happen. So there's Denny, 6 points back. The fellows will be watching for the big one down there in Talladega. And that'll be coming up tomorrow. And well, there's some NASCAR drivers down there, but they're not making
not making up any ground.
They're not making ground up on that 10. No, not doing that. Alan Bradford, his first action, in as the running back here for the Trojans. And Bradford straight ahead. We check in with Robert Flores in New York. Robert.
All right, Brett, here's what's happening on SportsCenter right now, presented by Sprint. Number 1, Auburn leading Ole Miss by 20, 44-24. Cam Newton throws a touchdown pass there. Earlier, he caught one. And in Game 3 of the World Series, Texas Rangers down 2-0 to the Giants, but lead 4-0 at the top of the 7th. Josh Hamilton, a home run. Brent.
All right, Robert, and here USC leads favored Oregon by 2, 10-8. Coming back with Bradford, and this will be 3rd down. It is interesting how Lane Kiffin has changed his approach. He's sitting on things, getting the clock running, trying to play a little ball control over here, and not gambling with the pass downfield as much as when he opened the game.
And early in the game, and some people think this isn't a big deal with time of possession, but nearly 7-minute advantage in time of possession. And I know Oregon scores fast, but the more you can keep them on the sideline, obviously the better off you are as a team.
Tyler is back on the field. He's behind Havili for the Trojans. And here comes Tyler, and he could not get that first down. So this is going to be 3 and out for the Trojans. And this is a perfect opportunity for the Ducks here.
Big stop, and I have to go back to the punter putting the ball where it needed to be. And how about Jeff Mayo, the star, one of the stars of the team, all over special teams. He was the guy down there to down the ball at the 6-yard line, and now they get a chance to get great field position.
Harfman to punt it, and Cliff Harris back deep again. Harris finds a crease. Oh, is he exciting when he touches the football. But he's got to give a coach heartburn. It's just
no doubt about that.
No way about it. We've got timeouts, Southern California.
All right, let's spread the word.
Hey ladies, how are you? We're the only place to find Southwest low fares online. Southwest.com.
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 Bring them in, stop.
So how many places can you book Southwest tickets online?
Just one.
There's only one. Southwest.com. Southwest.com.
So what is the only place to find Southwest Airlines tickets online?
Only at Southwest.com.
Nowhere else online.
It's an easy way. It's an easy way. Make a fresh start. It's an easy day. It's a new life. It's a fresh start. You're a good soul. You've a kind heart. I'm coming with you.
TV and internet together at last. The world's first HD TV powered by Google TV. Available at Sony Style and Best Buy.
It's Ram truck season, and the 60-day handshake lives on. That 5-finger bond that communicates trust, honor, follow through, and follow up. It's a promise that says go ahead and buy a Ram 1500 or heavy duty without a payment for 60 days. And if it doesn't do everything you ask it to do, bring it back. Ram.
ABC Sunday, it's a Halloween bash.
You're evil!
It was a graveyard that will uncover the devil in disguise.
He's blackmailing me.
ABC's Desperate Housewives, all new Sunday 9/8 Central on ABC.
The country can't wait for the CMA Awards with performances from America's biggest stars and a tribute to Loretta Lynn by Miranda Lambert and Sheryl Crow.
Hosted by Brad Paisley.
And Carrie Underwood.
Live Wednesday, November 10th on ABC.
McCourt Street, Aaron Andrews. I'm Brent Musburger. Welcome back to the Los Angeles Coliseum. The Trojans lead. Now watch his eyes. Look at Harris. Remember, you do not see many punt returners willing to take their eyes off the ball. That's a high risk.
Especially a true sophomore. He may take one back and then fumble the next one.
Here's the handoff. Well, Michael James spins off the first defender. Sherrell Casey, fine defensive lineman, finally brings him down.
Here comes the speed again from Darren Thomas and the Ducks.
Give it to James again. Daylight, first down, breaks free. Foot race for the end zone. Walks right in. LaMichael James, the young man from Texarkana, who left Texas despite being recruited by the bigger schools down there, came up to Eugene, battled some homesickness, and now he hauls it 42 yards into the end zone for the go-ahead touchdown. There they are. Now they bring it on in. They've already had one 2-point conversion here tonight. And Rob Beard it's a 5-point Oregon lead. 12:27 left in the second here. Saturday Night Football on ABC. The Oregon Ducks, according to the Associated Press, they're the #1 team.
It's a symbol of confidence. Honor.
Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Chrysler and Rogue Skyline. On November 12th, our first encounter will be our last stand.
So the lead has changed hands here for the third time. And there's a young man, number 24, who is quite a story. Kenyon Barner, who took a terrible looking hit returning a kickoff against Washington State, suffered a concussion, has been unable to play. Coach brought him. He is one of the members of the traveling squad, and coach is optimistic that he'll get back and be able to play here in a couple of weeks, but they're going to take no chances. He'll check with the medical staff next week. So it's the Trojans' turn, and Robert Woods, the freshman, is coming out. Doesn't take him long to get through a hole. Out close to the 40-yard line.
Brent, on that touchdown, USC's defenders are so concerned about the speed of Oregon and getting to the outside. Look how much of a hurry they are to get outside because of the speed and the playmaking ability of the Michael James. Right there, they get to the outside, and there's nobody left in the middle except Kennard, who is a slow middle linebacker. Made it very easy for the Oregon offensive line to get up to Kennard and make that block.
Havili will line up as the running back behind Barkley. And we'll see trailing by 5 if Kiffin loosens it up on this series. He's going to throw on first down off the slant, hit Woods for the 1st and 10, and on the Oregon territory. Jackson making the stop.
Now here comes USC in a hurry up. Now Matt Barkley's thrown 9 passes. 8 of them have been towards the freshman Woods.
They flex Cameron, the tight end, toward the bottom of your screen, far off the line.
This is new for USC. This is something they worked on to help their own defense get ready for Oregon.
Here's the handoff to Havili, and it will be 2nd down and long. Bryson Littlejohn, backup linebacker. Remember, we told you Nick Aliotta likes to keep fresh bodies on the field. He likes to have men who are fresh in the second half, and it's one of the factors they think that they've been so successful. That and the conditioning program that they go through, and the fast-paced practices up in Eugene. 2nd down and 8.
You admire SC for trying to come up with another change, a little bit of another wrinkle, much different pacing than what Oregon does when they go to the no huddle.
Here's Havili. And this will bring up 3rd down.
Of course, they're not in the same hurry that Oregon is. They don't mind the clock ticking down at this point, still within striking distance, still in a comfortable position. Woods, who he is throwing the ball to for the most part, Brent, is now up at the top, isolated one-on-one with Talmadge Jackson.
Checking with the sideline to get the play. Short drop, and he's got Johnson in the middle. Johnson to the 20, and just short of the 15. Paysinger brings him down.
Like all great quarterbacks, uses his eyes just enough to freeze the safety off to the left, and then it's just one-on-one. It's a great play by Ronald Johnson. He beats Littlejohn, the linebacker, who was flexed out over top of him, and that's men against boys in space. Ronald Johnson makes a great cut after the catch. It picks up more yards.
A total of 25 for Johnson, and a 1st down in the red zone for Barkley and the Trojans. Havili again. And Havili for 9 yards.
Stanley Havili, one of my favorite backs in the entire country. And this time he runs right over Spencer Paysinger, who comes up to be able to try to defend him. He carries him for another 3 or 4 yards.
He's one of Matt Barkley's favorite backs. Barkley calls him, Herbie, the best all-around running back in college football. Yep. Here he is, number 31. Stopped just short of that 1st down, and Casey Matthews back in there, number 55 of the Matthews clan, in on that stop.
It just seems like Stanley Havili has been here for 5 or 6 years. You know, he started as a freshman. He's been around. He's played a lot of football. And he's such a valuable commodity in this style of offense, where he's kind of that ultra back. Blocks, he runs, he picks up blitzes, he does it all.
Tyler back in as the running back on 3rd and 1. Here is Tyler for the first down. Touchdown!
Hey, Brett, we just talked about Stanley Havili and what he's able to do. Look at him as a lead blocker. Watch his big block on Boyette right there. Takes him down, opens up the running lane, and Tyler takes it in for another touchdown, his 2nd of the night.
Now the Trojans line up in that 2-point formation. Lead it by 1, and then they shift. Mustaine will go down to hold. And here is Joe Houston. The Trojans regain the lead. We go seesawing in the Los Angeles Coliseum. A Pac-10 showdown between the Trojans and the Oregon Ducks.
My God.
Is that what I think it is?
Every city in the world is experiencing the same encounter.
Those things are coming for us.
There's not going to be many of us left. Somebody's fighting back.
Run! Everybody get down!
We have to survive.
Skyline. Rated PG-13. In theaters November 12th.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 57th President of the United States.
Fastest mobile broadband network. AT&T. Rethink possible. The new BlackBerry Torch with a slide-out keyboard for $199.99. Only from AT&T.
During its first year, the humpback calf and its mother are almost inseparable. She lifts her calf to its first breath of air, then protects it on the long journey to their feeding grounds. One of the most important things you can do is help the next generation. At Pacific Life, we offer financial solutions to accomplish just that. Ask a financial professional about Pacific Life, the power to help you succeed.
It's Ram truck season, and the 60-day handshake lives on. That 5-finger bond that communicates trust, honor, follow through, and follow up. It's a promise that says go ahead and buy a Ram 1500 or heavy duty without a payment for 60 days. And if it doesn't do everything you ask it to do, bring it back. Ram.
ESPN Monday Night Football, Texans Colts at 8:30.
As the sun sets, we take a look at the Pacific Life game summary. Trading blows here, and the Trojans have dominated time of possession, keeping the ball away from Oregon. Jacob Hartman with the ball on the tee. Here is Josh Huff coming out from the 3-yard line for the Ducks. Fumbling, they dive for it at the 33. He put the ball down. The Trojans think they've got it. No, Ducks regain control.
Reckless, abandoned attitude from both Huff, trying to take it back all the way, and also USC, and the way they were able to cover this. Marshall Jones, the safety, covering that kickoff. And Huff picks up big yards, but he's got to hold on to the football. Turnovers a big key in this game tonight with these two offenses going back and forth.
Did a good job of regaining control of that ball.
He sure did.
Darren Thomas, quick pitch to the outside to James, and lost a little bit of ground. Armstead, number 94, did a good job defensively over there as quickly they come to the attack.
Also, T.J. Bryant holding up against his block, not allowing James to get to the corner, and that allowed Armstead to come chase him down.
Well, Michael going to be thrown for a loss that time. The Trojan defense.
Shane Horton this time's penetrating right there, right to the right. He's able to get right by Jordan Holmes with his speed. Holmes wasn't able to pick him up, and now Oregon's in deep trouble. 3rd down and long.
Thomas can't find an open man. Drop. It is 3 and out.
That's exactly what USC needed to see. After they were able to put up points, take the lead, that Oregon offense comes back on the field. They get him to 3rd and long and then get pressure on Thomas on 3rd and long and force the punt.
Ronald Johnson is back deep. Runs up at the 29-yard line. Down at the 40-yard line. Now we'll take a break. USC playing very well here so far.
Everything we've learned has come down to this. The next generation of MacBooks.
Are things different now that I'm not crushing quarterbacks every Sunday? Yeah, a little bit. But I still have a taste for greatness. So I love Dr. Pepper. The taste of these 23 flavors can never be equaled. Like me.
Pizza perfect nab.
I got it. Donovan.
Mike? What, man?
Oh.
Come on, Mike, man.
Still got it.
There's nothing like a pepper. Trust me. I've sent people to the doctor.
Once that adrenaline starts pumping, you just gotta embrace it.
Bear Grylls is the ultimate man of adventure.
Can he take on my sport?
My sport.
My sport to the next level?
I challenge.
I challenge Bear to take on the chain of adventure.
We got one shot at this. Amazing. Woo, let's give it a go. Watch me take on the chain of adventure at degreemen.com. Degree for Men Adventure Antiperspirant. It won't let you down.
Okay, so what kind of car should I get? Definitely something with 4 doors. New or used? Used. It's gotta be black.
Now compare new and used cars and even special offers side by side.
Now that's a good deal.
So when you find the right car,
that's the one.
There won't be any doubt in your mind. Autotrader.com, the ultimate automotive marketplace.
And on this Halloween weekend, let's bring the duck on. Herbie, who are the 3 current NFL head coaches who played at Oregon or USC?
Well, I've got 2.
Okay, there you go.
2 quick ones.
Think a little bit. You know, I know it's almost bedtime back in Columbus, but you got 2 boys I want to wish them well tomorrow. Jake and Ty, the Chargers, their team's 7-0. They're playing a championship game. So, boys, you get your rest. Pops is doing great, but he's very concerned about you tomorrow.
I appreciate that, Brent. They're fired up.
Here we go now. Matt Barkley, play action and complete That's the first catch by Brandon Carswell here tonight.
First and 10, play action pass, getting your quarterback into rhythm. This is where I think you're really seeing Matt Barkley improve when he moves outside of the pocket, settles his feet, and gives his receiver a chance to make a play on the football. Love the call on first and 10, continuing to be aggressive as a play caller, Lane Kiffin in this SC offense.
Trojans lead at 17-15. Barkley in trouble, and he throws it away. Good reaction by the quarterback that time.
Absolutely, Brandon. Lacumbo, the linebacker, actually brought pressure, and I think it may have surprised USC. It's interesting, the last couple plays, getting Barkley, moving the launching points, getting him outside of the pocket, and I think that's the area, again, I'd mentioned, I think he's improved the most in that area. He's dropped about 10 pounds, moves much better this year. That time, the linebacker did a good job of containing him, forcing him to throw that football.
2nd and 10. Fumble. Dive for it. Ducks go after it. They've got it. Oregon recovers the turnover. Lacumbo recovered it. And you know what? The coach is blaming himself on this.
It's almost,
no question.
It's almost like they've gotten too cute. He's trying to change the play right there at the last moment. Again, this is something new for USC. They've just picked this up in the last few weeks. And trying to execute this against Oregon in this big a game. The first drive, it led to a touchdown. This time it backfires. Lane Kiffin's trying to make an adjustment. His quarterback's looking over, and the center, O'Dowd, snaps the ball.
You know, he had put the play card away, and he basically is making his calls based on what he's looking at. And he knows he shouldn't have tried to do that in that situation. He's blaming himself. Thomas goes back, goes deep, got a man. Touchdown! What a great catch by Jeff Mayle. What a receiver the former defensive back has turned into 45 yards after the turnover.
What great concentration by Jeff Mayle. Probably the best hands in the country. Bobbled the ball. Looked like initially he'd make this catch for an easy touchdown. For whatever reason, he's off balance a bit, but he keeps his focus and his concentration. I really believe he got his arms back underneath the football to be able to secure that for a touchdown. They're going to take another look at it just to be sure. But boy, what a great job. First, we talked about Barkley being aggressive. 1st and 10, you get a turnover. It's exactly what you try to do in a big game like this.
Now, this is just unbelievable concentration by the young man. Juggling it. Nobody was on top of him to make a hit after he touched it. And then he stays right with it. On into the end zone is instant replay. Taking a look at it upstairs, and it certainly appeared to both Herbie and me that he had his hands underneath it and had control of it. Wow. That is some play. So every play in the college game, of course, being reviewed.
This play happened so fast, Brent. What maybe fans didn't get a chance to see. This is a play action. Look at the linebackers. Look at everybody. There's a blitz there by Kennard. And watch Darren Thomas hang into the last second. Throws it and just ducks because he knows what's coming, and he knows that he has Mayle downfield. 1st and 10, play action. Linebackers and safeties coming downhill. Left Sharice right, isolated one-on-one against Jeff Mayle.
Here comes the call.
After further review, the ruling on the field stands. Touchdown.
And a sensational one at that.
Absolutely.
Was that some catch?
Great call.
And now it is the Ducks back in the lead. Rob Beard. Costa will put it down for him. And it's back to 5. Well, Herbie, have you got the 3 coaches?
I've got 2, obviously. Jack Del Rio from Jacksonville, Tennessee Titans.
Right, Jeff Fisher.
Jeff
Sure.
Fisher.
I knew you get those 2.
But the Oregon, is that a trick or is that?
No, I don't think so. It's one that probably a lot of other folks are kind of puzzled by. So here we are. Think Dan Fouts.
Oh my God.
Dan Fouts' backup at Oregon was Norv Turner.
Boy, that is great.
Isn't that wonderful?
That is great. I didn't know that. I didn't know Norv Turner.
There we are. There's Jack Del Rio, linebacker. Jeff Fisher was a great defensive back. And there's Norv Turner. And there they are today. The Jaguars, the Titans, and the Chargers.
And the Titans right now playing good football.
Yes,
Jeff
they are.
Fisher.
You bet. I thought it was kind of interesting that there were three from the two teams that we had here tonight.
Yeah. Did you know that Norv Turner, before that question, was from?
Well, Norv I knew because Dan Fouts had told me when I worked with him, so I was aware of that. I honestly, when I started to do it, I forgot for a minute about Del Rio being here, you know, and then I saw that he was a heck of a linebacker.
Oh, man.
And then I remembered that, you know, before Lane Kiffin was hired, there was talk that Jack Del Rio might be a candidate for the job out here. That's the 8th touchdown catch, Herbie, for Jeff Mayle this year. I mean, with that catch, he has to be a candidate for the All-American team.
I hope people give him the attention he deserves. He's been doing it for the last 3 years.
Here's Woods. He is upended. Well, these beautiful views here tonight being brought to you by Farmers Insurance, bringing you aerial coverage of this game from the Los Angeles Coliseum, and they also bring you coverage for your auto, home, life, and business. Farmers Insurance.
Well, USC has been answering so far tonight, and now Matt Barkley after the air with their own version of the no huddle, the hurry up. Of course, they had the turnover. Oregon capitalized on it. Let's see how SC bounces back here.
Mark Tyler checks in as his running back. Play action to him. Has time. Throws to the far side, incomplete and out of bounds, and that was Tyler, number 26, who had slipped out of the backfield.
Now, Ronald Johnson that time, who really the receiver that I think Matt Barkley was looking to, and you can see Johnson said, I had him. I had Harris beat deep, but for whatever reason, Matt Barkley saw something, decided to come off of his primary read there, Ronald Johnson, and now it sets up a 2nd and 10. But they've been moving him around quite a bit. First time we've seen that the last few series.
They come back with the running play. Coming down toward the 6-minute mark. Sort of took the air out, didn't it, the crowd?
Yeah.
That long play after the turnover.
Yeah, turnovers we talked about, a big key in this game with two offenses that can score points. Can you get your own offense an extra possession or two more than your opponent?
So here's 3rd and 5. Tyler motions out. They go empty. He's going to throw it. Incomplete. Havili.
Oregon is so good at the short pass on 3rd down, the intermediate pass. I think Lane Kiffin's going to find as this game goes on with a quarterback that has such accuracy with the deep ball. I think the best way to attack Oregon, an adjustment that SC is going to make, is continue to try to get the ball downfield, especially to Woods and to Ronald Johnson.
Hartman will punt it again, and you know who's back for the Ducks, Cliff Harris. He lets this one bounce, and it'll roll dead. Well, we've talked about the NFL coaches who played football at USC and Oregon. How about our Monday night game? And it's a dandy. The Houston Texans and the Indianapolis Colts at 8:30 p.m. Mike Tirico and the gang will be there. Matt Leinart, in case you don't know where he went after Arizona turned him loose, Matt Leinart is the number 3 quarterback of the Texans, so obviously do not expect to see the former USC star in that game, but you will see Peyton Manning. Trust me on that one.
And Matt Schaub, and that's a great matchup. Texans continue to get better and better.
Yeah, you're right, Herbie. 1st down and 10, and here's Lamike. Nope, check that now. They had switched over to Josh Huff as the running back, his 2nd carry, and Kennard makes the stop.
Great call there. So many times when a player comes in motion, you kind of run the option that direction. This time, Oregon shows that motion. They look like they're going to go right, and then they run Huff back the other way.
Plenty of time for the Ducks. That quick pitch to Tuanai on the outside on that flanker screen, and that's a 1st and 10 for the Ducks. And let's see if they pick this tempo up now.
Full sprint to the line of scrimmage. It's just a matter of waiting on the umpire. But the bubble screen that they like to throw is just to keep the secondary and the linebackers, safeties honest, make them realize there's still a threat horizontally, then they can get back to attacking vertically.
Oh, James stumbles, slips, couldn't make his cut here in the grass. McDonald, the safety, was coming up at him.
TJ McDonald leads USC in tackles and has been up close to the line of scrimmage most of tonight. And, you know, when you're going to put your safeties up close because of the threat of the running game from Darren Thomas and LaMichael James, you got to hold up with Sharice Wright in one-on-one coverage and Roby on the other side.
2nd and 12. Takes it away. Incomplete to Tuanai, and it will be 3rd down. But when you take a look at the average, Oklahoma has been timed as the fastest. Now, when you consider that Oregon has had a couple of 4th quarters when they've tried to slow it down, look at when they're in the thick of things. Average time, 13.2 seconds.
And that's not ballpark. That's 13.2.
And they just keep it up and keep on coming. 3rd and 12. Basically, it is the 2-minute offense all game long. And how many of you fans have sat around and said, boy, that works. Why don't they just do it all game? Well, here's a team that does it. But this time, they're going to have to punt it. Tuanai was the intended target that time. And the Trojans are going to get a crack at regaining the lead.
3rd down is working out for USC. Oregon now 2 of 6, but it's the plays that they make on 1st and especially 2nd down to get them to those 3rd and long situations that's helping this SC defense to get Oregon, when they have success, getting them off the field.
So Rice punts it. Johnson driven way back inside the 10-yard line, out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. As we take a look at this week's BCS standings, brought to you by Discover. Auburn and the SEC beating Ole Miss, so they certainly figure to stay #1. Oregon figures to stay #2. Boise State a winner earlier in the week. Next week, the big one in Salt Lake. TCU and Utah.
Absolutely, Brandon. Today with Michigan State losing and Missouri losing, I think a lot of voters are running out of teams to move ahead of Boise State. I don't know who's left to move ahead of Boise State other than Auburn and Oregon, who are already up there.
Here's Bradford. He'll be the running back. 1st down and 10, 4 minutes to go. Johnson's at the bottom of the formation. Play action fake, rolls in Johnson's direction. Barkley fires, and he's got him out of bounds.
Matt Barkley again outside of the pocket, away from the pressure, and Ronald Johnson this time turns Cliff Harris around. Turns him around and he twists him, and he's got about a 10-yard cushion there. And SC able to take advantage of that. They continue to go to play action and throwing the football quite a bit on 1st and 10 against these Oregon corners.
Barkley has thrown for 119 yards and Thomas for 115 yards. Thomas has 2 touchdown passes here tonight. Barkley's looking for his first scoring pass. 1st down and 10 for the Trojans. And they run Bradford. Alan Bradford on that as we check in down below with Aaron.
Brian, Oregon's linebacker coach Don Pellum stressing to his guys before they took the field, you cannot give Matt Barkley time here. You can't do it. He needs more pressure. He wants his guys moving around more, and he stressed to them, we have to get another turnover, and you have to get to the ball.
So far, Aaron, 2 sacks on the night. Of course, the one miscue by USC that led to a turnover, and Oregon turned into a touchdown the next play.
Tyler back in as the running back. There is the pitch to him, and he's hit in the backfield for a loss.
That is a great play again by Lacombo, 25, the outside linebacker, a freshman who plays as a backup to Cadu, but getting a lot more carries. The fact that he got upfield, Brent, is what slowed Tyler down. Great quickness. It's the second time his speed to the edge was too much for USC, and you can see you forced the back to the inside, and there's another 3 or 4 white jerseys there to bring him down.
Now it's 3rd down and long. Barkley needs to convert this to keep the ball away from the Ducks here. Looking for the deep ball, has to throw in underneath. And they will not get the first down with Mark Tyler. He has stopped just short of it. And at the 2-minute mark, the Ducks are going to get the ball after the tackle by Bear.
SC trying to get Oregon to bite on a double move, Brent. And Eddie Pleasant that time sat back in coverage, and they didn't have anywhere to go. Watch how long Barkley waits on Ronald Johnson here. He's just trying to get vertically downfield. You see him hesitate, pump, almost a coverage sack, but he's able to find his check down, and Tyler nearly picked up the first down. There's Pleasant doing his job, backpedaling, staying exactly with the deepest man in Ronald Johnson. Barkley finds that check down at the last possible second before he is sacked.
So the Trojans have a 4th down from their own 37-yard line. Trying to milk as many seconds as they can. Harfman back on the field. The Ducks obviously warned, just make sure that they don't fake it here, and let's see what we can do with Harris. Harris on the move, looking for the right side. Look out. McDonald, the safety, his old buddy from Edison High in Fresno, cut him off. Former teammates go at it here. A 40-yard return, and McDonald saved a touchdown right here. Watch number 7.
He reminds me of Terrell Buckley with this little high step, a little dance here. I mean, he's got so much wiggle. You're right. There's his former teammate trying to bring him down. You hold your breath. Every time Harris touches the ball, he's got a chance to be on. He doesn't want to give up on this right here. He's not done. He thinks he can cut it all the way back to the right and get it into the end zone.
Now Thomas wants the direct snap, and here we go again. LaMichael James, and I must say overall, the Trojans, except for that one play, have done a sound job on number 21.
Their job tonight was to take 21 out of the game and put the ball into the hands of Darren Thomas and see if he could run and throw and lead the Ducks to victory.
2nd down and 9, coming down to the 1-minute mark. And here's Thomas, middle, got it, touchdown, 2-A. Credit the defense with stopping the Trojans and getting the ball back, and they strike for 33.
And a great job as well, Brent, by the punt return of Cliff Harris, taking advantage of a poor punt. And where were the USC linebackers off of the play action look? This is how this Oregon offense will stress you. They run the football, they throw it short, and just when you come up and you think you've got everything handled up front, they sneak behind you. You get lulled to sleep, and they get you for the big play. Tune's right here, Brent. He's not going to do anything fancy, but it's more of the action here that freezes the linebackers. Watch the action in the backfield. Watch how the linebackers kind of get lulled to sleep, and look at the opening behind it. It's more about the play action and the respect that USC is giving the running game. You just said LaMichael James doesn't have a great game, 65 yards. It's because Monty Kiffin and USC are so concerned about James beating them that they've got most of their attention on James, and they're leaving Darren Thomas in position to make some plays with his arm. And that is a huge touchdown considering Oregon gets the ball in the 2nd half.
That's a 28-second drive, Herbie. You know, the one point I want to make about this Oregon team is number 1. Remember, if you go back to the preseason magazines, after Masoli had been kicked off the team, people thought that they might not be sound at the quarterback spot because Masoli had such a great year. Darren Thomas has been tremendous, and in some ways I rate him a better passer than Masoli. Not as powerful a runner, obviously.
Not as quick, but he's taken this offense to a different level because of his ability to make throws, ability to make reads, and the other thing is having 10 returning starters at all the other positions. This team is executing so much faster than they were last year because of the experience around him.
So now we come down to the final minute, and here comes Robert Woods again. The play that really turned the first half around, well, that was the miscommunication from the sideline and the center and Barkley. The game has not been the same since USC botched that play up, and on the next play, Oregon struck, and they have hit for another one after that.
And that was the wrinkle. That was the changeup that worked the series before and led them down to a touchdown. But the miscommunication up front between the offensive line, Matt Barkley looking over at the last second, trying to make an adjustment, wasn't ready for the snap, and it has a lot to do with that no-huddle offense is new to USC, and that different wrinkle they try to give Oregon's defense tonight.
Now, Johnson and Woods have got deep speed, and if the offensive line can give the Trojans enough time here, they might be able to strike. As we've got a timeout, I want to remind everybody that coming up on the Capital One halftime report, well, John and Jesse will have all the day's big highlights, and we have stories galore as Missouri and Michigan State both go down. And now, how big is that Big Ten game on the 20th in Iowa City between Ohio State and the Hawkeyes?
Huge. And you think about the big picture. Ohio State at this point up big on Minnesota. You think about the big picture, it's going to be an interesting race.
Now, I want to go in and take a look at all the BCS Bulls. This is a projection after the upsets today, okay? If it ended, the projection is for Ohio State to take on Boise State.
Right. You have Oklahoma and Pitt in the Fiesta Bowl. Virginia Tech, a team that a lot of people have forgotten about, right now in position to maybe get to a BCS bowl game. Frank Beamer kind of reshuffling the deck and getting his team back on track after the loss to James Madison.
First down and 10, and here's Barkley looking downfield, and he's got him. And Johnson busts off the first tackle at the 50, headed for the end zone. It has been whistled down. It's going to be brought back to the 45-yard line.
Well, USC has to go hurry up here, and at the same time, they're probably going to get another look at this. It looked like his left knee may have touched when Boyette came up to make the play. Tough to see from that angle. Here's the left knee right here. Right there, left knee touch.
Yeah, left knee did touch, Hurry. Good call on the field. Here's Barkley in trouble. Has to throw it away here to kill the clock. You know, the point about the BCS Bowls when you ran down the lineup,
yeah.
We talk a lot about Glendale on January 10th in the championship. That draws a lot of attention. But let's not forget that there are some other big paydays at the Rose and the Fiesta and the Sugar and the Orange. These conference championships mean something to these teams.
It's so refreshing. Last year we sat around for 8 weeks for Alabama to play Florida and for Texas to potentially win the Big 12 championship. This year it is utter chaos. It changes hourly with the potential BCS standings in the direction that they're heading down the road.
On second down and 10, Barkley has great time, goes deep, has a man intercepted, picked off by Harris. What an athlete this young man is. Are you kidding me? He is a shutdown corner of the first order.
You love Cliff Harris, boy. You love it. We've been caught the last year as a freshman, and now this year is making plays as a sophomore. 5th interception. You know, Matt Barkley hasn't thrown an interception since Washington State. And this ball, he throws late. Right there, Osbury has a chance to beat him deep. And I almost wonder if Harris, because of the respect that he has for his own speed, he almost baited Matt Barkley into saying, hey, look, he's got a couple yards on me. Throw it, throw it. And then he closed that gap as soon as the ball went in the air.
The Fresno Bee did an interview with him, and they asked him, well, what do you mean to the Oregon team? And he said, man, I'm the cheese on top of the nachos. So you go into the locker room now, and a couple of the Oregon Ducks will say, hey, Nachos, how you doing today?
That pretty much sums it up, right? There's no way Chip Kelly has the audacity here with 32 seconds inside his 5 to try to score again, does he?
Oh, no? You gotta be kidding me. Here he comes, looking for a block. And it is the freshman Josh Huff.
I was kind of half kidding about that. And if you're not familiar with the Oregon Ducks, and you wonder why they're ranked #1 in the polls, maybe not the computers, but the polls, that's an example of why the Ducks are where they are. Aggressive play calling by Chip Kelly, attacking again this SC defense.
A 57-yard gain, Herbie, as they throw it out of their own end zone.
USC.
And they force USC right now to take a timeout here.
I love it. I love the attitude. It's refreshing to see that. And that's confidence that Chip Kelly has grown into with Darren Thomas. Any play caller will tell you that based on how aggressive he'll be, is on how the quarterback can handle it. And Huff's a freshman. Keep that in mind. True freshman. He makes the play. But Darren Thomas continues to come of age. All year long, he's been making plays. He plays with poise. Tonight, over 200 yards throwing in just the first half alone. And if he continues to play like this and make decisions, I just don't know how you can stop Oregon's offense.
Well, Auburn or Alabama would like to have that chance.
Yeah, we'd like to watch. We'd like to watch.
First down and 10, just across the 40 now. 2 timeouts and 22 seconds. They run the swing pass to Tuine, and Tuine will stop the clock stepping out of bounds shy of the 30-yard line. Average time of a touchdown drive, 1:40. Tonight, less than a minute.
Great job there of just getting the ball, picking up a few yards, getting out of bounds, potentially getting closer to field goal range. Remember, the safeties and the linebackers for USC have to be very careful. The vertical threat.
Down to 18 seconds. Thomas, is that a fumble? The Trojans have wrapped it up. The line judge says they've got it. That was knocked out by Harris.
And Dazon Harris just won the battle up front. And I'll tell you, Thomas was getting ready to make another throw before Harris came down to be able to eventually lead to not just a sack, but creating that fumble. But Tuine was streaking right down the middle of the USC defense again.
Now we'll see if the arm was coming forward. That's what they want to take a look at. You know, Herbie, in that particular instance, Darren Thomas being a very young quarterback, still trying to make a play. There are some times when you want to tuck it in, go on down.
Or just throw it away.
Yeah,
just get outside of the pocket area and
so
try
much
to throw
heat.
it away.
Exactly.
Yeah, and you're kind of playing at this point where, you know, you just scored a touchdown. You got the ball back, and there's no reason to take a risk. And that is part of his still the growth that he needs to make. I think the ball came out
after
before
further
his
review.
arm
The
came.
rolling on the field is confirmed. Yeah. USC football, 1st and 10.
It's a good call.
Here is a final from up Seattle way. Stanford 41, Washington nothing. And Stanford now goes home to play Arizona in a very big game.
A huge game next week in the Pac-10. Not just to stay in the race for the Pac-10, but BCS implications, at-large implications. And how about, you wonder if Jake Locker, and that showdown between Andrew Luck and Jake Locker, if he was able to finish that game, shutting out Washington. It's one thing to beat him, but to shut him down.
Here is Barkley in underneath to Havili, and the seconds will run out here. Let me check that. The line judge has stopped it with 5 seconds to go here in the first half. So SC used its last timeout. You know, I want to go back on the BCS, Herbie, because I think I probably rushed you in this situation. So I want to go back because a lot of fans are probably wondering now, what do you mean Boise State Rose Bowl? What's that all about? Well, that is if they don't make it to the January 10th game, the championship game, and if either the Pac-10 or the Big Ten loses their champion, in this case obviously they're projecting early here that Oregon would move in, the highest non-qualifying team, if they qualify by the other rules and regulations, would automatically go to the Rose Bowl this year. Now that is some consolation prize for Boise State if they do not make here, with Auburn, Oregon being projected right now, and if Boise State cannot pass either of those two, the Rose Bowl is a pretty good consolation.
Absolutely.
Let me tell you that.
Subject to change. Everything
every week, folks. That's just a projection. We're just putting those up there, and we're talking about teams that we think might win the conference championships and everything. And the first half comes to an end here, and the Oregon Ducks have turned it around.
And they get the football to start the second half. Chip Kelly has to be very happy happy with the way this team is playing in his first half. Got a little bit of a challenge, answered the call, and came back.
Let's go down to Aaron.
Brent, thanks so much.
Right there.
You all right?
I'm good. I was just getting our guys off the field right away.
Oh, sounds good. Hey, I know that's not the way you wanted to end the first half with that turnover there by Darren Thomas, but he's thrown for over 200 yards in the first half.
The best. I love the kid.
What's working for him?
Everything. He's a smart football player. He gets better each game. We'll take that right there. We're taking a shot at the end zone. We're an aggressive team. They didn't get anything out of it, so that doesn't bother us.
Struggling a little bit here on third down, though. What adjustment do you make?
I'm going to talk to our guys when we get inside. You know, we'll figure it out. It's a heck of a football game. We knew it was going to be like this.
What are you going to say about it?
I don't know. I got to ask him first.
I got to ask you that. Thanks, Jeff.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Well, a reminder now to stay tuned for the Capital One halftime report. John Saunders and Jesse Palmer will have all the big stories on this busy Saturday coming up right after this.
It's a symbol of confidence, honor, and trust. An unspoken bond that, while common among men, is exceedingly rare among companies. The Ram 60-day handshake. Ram.
Droid. Can a smartphone be its own guardian angel? Can it keep an eye out for itself? Literally show and tell you where it is when you don't even know yourself. Droid can with Lookout Mobile Security. One of thousands of free apps for the Droid X and Droid 2 by Motorola. Available on the ever-expanding Android market. When there's no limit to what Droid gets, there's no limit to what Droid does.
Close your eyes if you want.
Unstoppable. Rated PG-13.
Beer and wine and cupcakes. I was doing the corporate grind like everyone else. But to be successful, I knew I had to be different. Ink, 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 ink. I mean, I love that card. It does things differently, too. Great customer service, going above and beyond to help me out as a small business. It's accepted in twice as many places around the world as American Express. And if I ever need to give my employees ink cards, they're free.
Make your mark with ink. Chase what matters. Go to chase.com/ink.
Pizza Hut has lowered the price on every pizza on the menu.
We made everything simpler and easy to understand.
A large pizza with up to 3 toppings is just $10 every day. What you do with all your coupons is up to you.
I made a seal.
Welcome, everyone, to the Capital One halftime report. Darren Thomas having another terrific day. This one to 2-A. What is 3 touchdown passes. 29-17 is the lead. John Saunders alongside of Jesse Palmer. And I mean, you're always going to be impressed with the offense of Oregon, but you're impressed with the other side of the ball.
Oh, I really am. Oregon right now in this game defensively has held them to just 58 rushing yards. They've done a great job getting after the quarterback. They have 2 sacks so far. This is a defense that is so well conditioned because in practice they actually play at a faster pace than they do on game day. USC came into the game behind Matt Barkley, averaging 494 yards per game. The bad news now for USC, Oregon outscoring their opponents 156-23 in the second half of games, and Oregon gets the ball back first in the second half. It is crucial that USC is able to get a stop now to stay in this football game.
How can they play at a faster pace in practice than they do in game time? Number 1 team, though, in the nation in the BCS is off.
For USC's defense, you gotta, it's just like this, Chris. Oregon's offense has more talent than USC's defense. So USC's defense must be sound and practice great technique. On the Michael James touchdown, they didn't practice great technique. They were so worried about him getting on the edges, they flew out of their lanes, leaving a gaping hole in the middle. He planted his right foot, went north to south, easy score. You got to make them earn those yards, not give them big plays.
Bad news, Ducks get the ball to start the second half, and they're an overwhelming second half team. Nobody's held them under 14. If they get to 14, that means USC's got to score 4 touchdowns to outscore the Ducks. How are they going to do that?
Matt Barkley, he's going to have to sustain drives and score points. That's the whole problem. They haven't sustained drives, especially in the second quarter. The first quarter, they mixed up a little wildcat. I thought that kept Oregon's defense on his heels. They may have to try to go back to that. The play action was working until you started to try to go throw the ball deep, held the ball too long, a lot of incompletions, then the INT.
Got to start with a stop, though. So, Brent, Kirk, Aaron have the second half. Ducks up 29-17. Back after these messages and a word from your ABC stations.
The point-a-minute Ducks are at it again, leading 29-17 as we get ready to start the third quarter, averaging 55 a game. If they double down here, they'd have 58 against the Trojans. So USC will have to knuckle down here as we see Josh Huff back and ready to return this kickoff. It at the 1, has to pick it back up. Well short of the 20, down at about the 16-yard line as we take a look at tonight's Southwest Airlines playbook. Believe it or not, the Ducks have had to come from behind 3 times in the first half. Now, LaMichael James, this is 42 of his 65 yards rushing. And then, Herbie, you and I agreed that the best play was Jeff Mayle's great catch.
Well, great effort here. It looked like the ball might have gotten away from him, but the concentration allows Mayle to make that big touchdown, and the Ducks just kind of kept rolling there late in that first half.
First down and 10 for Darren Thomas. That's LaMichael long slide, pulls it back on first down, and Paulson can't get the handle on it. Second down and 10 coming up for Oregon.
You talk about what can USC do to get back into this football game. They did force some 3-and-outs, and you've got to get Darren Thomas and Oregon to third down and long, which means you win first and second down as a defense.
Here comes James swinging it back out to the outside. He's struck down at the 20 by Armstead.
Flag up at the top of the screen, looks like up by maybe one of the receivers. Or
illegal formation on the offense. 5-yard penalty, main second down.
And Chip Kelly knows this is an opportunity. I mean, 29-17 with Matt Barkley and the SC offense that at any moment could get hot. He knows that this is a big drive to be able to create even more space between himself and this USC team that is more than capable of coming back in a game.
This will make it second down and 15. Now they declined it, so make it third down and 10. Interesting that they were willing to trade and get a down out of that.
Well, they have had some success on third down. The first drive they didn't. They gave up 2 long conversions on third down.
Now, I don't believe it's back there at the original line of scrimmage. I think they were across it, and that probably should give them 3 yards. This probably should be about a 3rd and 7. George Hill, our stats man, says that would not be back at the original line of scrimmage.
The penalty is declined. The ball will be put at the 20-yard line.
So you let them have a 3rd and 7 from the 20-yard line.
It's a completely different thing.
I would say.
In 3rd and 10 with this offense. Now, the way they run the football, they can run or throw here.
Darren Thomas can run for 7 if they give him an edge. They're going to throw for it over the middle, and they got it. Horton was trying to hold Mayle out, but he could not.
And Brent, who do you go to on third down and short to medium? You go to your clutch receiver, Jeff Mayle, who has a really good idea of how far he needs to get to be able to pick up that first down. SC decides to decline the penalty, gives Oregon a chance on 3rd and 7, and they convert.
Well, that's a gamble that blew up on him. First down and 10, and Jeff Mayle with 5 catches here tonight. He's scored 2 touchdowns for the Ducks. Thomas going to an eye, and it is intercepted. Picked off as Horton tapped it up in the air. And it was caught by Casey.
That's a good combination. Two of the better players up front. 96 right to the left there. Gets his big paw on it. And how about the athletic ability of Casey? We kid about the Friday walkthrough for USC with the offensive lineman and the defensive lineman playing that walking football. And they're playing and catching the football and playing different games where they show some decent athletic ability. That time, Casey actually utilizing that to be able to make that interception. Quick reaction.
Mark Tyler, the running back. First interception of the night thrown by Thomas. He has 3 touchdown passes. Now Barkley and the Trojans would like to strike. And there's penalty flags all over on this run by Tyler.
That big face mask that time by Paysinger. And he got a hold of Mark Tyler there and drug him to the ground with the face mask.
Personal foul, face mask, number 35 in the defense. Half the distance to the goal. Automatic first down.
You and I were talking, Paysinger 35 in white. He's going to reach his right hand, reach it out right there, and just pull him straight down. You and I were talking at the break. One of the things that USC's got to be able to do, all the talk about Matt Barkley, is not be afraid to get physical and run the football at this athletic but still undersized Oregon defense.
Absolutely. First down and goal from just outside the 5-yard line. Havili, play action, fired. Touchdown, USC. They convert after the interception by Casey. And it's Johnson.
He does a good job, Brent. 1st and 10. He just sits right in a hole, and the linebacker, Casey Matthews, can't find it. By the time Casey Matthews turns around, the ball is already by him and into the arms of Ronald Johnson for the touchdown.
Did a good job of cradling that. Could have been getting away from him, and he was able to cradle it and turn over. And Houston adds the extra point, and just like that, the Trojans climb right back in it. A dandy in Los Angeles.
All fares can only be found at just one site, so don't you mess around.
Here's a Southwest flight, what you hope to score, only Southwest.com.
For tickets and more.
Southwest.com.
It's where you go.
Southwest.com.
For fares so low.
Only Southwest.
2 bags fly free.
Southwest.com.
Sing it with me.
Southwest.com. Only at Southwest.com. Southwest.
The power of a Duramax turbo diesel and rugged Allison transmission. Proven in the real world for more than 10 years and back for 100,000 miles. With more than 20,000 pounds behind you, shouldn't you put a trusted powertrain in front of you? Introducing the new Chevy Silverado HD, our most powerful heavy duty ever.
Taco Bell's new XXL Chalupa. Double the beef, loads of nacho cheese sauce, and tons of toppings, and a monster chalupa shell. It's so big, you better call it a closer.
Don't worry, kid. I got it.
Go get him, Mo.
Think outside the bun.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler 5-star premium denim jeans. For long-lasting comfort, the right choice is Wrangler.
Wrangler. Real, comfortable jeans.
When it's people who do the right thing, they call it being responsible. When it's an insurance company, they call it Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual.
College football in high definition is presented by Vizio.
Back in Los Angeles, we're going to take a quick look at the Pacific Life game summary and show you a comparison between these two quarterbacks who were announced as semifinalists for the Davey O'Brien Award this week. Now, that turnover just a short time ago by Darren Thomas allowed USC to climb right back in it. And Hartman with the ball on the tee. And Josh Huff back deep. The Ducks will have it on the 20-yard line. We check in down below with Aaron Andrews.
Brent, I had a chance to speak with USC head coach Lane Kiffin coming out of the tunnel at the halftime, and he told me the story of the first half for his team. Pathetic offense, particularly on the third down. He said he totally wanted to see different change, different attitude. Well, you saw that. Stanley Havili obviously scoring the touchdown there. And guys, I spoke with Stanley, who, Kirk, you said has been around this program, an old fossil, if you will, as you referenced to some of these guys. And he mentioned the respect is gone for this program. People don't respect us anymore. And this game and a win here would be huge for us.
On the first down, that is LaMichael James.
And with all that being said, in the first half, they did exactly what they needed to do to be able to get the crowd back into the game. Because, Brent, you talked about after that Aaron snap, the air has been lifted out of this stadium. They got the turnover, they capitalized, and now they're right back in this game.
Second down and 6. Play action. Thomas, and incomplete. Terrific coverage that time by Morgan, the linebacker, who dropped back.
Now the safety, Starling, the top of your screen. See how he works to the right of the quarterback? It opened up a great crease to the left side to Mail, but the rangy, athletic linebacker, Michael Morgan, at 6'4", was able to get around Mail with his long arm and bat that ball away to set up another third down.
Needs 6. Don't get it over the middle this time. They went back to Mail, and the Trojans were ready. Had him bracketed. Horton closed in on him.
Brent, that was a tight window with Horton on one side and Kennard on the other, and doesn't take a whole lot to realize on third and short to medium, Jeff Mail's probably going to get the football thrown his way. Horton had good coverage that time.
Rice back to punt for the Ducks. A turnover. And now they are forced to punt on their first 2 series here of the second half. There's a penalty flag as Johnson fields it at the 24-yard line. Big hole. Out of bounds, but there's a penalty flag back at the line of scrimmage. And it is against the Ducks.
Number 51 on the offense. 10 yards from the end of the run. First down.
Brett, we're taking a good look at a couple of the better punt returners in the country. Cliff Harris from Oregon, and Ronald Johnson has had a couple chances tonight to get out and with room to run. Poor coverage by Oregon. I don't know if there was a miscommunication, and the punter put the ball to the right, and they were covering to the left, but there weren't a whole lot of Oregon defenders off to the right there. Once he made the initial man miss, there was a lot of room for Johnson to pick up yards.
56-yard return. Havili over to set a screen on that side. They open it up for him, and there's another penalty flag.
Personal foul, face mask, number 88 on the defense.
That's Brandon Bear. Everything breaking SC's way to start this second half. Unusual for Oregon. They have dominated teams in the second half all season long.
And Brandon Bear got such good penetration by the time Barkley threw it.
Number 88 on the defense, half the distance to the goal, automatic first down.
He got a hand up to try to bat the ball away, and he continued through and hit Barkley right in the face and got a hold of the face mask.
Tyler comes in as the running back. And it's going to be the Wildcat with him.
He can throw to Barkley. He's left alone down there.
Bottom of your screen. Run all the way short of the end zone.
Watch rushing a few plays in practice, they do have that as an option. This momentum right now, this swing, SC taking advantage of and pushing Oregon back.
Pleasant coming over to the sideline. Second down and goal. Marvin Johnson replaces him in the secondary. Now it's Avili behind to the end zone. Stop. Second effort. Close. Third down and goal coming up. And the first hit that time was Casey Matthews.
It's a pretty good look here in the pit. Oregon initially does get a good surge, and Brent, it is Matthews, but the effort by Havili, the knee is down. It's a good call that he's short of the end zone, but that effort almost created a touchdown. But the Oregon defense tenacious in this red zone. Here's a hurry up.
Tyler is back in and into the end zone. The quarterback, Matt Barkley, kept it himself, and the Trojans regain the lead with 2 quick touchdowns here to start the second half, 30-29. That is Matt Barkley's first rushing touchdown of the season.
Be very interesting to see how Oregon responds. You mentioned how they've dominated the second half. They've only given up 23 points coming into tonight, the entire second half, and already they've given up a couple touchdowns.
The 2-point team stays on the field, and quickly they run to the line. Here comes Barkley off of play action, throwing for it. So they ran at up tempo, and they hit Ronald Johnson for the 2. And it is now a 3-point Trojan lead.
It's the exact same play Ronald Johnson scored a touchdown on. This time they come back and hit it for a 2-point conversion.
We gave it a new fully boxed high-strength steel frame and hydraulic body mounts for a comfortable ride. Because the things you carry are even heavier than the things you haul. Introducing the new Chevy Silverado HD, our most powerful heavy-duty ever.
Right now, all over the country, Discover customers are getting 5% cashback bonus at restaurants. It pays to switch. It pays to Discover.
1 appetizer plus 2 entrees equals Chili's $20 dinner for 2. Share an app like our Texas cheese fries. Then choose 2 entrees from 14 Chili's favorites, like our new sweet and smoky chicken crispers. The $20 dinner for 2, only at Chili's.
Select 55 from Budweiser. The superior taste makes it select. The 55 calories make it the lightest beer in the world.
John Hancock, the future is yours. Visit findtheanswers.com.
Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online, only at southwest.com. John Hancock, the future is yours. And Chevrolet.
Here in the Los Angeles Coliseum, Traveler enjoying the festivities, one of the best mascots in all of college football. Makes the rounds after a score. And now it will be the Ducks' turn. A turnover and forced a punt on their 2 series so far in the second half. And here is the freshman Huff coming out. 15, got an alley. Great speed. And he is brought down at the 31-yard line by Sharice Wright as we check in with Robert Flores in New York.
All right, Brent, here's what's happening on SportsCenter right now, presented by Sprint. Little Big 12 update here for you. Number 9, Oklahoma, leading Colorado 13-3. Landry Jones to Ryan Broyles. And you remember Texas lost to UCLA earlier this year at home? Now they're trailing to number 25 Baylor 30-22. Robert Griffin III to Kendall Wright. Bears haven't won in Austin, Brent, since 1991.
Amazing, Robert. And here, of course, the Trojans with a great burst to start the second half. And I may have said a couple of punts. Obviously, the interception to go along with the punt. They come back with the running game. LaMichael James and Harris making the stop. And Harris and Casey are now turning in big-time performances in this defensive line.
And this Oregon offense has been here before in the second half when they have been down. The last game you and I saw them play against Stanford, they were down and able to, again, maintain their poise, stick to the game plan, and get back to getting their momentum and a tempo going in the offense.
Now, Herbie, that was in the friendly confines of Autzen. This could be a little bit different. Off turf, on natural grass, hostile crowd. Upwards of 90,000 here tonight, and they've climbed back in. Now they're trying to get LaMichael James going, and he dives for that first down. Casey riding him to the ground. We'll see where they spot it for him.
And once they get close to getting that first down, this is where the tempo really comes in.
LaMichael cut off on a cut back, runs to daylight to midfield.
How about this jump cut? How about the acceleration? He literally stopped. He stopped right in front of the USC defender. And I know it's Casey. He's a big 3 technique, but he just stopped and waited for Casey's momentum to take him by him and then accelerated by him to pick up that first down. You can only bottle up LaMichael James for so long.
And LaMichael coming strong now on first down before Nick Perry brings him down.
The big thing about this is when you get LaMichael James going, it opens up every other aspect of this offense. Darren Thomas's ability to pull it out and get around the other end. The play action passing game. Everything starts with James.
Pulls it out. Comes back down the middle. Incomplete on a jarring hit by T.J. McDonald. He unloaded on Paulson.
This time, the safeties from USC showing the discipline off of the play action. You knew it was a matter of time until they would show it. Play action. Look at McDonald sitting back and looking up Paulson, knowing that this play is coming. And he timed it up perfect and separated Paulson from the football. Clean hit.
3rd down and 3. McDonald, the leading tackler, back in that secondary. Thomas pulls it down, fires for the first down. Working down was Tuane that time, and he made the completion with Kennard, the linebacker, riding him down.
That time on 3rd and short, Oregon used Jeff Mayo, their go-to man on 3rd down, the magic man. They cleared the zone and took a lot of the USC defense with him, and it opened up for Tuane.
Michael James going nowhere. Armstead leads the way.
The best way and the only way to stop Oregon's running game is to get penetration with a defensive line that beats their blocks and linebackers that can get upfield. That's the one way to stop a running quarterback and athletic ability of LaMichael James.
2nd down and 12 for the Ducks. LaMichael James running to daylight. Brought brought down by Shane Horton, Wes Horton's brother.
This is one of the things that Chip Kelly is looking at to decide to run the football. It's called a two-high safety look, and if they see two safeties back deep against concern about the pass, you got to be able to run the football into that look.
3rd and 5. Here's LaMichael for the first down. So they stick with the run as those safeties stay back, Herbie.
Exactly right, Brent. McDonald here, and the other safety on this side, Starling, gives them a chance to be able to get the numbers that they need. All they need is a few yards to pick up the first down. As long as those safeties stay back and respect the passing game, it opens up the running ability.
Now you see who has to leave, LaMichael James, and so that means that the backup, Rimene Alston, he's out to the right of the formation. He's number 5. Thomas will throw, incomplete, and he had Jeff Mayle. He had him and he knows it.
That formation without a back in the backfield, Monty Kiffin's adjustment is to put one safety in the middle, and that means that Oregon more than likely is going to try to find a seam against that one safety in the middle of the field, that kind of look. And they had the look they wanted, just weren't able to make the play there to Mayle.
2nd and 10. Alston, and now fumble. Thomas pounces on it.
One of the dangers in this offense is the mesh point. And remember, Huff 4 has been playing a lot of receiver this year as a true freshman. A little miscommunication between Darren Thomas and the true freshman, Josh Huff. Primarily a wide receiver. That's a delicate balance between a quarterback and a running back when you're reading a defensive end, and what he's doing determines what to do with the football.
12th play of this drive coming. 3rd and 13 for the Ducks. Thomas is back, middle. There's Mayle wide open. Got a first down and then some. End zone touchdown. Jeff Mayle has scored his 3rd touchdown of this game.
Give all the credit to the left side of the offensive line. USC brought a sophisticated zone pressure blitz from Monty Kiffin. They get him the 3rd and long, and the offensive line, including the right guard, C.E. Kaiser, comes over, picks up the blocks, gives him time, and then he gets downfield, and DJ Davis also picks up a great block downfield. Big play there by the Ducks.
And the one receiver they don't want to turn loose is number 23.
Especially on 3rd downs. You know, chances are he's going to get the football. That was great execution.
Here's Rob Beard. Tacks it on. Folks, how many points do you think we're going to have scored tonight? It's going to be a lot.
Monday at 8/7 Central on ABC.
ESPN Monday Night Football, Texans Colts at 8:30.
The busy duck. He had to do a mighty 36 that time, and he made it. Beard. And here comes the freshman Robert Woods, and he'll let this one go out of the end zone. He'll come out at the 20-yard line.
Brent, again, the pressure, you can see him stacked up, and they brought the pressure. Line does a good job of sliding, but look at Jeff Mayle. He's isolated one-on-one right here, and I think Sharice Wright just gets lost here. Everybody else is playing man-to-man. Sharice Wright just kind of stays to the outside. Mayle's all alone. There's the block by DJ Davis, but the offensive line really allowed Thomas to be able to have the time that he needed, and that is such an advantage to a quarterback, having a veteran line that you trust to be able to pick up those blitzes and give you the time you need to make the throws.
Tyler is the Trojans running back. Havili the fullback. Play action. Barkley far side, got it complete to the outside, and tight end Rhett Ellison, his first catch of the night.
Matt Barkley right now on fire with his 1st and 10 passing. They are taking advantage of some matchups. Look at Matt Barkley looking downfield to the middle of the field, reading the defense. defense has time and eventually comes back to Ellison to the right. He's now 10 of 14 for 130 yards on 1st and 10. Look at that compared to those other downs.
Having a big night when they throw on 1st down. Avili through the formation, deflected, incomplete. So a great deflection by Lacombo, the linebacker. Well, Farmers Insurance bringing you aerial coverage of this game in the Coliseum tonight. And coverage for your auto, home, life, and business. Farmers Insurance. Huge crowd, wonderful night for football. USC ineligible for a bowl game this year, so this, according to many, is the USC bowl game. They trail Oregon, ranked 2nd in the BCS, 1st in the human polls by 4. Barkley completes it in underneath, and he comes back to the freshman Woods.
It's tough to be able to run that kind of play, basically that flanker screen, a jailbreak screen, back into the boundary, especially when the defense picks it up and reads it as quickly as Kenny Rowe and the Oregon defense did that time. You're almost getting them to try to buy in that you're going out to the width of the field, the strong side of the field, and you come back and Oregon just sniffed that out from the very beginning.
3rd and 8, and let's see what Aliotta has dialed up from the press box. 3 down linemen, empty backfield. He rushes 4, high and incomplete, and the Trojans are forced to punt.
Showing the 3-man look they've shown all year on 3rd down, rushing 3 and dropping 8. It's been a big part of their strength as a defense, and they brought Eddie Pleasant late as the fourth rusher, but everybody was covered, and Matt Barkley had nowhere to go with the football and opts to just throw it away.
LaMichael James is going back to return this punt. So he goes back for the first time, and Harfman will punt it, and Harris is not back. Signals for the fair catch, and out of bounds just shy of the 20-yard line. We remind you, TV's #1 comedy and the one family everyone feels a part of. Wednesday, all new Modern Family has a moment so outrageously funny you'll want to be the first to see it. Modern Family, all new Wednesday at 9, 8 Central on ABC.
Best show on TV outside of this wonderful program on Saturday night.
That's high endorsement from you.
I'm telling you, Modern Family.
You're off Dancing with the Stars this year.
Well, Aaron's not on it, so I'm not watching it as much this year, but I am all over
interesting.
Modern Family.
Okay, everybody dial it up. Herbie says it's the best.
Give it a shot.
Check it out. Yep. 1st down and 10. Thomas all alone in the back. Now they bring LaMichael next to him in that motion look, and they give it, and he is. Thomas with a beautiful play action, kept it himself, took it away from LaMichael James. Wright is forced to make the play. Watch this ball handling.
Yeah, this is the read for Terrence Thomas, and he does a good job. And not only does he get Gallipo, but his primary read that time is actually the defensive end, Wes Horton. They both came down to take away the running back, LaMichael James. A classic example that SC is determined on the zone read to take James out of the game and make Darren Thomas beat him, which he's capable of doing.
1st and 10. LaMichael back next to him again. Pull back, swing it now to Tuane, and Tuane with an alley on the near side with Kennard, forcing him out of bounds.
Brett, wouldn't you agree they have just enough sneaky talent at receivers outside of Jeff Mayo, who gets most of the attention? David Paulson's more than capable at tight end. Tuane, they'll mix in Josh Huff, DJ Davis. They've got just enough weapons to make you respect every phase of the offense.
And they spread it around.
Yes, sir.
2nd and 3. LaMichael trying to get the 1st down and could not. T.J. McDonald.
It's a great tackle by T.J. McDonald, and it tells Chip Kelly the safeties are starting to cheat up here. And when Chip Kelly sees that, maybe not here on 3rd and short, but usually that indicates if 7's going to come up close to the line of scrimmage, you got to go over their heads.
You got a timeout called by the officials.
They're going to have a measurement.
They're bringing the chain out. Again, that yellow line is unofficial. And there's an update from down below, Herbie, that McDonald has limped off the field.
I saw that Marshall Jones came in for him right after that big play there on second down.
I'm sure that information has been relayed to the Oregon sideline by now.
I think Aaron's saying that it looks like it could be cramps, getting stretched.
Yeah.
He's had a big game tonight, especially coming up to make plays and run support.
We saw Taylor Mays for years here make plays, but McDonald will take a backseat to nobody at that safety spot. He is a fine-looking football player. Third down and 1. Of course, McDonald's daddy played for over a decade in the National Football League. Was a great player here at USC. He is here tonight watching his son. Third down and 1. James bangs for the first down that time. One of the things about LaMichael James, when you watch him, and he was a sprint champion of the state of Texas, won the 100-meter dash in high school when he was down there. But the most impressive thing to me about James is he will flat run over you. He is a powerful and fast running back. I mean, he's going to take those linebackers on right there, and it took 2 of them to force him back. Kennard in the middle with a lot of help this time. And here are your Oregon leaders, Herbie.
Let's see, James kind of picked up a little bit more momentum in the second half. Jeff Mayo having a great game tonight, and of course, I think again, this Darren Thomas has been the big story. It looks like LaMichael James is checking out of the game. One of the USC players took his helmet off, and he didn't appreciate it, but now he's off the field.
And Huff has replaced him. Alston, too, is the young running back. And they hit Jeff Mayo again down here for a first down on the near side.
Well, the USC defensive back this time, the freshman Roby. Look at the cushion. I mean, and you're doing that to a gym rat. Jeff Mayo has the ability to just get off of his route, recognize the coverage, and just kind of stop and just get into an open area. And Thomas and he have really developed chemistry over this year where he throws it out to him when that happens.
Here off the play fake, back to the middle, beautifully thrown ball, and coming back to the playmaker, Jeff Mayo, one more time for a first down.
Jeff Mayo is just the epitome of a kid who played a lot of backyard football when he was a kid. Watch how he makes the catch and then ducks for safety. He knows what's coming in. You've got 3 USC defenders coming in, and Mayo says, I'm out of here.
So right down at the red zone again, leading it by 4. Inside of 3 minutes in the third quarter. Alston continues to stay in as a running back with James on the sideline. This is Alston. And the youngster bangs ahead to the 15.
A lot of times when Darren Thomas is doing this hurry up and he looks over for confirmation, Reese Davis is the call here. He gets to try to find out exactly the call that they want.
And James back on the field is just short of the 10-yard line.
It's a unique thing, and it's a different thing. And there's so many different things going on in that sideline where they're trying to get things communicated, not just to Darren Thomas. There's Will Everett on the board from ESPN.
Here's a handoff to James. James goes for the first down with Harris dragging him down. This drive is a wearing drive on this Trojan defense.
It's not so much the amount of time they're taking off the clock, but it's just 10 plays of just constantly coming after this defense.
That's Paul Westhead, and that is upbeat, high speed. When you go to Westhead up there.
You don't want to go there.
No. That's the Burger King mill. He'll slow you down. First down and goal. End zone incomplete. And there is a penalty flag at the 1-yard line. That was Kennard, who was defending the receiver who went down at the 1-yard line, and that's LaMichael James. Watch this.
LaMichael James on the wheel route, and if you're USC, you're going to say the ball's not catchable, but Kennard just running right into LaMichael James. You have to have a feel. You have to have an idea where you are on the field.
Huh?
You got to turn that mic off.
Pass interference on the defense. Ball be placed at the 2-yard line from the previous spot. Automatic first down.
Now here's a play where they love that read option, Herbie. And LaMichael James back on the field. Darren Thomas, number 1, is right there. They're in a perfect position. The Trojans put 4 of the big guys up, and here comes James. Touchdown. An offensive machine.
Remember how this half started?
Absolutely. The Trojans had 2 quick touchdowns down here.
Exactly. They were able to take advantage of an interception and a touchdown and a punt and a touchdown. And all of a sudden the crowd's in the game and everybody's thinking, uh-oh, USC's got what it takes to be able to win this game. It's not over. But Oregon, to their credit, has come right back down with a couple scores of their own.
So here's a question. How come the humans understand how good they are and the machines are having a little trouble with this team?
Well, those machines are going to wake up in a hurry. They better.
Duck, get down there for 43 more, baby. One-handed? No, I say, okay. Get after it. And today's big picture, Herbie, brought to you by Sony. We had some big stories. Michigan State losing for the first time.
Yeah, Michigan State had a magical season going. Lost today to Iowa. Give Iowa a lot of credit for being able to get that done at home. And Michigan State looked like a charmed team, but that ended today. Nebraska, took on a Missouri team that we saw last week, and I think they exposed them a bit. They got Missouri on the road in Lincoln. Defense played outstanding, and Nebraska gets a big win. Florida in overtime, able to knock off Georgia, and looks like that Florida-South Carolina game down the road could set up I know you're going, a big showdown to determine the SEC East. And is there an update in Austin?
I have one. Baylor 30, Texas 22. Let's go to Waco. 30-22 Baylor. Final.
How do you lose to Iowa State and Baylor in the same year?
Let's throw UCLA in there too.
Both games in all 3 of those games in Austin.
Yeah. And Baylor now is 7 wins.
That's a great story.
They're going to a bowl game this year. And oh, by the way, they're in the battle for the South title.
Why not?
Robert Woods coming back for the Trojans. So we've had 75 points scored in this game. Sunday NFL Countdown presented by ABM on ESPN Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Chris Berman and the gang. How about Brett Favre? Is he going to play? Is he going to try it despite those 2 little fractures? Well, we'll find out. Randy Moss returns to New England. So all the big stories will be coming your way on ESPN Sunday. I want to say something about the Countdown show in that game. Because I have a chance last couple of Monday nights to watch him before the Monday night game. That is one of the best pregame NFL shows on television. The show before the Monday night game, where they look back on everything and they project what's going to happen. They've digested a lot of information. So, yes, I know Sunday is Sunday, but don't forget that. I think you'll enjoy it.
Come on, man.
Come on, man. I love it. I love it. It's good. Don't you love Jackson when he says, come on, man?
Come on, man.
Here we go. First down and 10. Barkley in trouble. Bears got a hand on him. And let's check in down below with Aaron.
Brent, USC's defense, they're going to need the offense to get it together because right now they are gassed. Number 91, Jarrell Casey, he wasn't even out there on the field when LaMichael James ran that touchdown in. He actually was on a knee trying to catch his breath. You have guys cramping up. You have guys drinking as much Gatorade as they can, so they need the offense to stay out there as long as they can.
Aaron, interesting that we speculated, we talked about would 2 weeks be enough, and how do you prepare for Oregon's offense? And, is the depth there for USC? Do they have what it takes to hold up in the second half? And to hear that story and to hear that they're already gassed and we have another quarter to go, not a good sign for SC.
Last minute, if they can somehow put together a scoring drive. They give themselves a chance here in the fourth quarter. Havili, fine receiving fullback.
Well, their offense still has a chance to be able to execute, and you never want to count out Matt Barkley, but you wonder the fatigue as the game goes on, how that could eventually catch up to them in this fourth quarter.
And it goes to the conditioning program that Oregon runs, those early morning practices. Even today, you got everybody up in the hotel. We have to be staying at the same one. He took them out for a 45-minute walk at 9:45 around the downtown Los Angeles. Havili is the running back here on third down.
There's pressure.
Trying to get to him. They cannot. First down. A beautiful throw by Barkley to David Osbury, number 9. Big fella.
6'4", 235-pound senior who's been around, and that time just used his body. What a big advantage that is over Jackson, who's undersized at about 185 pounds. Once he got into the inside and had room to work, that's an easy throw for Matt Barkley.
Well, it's 43-32. USC trying to put together a drive here that would keep him in this game, and this presentation is presented by Southwest Airlines. We're back after this message and a word from our ABC station.
From the outside, you can't appreciate the wraparound contour of its 12-way power driver's seat or the ice blue interior LED lighting. From the outside, you can't enjoy the standard USB and Bluetooth connectivity. But once you're behind the wheel, that's when you discover the beauty of the sport-injected 2011 Regal from Buick.
Pizza Hut has lowered the price on every pizza on the menu.
We made everything simpler and easy to understand.
A large pizza with up to 3 toppings is just $10 every day. What you do with all your coupons is up to you.
I made a seal. I love Tabasco on my pizza because unlike some sauces that mask the flavor of food, Tabasco brings out the best in every bite. Like this one, for instance.
So much more than hot.
Something colossal is coming. An event that will bring the biggest names in music together for one incredible night. The CMA Awards with Rascal Flatts, Keith Urban, Kenny Chesney, Zach Brown Band, Lady Antebellum, Taylor Swift, a duet with Kelly Clarkson and a country superstar, and the country music debut of Oscar winner Gwyneth Paltrow. The country can't wait.
Thank you so much.
For the CMA Awards, live Wednesday, November 10th.
Hosted by Rod Paisley
And Carrie Underwood on ABC.
Meet Scott, a guy who loves his neighborhood.
Hey, Jason, what's up, man?
That's why Scott's an On Point member.
Couple things? Nice.
He values a connection between where he lives and where he does his banking.
Well, thanks, man. Hey, it's good seeing you, man.
That community connection means banking dollars stay in the local economy for the people and businesses that need it. After all, when you love where you live, you do what you can to make it great. Join us at On Point Community Credit Union.
Now is the time to take advantage of our hottest offer from Xfinity, only from Comcast. Get Xfinity Internet for only $19.99 a month for 6 months. With lightning fast internet and the speed you need to download HD movies, music, and more, including the top-rated Norton Security Suite, a $160 value. So call 1-800-XFINITY. Just $19.99 a month for 6 months. Right here, right now. Call 1-800-XFINITY and get Xfinity Internet today.
K2 News, the #1 local evening news.
So the Los Angeles Coliseum has hosted a couple of Olympics. The cauldron still burns brightly here. We look down our scene here tonight. Barkley handing off to Tyler just shy of midfield. We take a look at our Pacific Life game summary from this Pac-10 showdown between USC and Oregon. Their average drive only 118.
Think about that. Think about that. To score. I mean, they just amazing. And they came in averaging a minute 40 to score on a touchdown drive.
Second down and 6. in trouble. Barkley laterals it off in time, but there is a penalty flag, so hang on this one. He lateraled it to Tyler as he was going down.
Holding. Number 40 on the offense. 5-yard penalty. 10-yard penalty. Remains second down.
We want to welcome those of you who have been watching Ohio State and Minnesota in the Big Ten as the Buckeyes continue to roll, and they got a lift with Michigan State losing earlier today. With Aaron Andrews and Kirk Herbstreit, I'm Brett Musburger. It has been a high-scoring offensive show here. 43-32.
And they're tuning in to a point in this game where USC needs to put a drive together and put points up on the board. They really started off fast in the second half, jumped out with a couple scores to take the lead, and the Ducks showing their grit and why they're ranked number 2 in the BCS standings. They've come back to take the lead. Just a big series here for both these teams.
3rd and 11. Now it is 3rd and 11.
Remember, USC declined a penalty earlier.
I just was thinking the same thing.
Came back to backfire on him. Chip Kelly now opts to decline that penalty to set up this 3rd down.
Havili can run the wheel route. He is right next to Barkley. Goes downfield, got him in, Johnson, and hang on, they wave it off. I thought for a second he might be able to hang on. Now penalty flag comes flying.
Right.
A late flag.
Brent, there's no doubt about it. It's a point of emphasis in the NFL, college football, even high school football, that when the safeties lead with the crown of their helmet, that there are going to be penalties. And Boyette that time looked like, to me, he led with the crown of his head.
The play on the field is deemed to be an incomplete pass. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, number 14 on the defense. 15 yards from the previous spot.
It was a very late flag which came into the field.
I agree, but wait, look at with that. You lead with your helmet. I'm shocked.
Did you think shoulder?
I thought he was with his helmet. Anytime you lower your head and you come through, he may have hit him with his shoulder, but if you lower, the attempt to lower your head into a defenseless receiver, these are the calls we're seeing that are causing the controversy. They didn't call that as a penalty. It was for Gilden taunting after the play, but boy, it looked like it.
Yeah, seriously.
All right, so Tyler now is the running back. We've got a 1st down and 10. And Tyler, there was some taunting. I want you to watch number 14 here. That's Lewis. Now watch him as he walks by the fallen Johnson, and that's what incurred the flag.
Yep.
It came very late on the field, and the umpire, you could see, was coming right back, and he had a perfect view of it. 2nd down and 5. And here's C.J. Gable in as a running back. He's been on special teams tonight trying to shake off an injury. This is his first play from scrimmage, however, tonight. Fires and almost intercepted. There was Harris. Cliff Harris stepping in on Ronald Johnson that time.
Cliff Harris has been out on an island today most of the game against Johnson and Woods on the other side. The true sophomore gets turned around. The ball is thrown just a little bit in front of Ronald Johnson, but Johnson had a step on him to the inside. The ball's a little bit closer. He makes a big play there.
Havili in here, Herbie, on this 3rd and 5. They send 3 receivers out toward the top. Barkley on a toss play to Havili, and nothing doing down at the 40-yard line.
Boy, Eddie Pleasant this time does a great job, and it's really Nick Aliotti and the way he gets him upfield in a hurry. I mean, think about Stanley Havili. He doesn't even have a chance on this play. By the time he gets his hands on the ball, Pleasant's right there.
What do you think of that call, Harvey?
Second time on 3rd down that we've kind of seen them just not do what you'd expect him to do on third down with Lane Kiffin. Typically, Lane Kiffin, West Coast offense, they're attacking, trying to pick up the first down.
Now they're going to go on 4th and 9, trailing it by 11 with 12:30. Quick throw, and that's short of the first down. Cameron with his second catch, one of the tight ends, and Johnson making the stop.
They brought one more than the offensive line could handle, which is an obvious call. Get the quarterback to get the ball out of his hands on 3rd and long. Lane Kiffin, you go back to 3rd down, had to be thinking 4-down territory where you maybe pick up 5 or 6 and get it to 4th and short. You got to believe that for the second time, he's going to go back to a 3rd down call and wonder if that was the right call.
I would also question the use of Havili on the toss play. I might want to second guess that with some of those bright young speedsters that they've got back there. Here's the handoff now. This is James. The Ducks will try to grind it right down, leading it by 11.
There's the vision from the most talented sophomore back in the country.
On 2nd down, here comes Thomas coming to the outside. He's got the first down. Right in the corner over on him. There's the young man from Houston, number 1, who has stepped in here, replaced Jeremiah Masoli, and he has done a fabulous job of orchestrating this high-tech offense of Chip Kelly.
282 yards now through the air with 4 touchdowns, and he's also run for 34 yards. But more importantly, making good decisions once again for the Ducks offense and executing this upbeat offense flawlessly.
Michael James to midfield. And of course, I want to remind everybody to stay tuned after the game for your late local news over most of these ABC stations. Then over on ESPN, turn over to SportsCenter, post-game analysis and highlights and scores from around the country. Another very busy Saturday, and SportsCenter will be on right after the Michigan-Penn State game. Nittany Lions with a good performance tonight. 2nd down and 8. (41-31), the Nittany Lions lead Michigan late in the 4th of that one, and here comes LaMichael James. Another first down for the Ducks.
Zone read this time. He's going to make this little cutback. This is why the blocks on the backside, led by David Paulson, the tight end, are so important. When you have a back like LaMichael James, the play's designed to go to the right. He almost every other time seemed to cut it back to the backside and pick up big yards. Get that defense moving to the sideline, and a good back will find that seam.
James slips through to the 30-yard line, and Morgan making the stop. So the Ducks are moving the clock, marching down the field, lead it by 11, and they're about to bring up the Lee Corso play.
3 yards in a cloud of dust.
It's the old Big Ten style when he was in Indiana when he had to take on Woody.
Oh.
Big Perry makes that stop. Back to the Neil Everett. Here comes the Moose formation.
With the Moose.
3rd down and 1. Here comes Thomas.
That's the play you want. I like the Neil Everett play. Pull that ball out of LaMichael James when it looks like he's going to be able to pick it up. Perry comes down. You make a good read, get a kick-out block, and pick up big yards.
1st down and 10. Alston in as the running back. Two and 8 into the red zone, and the clock continues to move on the Trojans. Morgan making another stop.
If they end up scoring on this drive, this will kill their average touchdown. How was it? What is it? A minute 13 coming into tonight, or coming into this drive?
Yeah, their average is going to go up. 2nd down and 6.
Got to be killing them to work the clock like this.
It's rare to see Chip bring it down to inside of 10 seconds. Alston is stopped by that Trojan front wall.
It's like Jimmy Johnson bringing it down to second gear. Talladega.
Exactly.
Just want to get this thing moving.
Third and 7.
When they hold
Comes your Everett again.
When they hold that up, that's being communicated. The receivers in the back of the quarterback see that.
Screen, Alston. Close to the 15. Horton making the stop.
Up by 11. Field goal puts you up by a couple touchdowns, but you've got SC on the ropes. Chance for the knockout punch. What does Chip Kelly do here?
What would you do?
I think you go for it because you have confidence in the way. I would go for it because you have confidence in the way your quarterback's making decisions, and you're in a situation with 4th and short. You can run and throw, but I understand this.
I didn't see the Herb Street card down there on the sideline.
I know, I've been asking him about that. What do Brett and I got to do to get on the board?
It's a
good call. 2 touchdowns.
Yeah, it really is.
Yep.
Might as well put it on that.
Absolutely.
On 4th down.
Absolutely.
Big night for the Ducks in LA.
All right. Let's spread the word. Hey, ladies, how are you?
Where's the only place to find Southwest low fares online?
Southwest.com. 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 Bring them in. Stop.
So how many places can you book Southwest tickets online?
Just one.
There's only one. Southwest.com. Southwest.com.
So what is the only place to find Southwest Airlines tickets online? Only at Southwest.com.
Nowhere else online.
And I don't know, is this the part where you let go? Is this the part where you find out and then...
When it's people who do the right thing, they call it being responsible. When it's an insurance company, they call it Liberty Mutual. Responsibility. What's your policy? Liberty Mutual.
Okay, listen up. You want to know what it takes to have a big built Ford Tough event? Well, you got to have these bad boys. Ford F-Series, America's #1 selling trucks, 33 years running. They haul more, they tow more, and do more than other trucks. And now, you save more. On F-150, get 0% financing for 60 months, plus another $1,000 toward your trade-in on top of what it's worth. Hey, tick-tock, pal. It's the final days of the Built Ford Tough event, so see your Ford dealer now.
The new spicy chicken sandwich, now at Chick-fil-A.
Well, Dancing with the Stars is the new #1 show of the new season at ABC Monday. They're celebrating the 200th episode. Your favorite stars from seasons past will return to dance and to judge. And that means, no, not the duck, our Aaron Andrews will be returning to Dance with the Stars. I'll tell you, Aaron, that duck, a pretty good dancer. You might want to take him to tomorrow night's show.
I'm a little nervous because I have to walk down those stairs on Monday night without my partner. That could be disaster.
Here is Robert Woods on the return. Woods swings to daylight in a foot race, and he's tripped up at the 40-yard line. Rob Beard, the kickoff man. Hey, let's go to Robert Flores in our Times Square studio in New York. Robert, what's the update?
Brandon's an AT&T All-America Player of the Week update. Nebraska's Roy Halou Jr., 307 yards. That's a single-game school record at Nebraska. 3 touchdowns as they handled Missouri 31-17. You can text VOTE to 345-345 to take part and for a chance at a trip to the national championship. Brent.
Robert, thank you. And here Tyler is in, and the Trojans trailing it by 14, have 7-10. need to move right along. Then they got to count on their defense. And deep strike. Incomplete, and he had Cameron. They might have had 6 that time, Herbie.
Yeah, they might have had 6, but Matt Barkley floated this ball, and it allowed the safety that'll come into your picture late. Eddie Pleasant just mistimes his jump. That's an interception. He could have almost called a fair catch there, but he mistimed his jump, and it almost cost him, like you said, Brent, a touchdown. Cameron almost got behind him.
2nd down and 10. Barkley leaves for the Wildcat and now thinks better of it. Now he said, I do have the Wildcat. I'm going over to the right side of the formation. And Tyler.
Oh, Lane Kiffin had to call the timeout.
USC.
I'm not sure that you want to be running the Wildcat when you're down by 14 points and you got Barkley's right arm. I'm not sure that you take the ball out of his hands in this situation. Coach knows best. Timeout.
Does this get good gas mileage?
Yeah. It's a pretty big deal.
During its first year, a humpback calf and its mother are almost inseparable. She lifts her calf to its first breath of air, then protects it on the long journey to their feeding grounds. One of the most important things you can do is help the next generation. At Pacific Life, we offer financial solutions to accomplish just that. Ask a financial professional about Pacific Life, the power to help you succeed.
In the number 3, Wrangler Chevrolet, Dale Earnhardt Jr.
I'm a Wrangler guy. Always have been, always will be.
Wrangler Jeans Company. Great fits, unbeatable comfort.
Gotta say, nothing beats Wrangler comfort. Wrangler, real comfortable jeans.
Let's throw down some style. Style that lasts a lifetime. What do you say we get the look we want, the softness we need, and an unbeatable lifetime stain warranty for whatever life throws at it? Then, let's save big on the installation. We're lowering the cost of going barefoot. More saving, more doing. That's the power of the Home Depot. Get exclusive Martha Stewart Living in Platinum Plus installed in your whole house for only $37.
Saturday Night Football on ABC, presented by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. Liberty Mutual Insurance. Responsibility. What's your policy? And Ford F-Series, America's best-selling brand of trucks for 33 years straight. Built Ford tough.
Well, we welcome you back to the Los Angeles Coliseum. Oregon ranked number 1 by the voters, number 8 by the computers, if you can believe that. So they're number 2 in the BCS. 2nd down and 10, and they're in control, leading USC by 14 here on a 2nd down and 10. Matt Barkley trying to find somebody open, comes back over the middle, and it is broken up. Intended for Woods. And as we look down on the sideline, there is the new athletic director of USC, Pat Hayden. He was a sensational player here, won a couple of national championships playing for John McKay, became a Rhodes Scholar, and then Herbie, he was an analyst with me for 5 years back in the old days at CBS, and just a fine young man. A great hire by USC to bring Pat in here. They announced a brand new building that'll house the meeting rooms and the coaches and a locker room for the football program, as well as an academic center, a weight room, and a training room for all of the great athletes. And they have just some remarkable teams other than football here at USC. Caught on the run that time by Osbury. Nice grab.
That's the second time Osbury's been able to make a play here for a first down. It's big advantage because of his size. But Brent, you talked about how he grabbed that ball with his hands. Love to see receivers use their hands and secure the football.
If they can reach out far away from their body and snap it, those are your best receivers.
Yep.
1st down and 10. Under pressure.
This could be big here.
And he's got Tyler. Got a 1st down. So they're moving if they can strike quickly.
Pick up another first down to stop the clock. Looks like Tyler's he's going to be okay. But Oregon brought the blitz from the side of the screen, which usually means the linemen are going to get downfield and be able to pick up some blocks, but they didn't pick up anybody. Holmes allowed 2 linebackers led by Casey Matthews to go right around him. That could have been a much bigger play if he picked up any blocks downfield.
And Johnson is in the slot with Woods outside him. You see it down bottom of the formation. Osbury's at the top, looking Osbury all the way. Almost intercepted. They were not on the same page, and Eddie Pleasant had a shot at it.
Second time Eddie Pleasant could have had an interception on this drive alone. Second time that Matt Barkley floats the ball, and he and Osbury aren't on the same page. And I think he's just hoping the reason he floated that is I think he's hoping that Osbury at 6'4" can go up and be able to get that football away from Pleasant. But Pleasant, second time here, he could have come up with a big interception for the Ducks.
Second down and 10. Three down lineman. Here comes Havili. Good straight line runner. Crashing toward that first down marker here. Now 5:45 left. Barkley and the Trojans need to hurry.
One thing was obvious. They've got to get the ball into the end zone against this Oregon defense. It's one of the best in the country. Red zone defense. And then they've got to get a stop against Darren Thomas and the Ducks.
Or an onside kick.
Right.
We're getting down to the late in a game when you really have to think seriously as to whether or not you want to give it back to Oregon. But first things first, you're exactly right, Harvey. They've got to strike into the end zone here. They're in the red zone with a first down. They've got terrific weapons on the outside. They keep him honest with his running back by committee. Straight back, fires middle, intercepted. Picked off in the end zone by Boyette. A crushing interception, and if you're a Duck fan, you can start to celebrate. One of the best safeties in the Pac-10 just picked this off at the goal line.
Third pass that Barkley's thrown in this drive that could have been intercepted where he floated it, and this time Boyette makes him pay for it. You know, Boyette's known to be kind of like the T.J. Ward of this defense, where he's really physical. That time, how about the finesse? How about the athletic ability to be able to secure that football basically with his fingertips to get that interception against Barkley?
Boyette is from Napa. He was a tremendous two-way star in high school as a running back and a safety. Played a little quarterback, I believe, from time to time. And here comes Thomas now, and the Ducks and Chip Kelly will start to chip away at this clock. You know, the last 3 Oregon drives, when you think about what Chip Kelly has orchestrated, they go 69 yards in 12 plays, 82 yards in 11 plays, 47 yards in 11 plays, 17 points they've put up in their last 3 drives.
See that play clock ticking down. Usually the ball's already snapped. They're trying to eat as much clock as they can.
Right into the middle. That's his 31st carry for LaMichael James, and here are their possessions, Harvey. The scoring drives and how long they took, huh?
Look, you're right. The time is the thing that's impressive, and the consistency. How about being able to sustain drives 12, 11, and 11, 9 early in the game? USC's this game may be out of reach when you're trying to build a program back up. Little things like finishing the game are a big thing. Showing some pride, playing hard, keep being aggressive, keep tackling. It's a big thing when you're trying to get a program to go to the next level. Not this.
Bursting. Here comes James. Cutting to the left. And brought down at the 20-yard line by Nickel Roby.
The linebackers are nowhere to be seen, and give a lot of credit to the offensive line. But again, I don't sense the attitude the aggression from USC's defense. I think they kind of felt after that interception that Barkley threw, much like the fans that are leaving the Coliseum, that's ball game. But the Ducks aren't going to quit until the final gun. And LaMichael James will take as many yards as you're willing to give him, now over 200 yards in a game.
I'm assuming that Cam Newton had a big game for Auburn. Didn't get a chance to see it, but LaMichael James has put up 217 yards rushing here tonight. He scored 2 touchdowns. That was a 46-yard run. He's also been taking a battering all night. Here he comes again. There's a flag down.
Last year, Oregon and Eugene almost had mercy on USC.
Illegal shift on the offense. 2 men in motion. 5-yard penalty. Remains first down.
In a game that you and I called, they ended up with 47 points, 613 yards. Well, a year later, Pete Carroll's no longer here. It's in the Coliseum. This is USC's bowl game. And so far, still time here. They've got 46 points and 578 yards.
I think Kelly will go for more points. Okay.
No, there's no doubt.
Just have a feeling tonight.
He's going to take his frustration on the computers on USC's defense.
Compute this.
Right.
You know, another thing, Herbie, as we watch them tonight, if you're a referee or a member of officiating crew and you're assigned to an Oregon game, you better be in shape too.
You better get your track shoes out.
I want to remind everybody to stay tuned for the Ford wrap-up after the game, and remind your fans to log on to bcstailgate.com. bcstailgate.com. Your chance to win the ultimate tailgate F-150.
You know, assuming that Oregon's able to hold on here, start to think about the BCS standings and their schedule, and down the road, everybody seems to be talking so much about the Civil War in Corvallis in early December, but still a long way to go for Oregon. You know, the trip to Cal is a game where Cal's they're undefeated at home this year. And, you know, and they have Arizona still to play.
Well, let's take a break here.
Penalty's going to be declined. Ball will be placed at the
We'll be right back.
20-yard line. It'll be second down. Timer, please reset the game clock to 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
Stadium's half empty.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing. Amazing.
This is Dr. Love! And this is Dr. Pepper Cherry. It's got a little kiss of cherry flavor. You want cherry? How about a little kiss? You can't beat a little kiss of cherry. Trust me, I'm a doctor.
Moby Dick.
Searching for Moby Dick.
AT&T and BlackBerry have teamed up to evolve the smartphone. AT&T. Rethink possible.
With Capital One's Venture Card, we get double miles on every purchase. So we earned a trip to the Grand Canyon twice as fast. We get double miles every time we use our card.
I'll take these.
No matter what we're buying.
Plus the damages.
And since double miles add up quick, we can bring the whole gang. It's hard to beat double miles.
No, we write them.
Get the Venture Card from Capital One and earn double miles on every purchase every day. Go to CapitalOne.com.
What's in your wallet? Oh, that's the spot.
Watch this. It's a pretty big deal.
The Amp Energy Juice 500 at Talladega. Tomorrow at 1 Eastern on ESPN.
3:28 to go. The Oregon Ducks with the ball at the USC red zone door again. So here we go. 2nd down and 8. They lead at 46-32 by a pair of touchdowns. Darren Thomas, a young quarterback, got things all set. Michael James down to the 15-yard line. Gallipo makes a stop. You know, Herbie, we want to thank some people up here who do a lot of hard work for us, who set this booth up week after week. Dana 11, now from Chula Vista way. He leads the way with Doc Severinsen. He's our A2. That Doc does a great job on audio. And John Sinise, who helps out. We want to thank you guys for all the hours you spend up here making it as comfortable as you can.
Every week.
We'll be right back.
That's right.
Look, if your best football story is some glory days tale from a two-hand touch pickup game, do your friends a favor. Enter the Ford F-150 BCS Tailgate Sweepstakes. Win this and you'll be talking about a trip to 4 BCS games, including the championship, and have a shot at the ultimate tailgate F-150. Yeah, that's a new 2011 F-150, customized with a tailgate grill, 5 satellite-powered plasma TVs, and an Xbox 360. Bet your friends won't mind hearing about that. Enter now at bcstailgate.com.
I'm in a timeout because apparently riding the dog like it's a small horse is frowned upon in this establishment. Luckily, though, I can conceal this bad boy underneath my blanket just so I can get on E-Trade, check my investment portfolio, research stocks. Wait, why you take... Oh, I see. Solitary. Just a man and his thoughts and a smartphone with an E-Trade app. Nobody knows.
E-Trade. Investing unleashed.
How are those flat rate boxes working out?
Fabulous. They gave me this great idea.
Yeah?
We mail documents all over the country. So what if there were priority mail flat rate
envelopes?
Yes! You could ship to any state.
For a low flat rate?
Yes, a really low flat rate.
Like $4.90?
Yes! It could look like a flat rate box.
Only flatter. Like this?
You, me, genius!
Genius.
Priority mail flat rate envelopes, just $4.90, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship.
Why would any fun-loving, red-blooded all-American male give up watching football to upgrade his headlights? Because Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania are up to 50% brighter and let you see up to 40% farther and up to 50% wider. But more importantly, because it's easier to replace a couple of headlights than it is...
Thanks, Dad.
A daughter. See farther, see wider, see better. Silver Star Ultra headlights from Sylvania.
Wasn't Doc Severinsen on the Tonight Show?
The Tonight Show, yeah.
Yeah. And our producer puts him up in the booth.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Like, what the heck's going
That's
on?
Doc Wonsicki, who sets up this booth back here.
Yes, he does.
That's the doctor. It's
looking
third
for a
down.
trumpet somewhere. I didn't know what you were.
Here's 3rd down now for the Ducks. Here comes Michael and tripped up at the 8-yard line, headed for the end zone, and Marshall Jones just able to hang on. That looked like 6 the way he broke through there.
And you're right. Chip Kelly still game mode. He's still attacking.
He's attacking now. Here comes LaMichael. Touchdown. I told you.
Yeah, somebody sending a message, not just to the computers.
This one's sent to the other sideline.
Yeah. Michael James had, what, 40 or 50 yards in the first half?
Yes. Oh, he had most of it. Had about 60. He had 42.
Right. 68 yards, but he has now 239 yards and 3 touchdowns.
And here's our man Beard tacking on the extra point. Now, after this touchdown, George Hill has computed the number of push-ups. When the Duck finishes, he will have done 252 push-ups here tonight.
He does this every week. He's got to be the best conditioned Duck.
No question.
Ever.
Best conditioned mascot. Here he is. Get ready. Here he comes.
He likes an audience.
Oh yeah. Here comes a 53 for you, folks. Count him out with the Duck, huh?
It's going to be a long year for the Duck. I'll be in great shape by the time the holidays come around.
Absolutely. Would he like to be down in Glendale for the championship game on the 10th? You know, Herbie, you were talking about the BCS. I think one thing is pretty, well, I hate to say obvious because nothing's ever obvious when you talk about those computers, but one thing that seems obvious is if Auburn and Oregon win out, they're not going to be denied a spot in the championship game. I don't think anybody, I don't think the Boise or TCU or Utah can get there with an undefeated record.
I think the more teams like Michigan State and Missouri lose, the more it becomes pretty obvious that Auburn is in a position to control their own destiny.
Exactly.
Oregon's in a position to control their own destiny, despite what the computers might say. That'll change as time goes on.
Here we go, kiddo. He's put a 53 up on him here tonight in the Coliseum.
Half 100, more than that.
And Beard. The Woods is coming out. And we're talking about the BCS rankings, and to get your first official word, remember it'll be revealed at 8:15 Eastern tomorrow on ESPN. So that's every week. The BCS Countdown Show presented by Vizio. Sundays at 8:15, and then it switches on over to ESPNU at 9 o'clock. And during the week, all those experts over on the U, that's a good show. They'll talk about how the rankings turn out. Dylan Baxter on the field for the first time tonight, the freshman, as the Coliseum has all but emptied out. Final 2:40.
How about this? Confusion. Play clock just worked its way down.
Delay
a game?
Offense.
I think Matt Barkley and Lane Kiffin they said it never started. There was no
said
urgency.
It never wound.
There was no urgency. The clock was ticking down. I was watching it, but give him an iced tea.
Yeah, of course. Take a cold one. Here's a handoff now. And Farmers Insurance have brought you aerial coverage of this game here tonight. Coverage for your auto, home, life, and business. Farmers Insurance. Nice to have them along with us. You can see how the Coliseum has emptied out here. And they're coming along with one of their youngsters. That's Dylan Baxter, very highly regarded freshman recruited by USC.
You know, we've talked so much about BCS standings and whatnot. Sometimes some of the other storylines get a little lost. At Duck, be interested in this. Texas losing to Baylor, we talked about earlier. Michigan favored at Penn State, losing to Penn State. Notre Dame loses to Tulsa.
Oregon, that's their first charge timeout.
Three of the winningest programs of all time. All sitting here wondering what is happening, especially Michigan.
Something just went on down there.
He said, be sure to keep your helmets on. That's what he just looks like he yelled to his team.
Yeah.
But I mean, all these teams losing. Think about Rich Rodriguez. He started 5-0, quieting some of the cynics, and now they've, lost, I believe, 3 in a row.
For more information, log on to USCTrojans.com or call 213-740-SC.
Third down for Barkley and the Trojans. Final 2 minutes. Baxter picks up the first down. And Havili, let me check that. That was Havili. He replaced Baxter. A little slow to get up right now. Great warrior. He's had a heck of a career here. Now he's going off to the sideline, and that means the return of Tyler. So this loss is not coming down to a field goal at the end of the game. This is a pretty emphatic defeat for USC at the hands of Oregon here tonight. Robert Woods, the target. This team will have to regroup after this one, Herbie.
Most impressive thing for Oregon is not only score 53, but the way they were able to come back time after time in this game on the road in the Los Angeles Coliseum against USC, that was very determined team tonight. They got down, they came back. They got down, they came back. They got down, and they came back.
I agree. Remember, they gave up 2 touchdowns to start the second half. Johnson's a free. No, he overthrew him. You almost wonder if Johnson lost sight of that ball and slowed up a little bit on it.
He's checking out. So.
3rd and 10.
Michael James, heck of a warrior. Rushed for 239 yards here tonight. Thomas threw for 288, 4 touchdowns. Only that 1 interception early in the second half. Fires back over the middle, and that's Carswell.
Pass is complete to Brandon Carswell. First down, Trojans. Gain of 14.
Here's the handoff to Tyler. Close to another first down.
Wait, Mark Tyler, who's been fighting injuries his whole career, just seems like every time he carries it, he seems to get up with a little bit of an ankle, or just something seems to always be bothering him.
Havili checks in. Near side, drop it off to Ellison. Ricky's son. So the Trojans bringing it back down the field here with 56 seconds. They'd love to tack up a touchdown before this game ends.
It's just all, at this point, this game is over, but you're still constantly trying to not just compete, but continue to work and continue to grow. I mean, both sides actually are trying to finish this game out. Oregon wants to be able to hold up here, come up with a turnover, but SC's trying to build for the future.
Snaps it off to Havili to the 13-yard line. In striking position, and tack one up. Osbury's off to the right of the formation on a 1st down and 10 in the red zone. Final 35 seconds. Barkley incomplete. 33 seconds. Carswell the target.
Carswell, the intended receiver.
Matt Barkley, I think, talking to him this week, I think he's really looking forward to this being a game to kind of show the country where USC football was. Coming into tonight, they had 2 last-second field goal losses where they lost to Stanford and Washington, the last-second field goal. Great chance against a team that was ranked number 2 in the BCS standings. I think they put a lot of eggs into this basket tonight to pull off this upset.
Barkley looks in zone, fires incomplete. Havili the target at the 5-yard line. And here comes 3rd down with 28 seconds remaining. And Oregon stays undefeated. We'll see if the humans leave them number 1. See what the computers do. A couple of the unbeatens fell today. Missouri, Michigan State. Osbury goes to the slot to the left, and Woods, the freshman, outside him, with Johnson at the bottom of the formation. Barkley incomplete. Woods was the target, and he was jarred by Peppers. Chad Peppers, a backup corner, came in. So the Trojans right now are working against Oregon's 2s for the most part.
Yeah, and the difference is Peppers is a senior. The depth from Oregon versus the depth from USC, night and day. Oregon has a lot more depth, a lot more experience, a lot more speed in that 2nd and 3rd level than what USC is accustomed to having.
Last play for the Trojans, unless they get a 1st down or score here with 23 seconds. Barkley is back, looking, passing, and it is short of the 1st down. Ball goes over to the Ducks. Paysinger defending Woods on that play. So as you look ahead, here is their remaining schedule. They go home and they'll be heavily favored against Washington. Then they'll go down to Berkeley to play California, take a week off, and then come the two major tests on a Friday night in Autzen, Arizona, and then over in Corvallis, the Civil War on December 4th. And wouldn't Oregon State love to knock them out of a shot at the national championship? The Ducks are going to win it.
Remember the Stanford game last year where they were a little maybe underestimated Stanford and got beat? That game is Cal this year. They've got to be ready for Cal.
So there are the two coaches. Lane Kiffin and the Trojans will try to regroup. A very convincing 53-32 win. Let's go down to Aaron Andrews with Chip Kelly.
Hey, kind of a different look for you in the second half. Working the clock, scoring drives not as quick as they normally are, taking your time. Why did you decide to go that way?
We had the lead, so now you got to manage a game in the third and fourth quarter, and that's what we've done in almost every game we've played. We've had the lead getting in late, and now that's just football. You got to work the clock. So.
And the Michael James getting involved in the second half as well. What was the difference for him?
You know, we have a tendency to wear people down, and, you know, those hits, those runs where you start to hit it, you know, it's 3- and 4-yard gains in the first half, and those things start to break, and that's the type of back he is. He gets stronger as the game goes along.
Our announcers brought this up in the booth. You're on the road. Every time you got down, you came back. Down again, you came back. What kind of a statement is that?
I don't know. I'm not into statements. I'm just into winning games, bud. I don't know.
Thanks so much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. And again, our Pac-10 standings, Oregon unbeaten at the top. And Arizona in hot pursuit. Remember, they still have a game with the Ducks. Stanford has lost at Autzen. And Herbie, this was another convincing performance by the Ducks here tonight.
I think Oregon sent a message, whether Chip Kelly wants to or not. This Duck team is the real deal. One of the top teams, if not the top team in the country. It's a big win to come to the Coliseum and take on a determined SC team. Congrats to the Ducks. They keep the magical season in 2010 alive.
So James rushes for 239. Mail 8 catches, 3 TDs. Casey Matthews 9 tackles. Thanks for watching ESPN on ABC. Now we take you to Times Square for the Ford wrap-up with Robert Flores. Take it away, Robert.
Thanks, Brent. Welcome to the Ford wrap-up. Today was billed as Roadblock Saturday, a handful of undefeated teams going on the road. In number 1 Auburn's case, their opponent was just roadkill. The number 1 Tigers took care of Ole Miss on the road. Damon Washington, 95-yard kickoff return for the Tigers. He presses the X button for a little turbo boost. They win by 20. Cam Newton, 2 touchdown passes, also caught a touchdown as well. They will host Chattanooga and Georgia before the big game again.
Intentional walk. He had a double back in the fourth.
USC down 29-17. Matt Barkley with a strike for Ronald Johnson. USC trails 29-24. Later in the third, Barkley plunging forward with the quarterback sneak. They would also go for the 2-point conversion and take a 32-29 lead. Later in the third, Ducks down 32-29. Thomas hooking up with his boy, Jeff Mail. In for the touchdown, Oregon. The Ducks, they lead it 36-32. LaMichael James, I'll have some of what he's having. 239 yards, 3 touchdowns. Oregon rolls 53-32.
Don, Las Vegas, probably a pretty crazy place to be. And college football can also be bumpy at times, but it's the road you cannot avoid.
Yeah, Mike, no shortage of detours either. Just ask Alabama, Ohio State, and Oklahoma. Saturday was branded Roadblock Saturday, a warning to the 7 remaining unbeatens to start the day. Among them, 7-0 Oregon. Yeah, about as scary an offense as you'll find in college football. Number 2 in the BCS. Number 1 in the human polls, taking on USC at the Coliseum. Will Ferrell.
We got some cooking coming your way.
Yeah! Come here, Duggan!
Oh, no! Corso!
back down.
Chucky Ducky, quack, quack.
Yeah, Will Ferrell beating Lee Corso with the Lee Corso head. Second quarter, it's LaMichael James beating everybody. 42-yard touchdown run. Like Oregon scored in 23 seconds. They led 15-10. Later in the second quarter, more from the Ducks. First play after a USC fumble. How about SC lineman Jarrell Casey said they have a good running back and a good quarterback. Other than that, they're not really good.
What?
Try telling Jeff Mayle. Great diving catch into the end zone. Oregon scores that time in 9 seconds. One play, 45 yards. Third quarter, this is Ronald Johnson. He said, we have speed also, and we're going to utilize it and show this defense what they haven't seen all season. Right there on the special teams, setting up a 1-yard Matt Barkley touchdown run. Next Oregon possession, Ducks 3rd and 13.
Wow.
Thomas to Mayle, down the sidelines and in. Oregon back in front of USC, 36-32. 5.5 to go in the fourth. SC down 46-32. Matt Barkley picked in the end zone by John Boyette. Costly turnover. Next possession for the Ducks, it's James. 45 yards this time. He'd finally be brought down near the 20-yard line, and then 4 plays later, why not? James up the gut, 239 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. Oregon wins 53-32.
Well, as you mentioned, number 1 has been knocked off the last 3 weeks. Cam Newton and Auburn holding down that ranking this week as they rolled into Oxford, and there's your Heisman leader, Eli Archie Manning, at the game, rooting on their alma mater, and guys will go 14-7 later in the drive. Later, Pryor showing off the guns. Dane Zadzenbacher, 39 yards later. Ohio State in business. That will lead to a field goal. Buckeyes up 17-7. More from Pryor. This time he's going up 38 yards to the Via Posey for the touchdown. Pryor 18-22, 222 yards, 3 touchdowns. The third Buckeye to surpass 7,000 career yards. OSU rolls 52-10 with more from the day in college football. Here's Chris Fowler, Kirk Hershby.
Once again, Oregon owns the second half. They scored the final 24 points, put half 100 plus on USC. And Kirk, we see the unbeaten teams in action today. There were no upsets. The 2 teams that lost, Michigan State and Missouri, were underdogs, and the favored teams, especially Auburn and Oregon, excellent job surviving tough road tests with huge offensive performances.
Well, you start with Auburn and Cam Newton, and right away in a football game that appeared to be dangerous, taking the fight to Ole Miss. Cam Newton making the plays that they had to make and able to just separate themselves and really send a message, I think, to the country. The same with the Oregon Ducks. USC put all their eggs in this basket. They wanted to be able to knock off Oregon and kind of save their season in a year where they can't go to a bowl game. Give Oregon credit, because they had to come back time after time after time, and eventually their depth, their tempo, their athletic ability, just too much for USC. But this is one of those weekends where teams like Missouri and Michigan State go down, but 2 teams separated themselves from the rest of the pack with their performances today.
I think so, and I think 2 individuals separated themselves from the pack. Cam Newton at Auburn is a beast, incredible. Maybe we haven't seen a guy like this before. And LaMichael James in this field just shredded USC. Looks like those 2 guys are in the duel for the Heisman.
I think it last couple weeks, it's almost been setting itself up. If you think about the individual award for the Heisman Trophy, that Cam Newton and LaMichael James, depending on the week, one of them might take a little bit of a lead, but both had great games this week. Cam Newton is just becoming the face of college football in 2010, leading the #1 ranked Auburn Tigers. But LaMichael James, if you've not seen a lot of Oregon and not seen LaMichael James, this guy's not only small and quick, tough runner at about 5'9", 185 pounds, runs around people with his quickness and will run right through you for a smaller back. He's fun to watch.
Obviously, Auburn has some tests to give at Alabama. Oregon now down to 4 games, 2 at home, 2 on the road. Washington appears to arrive in shambles at Autzen, but there's that tricky road game at Cal, and then the finale at Oregon State, sandwiched around Arizona on a Friday in Eugene.
In my opinion, Oregon, with all due respect to Washington, they're going to be able to get by that game. I agree. There's going to be a lot of attention on the Arizona game, but it's at home. A lot of attention on the Oregon State game. The one game that's a trap game is at Cal, because Cal's been a bit of a roller coaster team this year. Great at home, awful on the road, but they get them in Berkeley. Remember last year when Oregon dominated USC and then just kind of went through the motions at Stanford and it caught up to them? Maybe this veteran team can learn from that experience and show up these last 4 games ready to go, because to me, they control their own destiny, obviously, to get to Glendale.
Couple notes. Joe Paterno will go for 400 career wins next week because Penn State surprised Michigan, and Matt McGloin, the former walk-on, a monster performance at quarterback for Penn State in beating.
Yeah, that was huge for Penn State and huge for Matt. I kind of had some fun on game day, so Matt, congratulations to you and to Jay Paterno. But on the other side, it's for Michigan, team that started 5-0. Rich Rodriguez excited. Now they've lost 3 in a row, and you got to wonder what's going on now in Ann Arbor.
And in South Bend and Austin. Horns lost 4 of 5. There's denial down there in the state of Texas.
College football powerhouse is not what they used to be. Coming up off Roadblock Saturday, which teams have the clear path to the BCS Championship? Find out Sunday, 8:15 Eastern on ESPN. Reese Davis anchors our coverage of the BCS Countdown Show.
Mike, life is good when you're Tony Parker.
Oh, yeah, and his wife, Miss Parker, just don't know.
The Spurs guard agreed to a new 4-year, $50 million extension Saturday. He had 13 against the Hornets. Spurs down 1 at the half, third quarter. This is Willie Green. 7th-year man out of Detroit. He had 12 off the bench. It was a 5-point game with 2:30 to go. Manu Ginobili just 2 of 11 from three-point range, but he led San Antonio with 23. Problem is 30 seconds to go. Chris Paul breaking ankles like that woman from Misery. He had 25. Hornets win it 99-90.
The Rockets, Nuggets, Houston 0-2, but playing his home opener Saturday night. Melo still in the Nuggets uniform and putting in the work. Look at his spin move. And Yao, you just got served. Posterized, baby. Nuggets here on a 3-on-2 fast break. Carmelo gets it from Aaron Aflalo, the foul and the bucket. 15 points at the half, 24 for the game. Third quarter, Melo. Oh, Melo. Oh, you fancy, huh? Nice dish to Nene for the jam. Cuts the lead to 2. Then Al Harrington. Wide open. See me, 3 me. Harrington, 28 points in just 29 minutes. Rockets 0-3 for the first time in 11 years. 107-94.
The Gators and Dogs serve one of college football's top rivalries, an overtime treat. And Virginia adds injury to upset. We'll show you why Saturday was a short day for Canes QB Ja'Cory Harris. Plus, streaking down the sideline and making the extraordinary look easy. Don't miss Saturday's top plays.
Marion Jones, Press Pause, Tuesday at 8, part of ESPN's 30 for 30.
What is that?
My God.
We're at war.
We have to try. Once you look, the crab's hold.
Skyline, rated PG-13.
ETFs?
Exchange traded funds?
Don't just give me 10 or 20 to choose from. Come on. TD Ameritrade introduces commission-free ETFs with a difference. More choice.
Over 100 ETFs.
Chosen by the unbiased experts at Morningstar Associates.
Let me pick what works for me.
For me.
For me. The ETF Market Center at TD Ameritrade.
Before investing, carefully consider the fund's investment objectives, risks, charges, and expenses. Contact TD Ameritrade for prospectus containing this and other information. Read it carefully before investing.
From the outside, you can't appreciate the wraparound contour of its 12-way power driver's seat or the ice blue interior LED lighting. From the outside, you can't enjoy the standard USB and Bluetooth connectivity. But once you're behind the wheel, that's when you discover the beauty of the sport-injected 2011 Regal from Buick.
Light beer, please.
More taste or less taste?
Whatever.
Okay. When you change out of your little kitty costume, come back and I'll give you Miller Lite.
I'm supporting the team.
Whatever, pussycat.
Yeah.
Man up and choose a light beer with more taste. Grab a triple hops brewed Miller Lite with that great Pilsner taste.
I got a Miller Lite, and that lady gave me her number. Cougars love cats.
We're looking at a delay of anywhere between 15 minutes
Seriously?
To the cloud.
What?
Check it out. I pulled up the screen from our PC at home. It's like we're right there at the house. Now let's see what recorded TV we have on there.
Oh, Celebrity Probation. Season premiere. Yay, cloud.
To the cloud with Windows Live to create and share anywhere.
Now you can catch ESPN shows like SportsCenter, PTI, and Monday Night Football live online. Find out how at ESPNNetworks.com.
Kevin Connors, Mike Hill back on SportsCenter. Saturday's ultimate matchup brought to you by Autotrader.com. Florida, Georgia, one of the richest rivalries in college football. Also one of the best parties in sports. And how about the names in this one in recent seasons? Tebow, Marino, Stafford, Spikes, household names, at least in college football households. Although the rivalry has been dominated in recent seasons by Florida, 17 wins in the last 20 games. Although the Dogs did lead the all-time series entering play 46-39-2.
Saturday's ultimate matchup, brought to you by Autotrader.com. Now compare new and used cars side by side at Autotrader.com.
So, Gators and Dogs, first time both teams entered the game unranked in the AP poll since 1979. Fourth quarter, tied at 24. Trey Burton, 51 of his game-high 110 rushing yards, gave the Gators a 31-24 lead. But Georgia had life. Check out the grab by A.J. Green. This 15 yards for the first down. Green was nearly horizontal on the grab. Kept the drive alive, and then he'd finish it off in between three defenders. Murray threw for 3 scores. That tied the game at 31. In overtime, Gators finally figured Murray out. Deflected and intercepted. Will Hill picks it off. Murray said, I wish I could have it back, Mike.
My cousin, come on, cuz.
Oh, that's your cuz?
Will Hill.
Oh. Hill nearly took it back all the way down to the 4-yard line. Will the Thrill Hill.
I saw him that at the family reunion, man.
Had he scored, it would have ended things. Instead, the Gators take over at the 25 and a change of possession in overtime. 4 plays in. Chris Henry, 37-yard field goal. Florida wins by 3.
You know, it's been a rough year for Virginia, but reason to celebrate this weekend hosting Ja'Cory Harris in Miami. You know, Harris has had issues throwing interceptions, and this one right here, well, he's going to be picked off by Chase Minifield, and that interception hurt. But the hit hurt Ja'Cory more. He's on the ground for a reason. I mean, he got deboed by John Kevin Dosey. Stayed down for a few minutes, helped off. He'll be reevaluated on Sunday. Canes missed it because in comes Spencer Whipple, and Whipple, his first pass attempt, picked off by Corey Mosley, one of 5 picks by Miami's quarterbacks on the day. Now, Whipple, his father's the offensive coordinator, Mark Whipple, and he comes up. But Dad, Canes trail 14-0 to half. After 2 picks on 6 attempts by Whipple, Miami decides to try their 4th-string quarterback, Stephen Morris. He's a freshman. Led a comeback. Morris to Travis Benjamin is all about the Benjamins. You know that, baby. 60 yards for the touchdown. Randy Shannon, are you fired up? Hurricanes cut the lead at 24-19. Miami, though, kicks it away. Virginia trying to run out the clock. 3rd and 8, and Chris Bird. First down, that seals the game. Mike London is overjoyed. Oh, thank you. Cavs with their first conference win this season, 24-19.
6-1, Stanford off to its best start in 40 years, trying to keep the ball rolling, and Washington scoreless in the first until Andrew Luck fakes the handoff to Stephon Taylor, and then he takes it himself. 51 yards. He had a 52-yard touchdown run against Wake Forest back in September. Cardinal led 7-zip. Later in the first, check out Matthew Masafilo. Nearly gets his head ripped off, but he still forces the Jake Locker fumble. Uses his head in the classroom, sacrifices it on the field. And then after a Taylor touchdown, keep an eye on Chase Thomas. Also gets his helmet ripped off. Mike, it's like the halcyon days of Ernie Nevers.
They got big brains at Stanford.
You know they do. Luck got a big arm himself. Buck 92 through the air, 1 touchdown. Stanford 41-0.
Still more to come. The rookie's time to shine. John Wall lights it up in Hotlanta, but see who upstaged the young wizard. Plus this.
The
Nice bounce. How about that move by Jamal Crawford?
Saturday night's all right for a fight. We've got a battle brewing for the #1 spot. The gloves come off next on SportsCenter.
Okay, so what kind of car do I want? Has to be an SUV. Definitely silver, new or used.
Now compare new and used cars and even special offers side by side.
Gotta be new.
So when you find the right car, you'll know it in your heart.
Sweet.
Autotrader.com, the ultimate automotive marketplace.
This is Shake Weight for men, and it's going to kick your butt.
That's it.
In just 6 minutes, guaranteed. Shake Weight's secret, the power of dynamic inertia. As you shake, the weights at each end fire and recoil rapidly, sending a shockwave of energy that contracts your muscles up to 240 times a minute. So you build definition, size, and strength fast. Biomechanics research proved that 6 minutes with the Shake Weight burns as much muscle energy as 42 with a standard dumbbell. Bottom line, you get ripped, defined, and stronger fast. Call now and get Shake Weight and this 6-minute upper body workout DVD for just $29.95. Shake Weight also comes with this ironclad kick butt guarantee. Do the workout just once. If you're not blown away, return it for a 100% refund.
That's it.
Think you can handle it? Call now and build muscle and definition in just 6 minutes a day with Shake Weight for men.
Hello?
Amari Stoudemire.
That's right. Who's this?
Jake Stevens, fantasy owner.
Here's the thing. I love the apostrophe in your name.
I think this year we add a little more punctuation.
Excuse me?
Like an exclamation point.
An exclamation point?
An exclamation point just gives it that extra pow!
Pow?
Pow!
I don't know if I need that extra.
Pow! Yeah, you're coming down the break and pow!
I'm hanging up now.
Pow!
Sign up for the free official NBA fantasy game at ESPN.com/NBA fantasy.
Do you want to...
Okay, listen up. You want to know what it takes to have a big built Ford Tough event? Well, you got to have these bad boys. Ford F-Series, America's #1 selling trucks, 33 years running. They haul more, they tow more, and do more than other trucks. And now you save more.
Get a loaded F-150 with up to $8,500 in total savings. That's up to $8,500 in total savings.
Talk about your payload.
Hurry to the Built Ford Tough event at your Northwest Ford stores before these bad boys are gone.
Plane's not here. The plane before the plane's not even here. But wait, what's this? Your Xfinity TV moment. The realization that the world's greatest collection of on-demand shows and movies, even HBO and Showtime, is only a click away. For the first time ever, your on-demand is now online for no extra cost, only with Xfinity.
Kill Kevin Connors back with you on SportsCenter. More from the NBA Bobcats and Bucks, and what a night for Brandon Jennings. Fourth quarter, Bucks up by 9. Jennings, Carlos Delfino for the tray, his 10th assist, and then later in the fourth, Jennings knocking down the triple himself. Speaking of triples, Jennings messed around and got a triple-double. His first 20 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists.
Wizards and Hawks, John Wall, scary good. He had 14-9 in his regular season opener. But on Saturday, he was dynamic. Down 9 in the fourth, taking Mike Bibby off the dribble. He was 9 of 17 from the floor. Later, using the screen by E.G. Enlian, pull up over Bibby. He had 28 on the night. Later in the fourth, Hawks up 2. This is Joe Johnson stepping back, knocking down the three. He had a team-high 25. Less than 3 minutes to go. Wall, his first career NBA three, but under 2 minutes to play, it's Josh Smith. Al Horford throw it down. Hey, the Hawks are 3-0 on the season, 99-95.
To racing, they got to watch out for the big one Sunday on the Super Speedway at Talladega. Juan Pablo Montoya leading the way, at least to start. He's on the pole for the crucial race, even though he's not in the chase for the Cup Championship. Jimmy Johnson, Denny Hamlin, and Kevin Harvick are with more. Here's Alan Bestwick.
How
How will the top three in NASCAR's chase play Sunday's 500-mile wildcard race in Talladega? We talk about it with a couple of former Talladega winners, Dale Jarrett and Andy Petrie. First headline, they're all starting close together in the field, from Kevin Harvick, who qualified 14th, to Denny Hamlin in 17th, and Jimmy Johnson in 19th. Dropping back, charging to the front. Andy, how will they play it, and can one force the hand of the other?
Well, Kevin Harvick hopes so, because he has a great car, and I talked to his car owner, Richard Childress. He told me that they had really good cars, all three of them, and they plan on working together, and hopefully Kevin Harvick leading the most laps and getting maximum points. And he's hoping that he can entice those other guys in the points to race with him.
Yeah, but I don't think Jimmy Johnson is going to let anybody dictate how he's going to run this race. I think he's going to run it a conservative manner, and that may force Denny Hamlin to kind of hang out with him and see exactly what's going to happen as they try to work their way to front, but later on in the race.
One thing is for sure, you can't count the points until the checkered flag waves on the race. Late in the going, this is in last year's race at Talladega. Jimmy Johnson in 48, Mark Martin in 5, or 1 and 2 in points, right? Half a mile from the finish, one of them doesn't get there.
Well, you just never know what's going to happen in this race, and that's why I always say you have to wait around for all 500 miles and see exactly what takes place.
Yeah, and if you can't get to the finish line, it's way down towards turn 1. If you can't make it to the finish line, you can lose a ton of spots.
So don't count the points until you've crossed the checkered flag and figure out where you actually do finish, hopefully on the wheels instead of on the roof. We'll see how it plays out in Talladega.
Oh, look how tight it is. Denny Hamlin finds himself just 6 points behind Jimmy Johnson, the closest chase in history. Now they hit the Talladega where anything can happen, especially the big one. The chase for the NASCAR Sprint Cup continues with the Amp Energy Juice 500 at Talladega on ESPN Sunday, 1 Eastern.
Mike, we have boiled down the top 10 plays into one neat package. Top 10 from Saturday Wake in Maryland. Danny O'Brien to Quentin McCree. Diving catch in the end. Maryland scored 62 points on Saturday, 62-14.
Number 9, Man U Tottenham. Luka Modric looking for the goal, but check out Edwin Van den Sar. Van den Sar with the save right there. Man U wins it 2-0.
Who was that now?
Van den Sar.
Thank you. All right, number 8, all sorts of penalty shots in the NHL on Saturday. David Booth and a 3-1 Panthers win. This is Franz Nielsen. Only goal in a 6-1 Islanders loss to the Flyers. Dave Steckel capping the Caps' 6-goal second period. And then Ryan Callahan and the Rangers' 2-0 win.
Number 7, Wizards Hawks. Jamal Crawford. Sound full,
nice
please.
Bounce. How about that move by Jamal Crawford?
Jamal Crawford. Beautiful move.
On the setup from Joe.
That's how Kevin Kev gets it done on the Y.
Back in the day. All right, how about VMI and Army? Hey, the Army Black Knights have 5 wins on the season. Check out the Army combat uniforms.
Love it.
Donovan Travis down the sidelines, and then he gets creative. Laterals into Jordan Trimble. He takes it in. And on Military Appreciation Day, who else is going to win but Army? 29-7.
VMI defenders couldn't see him. That's not fair. Michigan State, Iowa, Ricky Stenze to Marvin McNutt. And sometimes you make nuts, sometimes you don't. Nice one-handed over-the-shoulder catch in Iowa. Rolls, knocking Michigan State from the unbeaten 37-6.
All right, Miami and Virginia, number 4, Stephen Morris, Chase Minifield. Interception, and he gets the foot down, Mike. How about that pick in Virginia's win?
Number 3, Missouri, not twice, but 3 times in this game. 3 touchdowns, all over 50 yards, 307 yards. Just the 3rd FBS player with at least in the last 5 seasons with 3 touchdowns of at least 50 yards in a single game. Nebraska rolls.
Number 2, this is A.J. Green. He's number 2 on Mel Kiper's board. How about that grab against Florida? We'll show you a couple times, and why not? Although Georgia would lose in overtime, 34-31.
And number 1, Oregon, USC, Darren Thomas, you've got mail. Jeff Mail, look at that. Hangs on, great dive and catch, and Oregon getting it done. They routed USC 53-32.
SportsCenter's Top 10, brought to you by Star Wars, The Force Unleashed 2.
We are just scratching the surface. A super Saturday filled with haunting upsets and statement wins. More SportsCenter coming up.
Here today, and he won't settle for second best. We're always trying to, you know, everything we do, we're going to try to be able to do at an optimum pace. And that starting from day one when you're a freshman wide receiver, and those are the guys that it usually takes the longest to buy in because they're like, wait a second, I'm going to run 30 yards and then sprint back 30 yards and then do that again, you know, and so when you see those guys kind of get it, you know, when we played Tennessee this year and you know, when you look at the recruiting rankings and probably you guys and you're going, okay, I'll pick that guy instead of that guy. Most of those guys were on Tennessee's team. And when they see throughout the game, they see that kind of wither and wilt and thing happen. Our guys smell blood and they attack. And so that's a mindset. It's a fundamental. We talk about playing fast as a fundamental, and from day one, that's instilled in them.
Mark, what's it like to be an offensive coordinator, though, for a head coach who's so identified with the offense? I mean, it's almost like you're under the radar. A lot of people here probably don't even know your name.
Sure, that's fine. That's fine. I can get coffee. I do dishes. I do all that kind of stuff. No, we have a great relationship, and our team, you know, our offensive staff, all that stuff, I think is one of our pillars is the old John Wooden thing of, you know, it's amazing what you can accomplish when nobody cares who gets the credit, and there's a lot of guys like that.
Well, Brooke, I think Mark Helfrich is sort of like maybe Babe Ruth's hitting coach. You know what I'm saying?
I do.
It's like, who knew? Who knew, right? But, I mean, you work for Chip Kelly as offensive coordinator. That's what happens. And, by the way, it's Chip Kelly night on Talking Ducks, isn't it?
You know, it's Chip Kelly's world. We're just living in it. We want to know more about him before he was a coach. So what do? You go and talk to his friends back in the day. We will do that. Also, are you sitting there thinking about maybe coming down to Arizona? You're just kind of thinking about it. Maybe. Don't worry. I did some research for you. That coming up. We're here live for an hour from Arizona.
All right, thank you very much, Brooke and Dwight. We'll catch in with you in just a little bit. But look, guys, we know that this is Chip Kelly's offense. He was the offensive coordinator, obviously, before he was the head coach, and he's got a lot of respect
to make plays, you know. So it wears on you throughout the whole game.
The guys outstanding, and all we can do is prepare how we've prepared and take into account that this time the T that you drop in the blocking scheme has got a little superhuman qualities for sure.
There have been allegations all season that Fairley is a dirty player, that he targets quarterbacks, and he has put a few out of games this season.
He hurt his shoulder. Oh, yeah, we've seen that he got a lot of dirty plays, throwing people around after the plays and things like that, but that's just football. If it happens, it happens. He's got to get back up and be ready for the next play.
Into a little bit of a mess with those quotes today about Nick Fairley. You know, nobody's said anything all week that's even remotely controversial, but that was, and you're going to be reading all about it tomorrow. It was all over the internet today, and I'm sure Darren Thomas will be a little more careful next time how he chooses his words. But that said, this guy put out 4 or 5 quarterbacks this year, depending on which list you look at. He has put quarterbacks out of games. That's what D tackles do, I guess. I don't know of anybody better to ask about that than our own Matt Brock. Matt, what do you think of this kid Fairley?
Well, honestly, what I think he's a hard-nosed football player with a little bit of an attitude. You got to have a little edge. What the NFL calls, I've read plenty of scouting reports. Plays hard, plays tough, has a little bit of nasty. You got to have a little bit of nasty if you're going to play defense or offensive line at a high college level or in the NFL. And him, as far as being cheap and stuff and a little extra.
Amica can now make the switch. You could save a lot of money on auto insurance. Call 877-98-AMICA.
You want something different? Something better? Call Amica.
Tomorrow on Comcast Sportsnet.
We're Talking Ducks on Comcast Sportsnet, presented by Les Schwab.
Welcome back to Talkin' Ducks. We are live from Arizona. Okay, gruff, intense, and focused. These are all things that Coach Chip Kelly is now. But was he always? There's only one way to find out. We went to his old stomping grounds in New Hampshire to talk to his old buddies.
Well, I've known
known Chip since he was a kid playing ball at Manchester Central.
You know, I was a running back when he was quarterback.
And followed him his whole career, particularly at UNH. And very excited now following him at Oregon.
You know, they all went to school together. They always come in and watch the games, and they're rooting them on tonight.
Go, 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 go!
If you want to know more about Chip Kelly, you have to travel to the opposite side of the country. At Billy's Sports Bar in New Hampshire, friends who knew Chip before he was Chip Kelly gather each week to watch the Ducks march towards a national championship. It's how they honor their remote buddy Chip, who they all swear is not nearly as complex as his football offense.
What you see is what you get. You know, he's focused on football. You know, he's very loyal to his friends, and he's, you know, nothing but good things to say about him.
He talks fast. He still does. And, you know, very cocky. And he had a reason to be cocky because he always knew his stuff, always worked hard. And, you know, but he's a very, very good person.
Chipper was born to coach football. I mean, his passion for football, he's unbelievable. He's the best.
A fast-talking, football-consumed, rightfully cocky guy who was born to be a coach. A simple personality profile from the people who knew him when. But to learn about Kelly as a coach, you have to leave Billy's and head a little further east to the University of New Hampshire, where Kelly developed his coaching prowess.
Charlie's a genius. The thing that makes him great is that he's always interested in what other people do and how they're doing it. You know, I mean, he traveled to Canada. You know, he traveled to Wake Forest, to Northwestern, to Clemson. He always went to places where they were moving the ball with maybe not as much talent as the other guys defending him, and always doing something different.
He was always very cutting edge. He was always kind of thinking out of the box and how to take old school principles and make them into modern day.
And you always could tell he had, you know, even at those days, he had a different mindset than everybody else.
Because it went back to, I mean, he would run the single wing, and then he was taking the old school triple option and bring it into a spread mentality. And it was just really interesting to see how he kind of just evolved that whole thing.
When he started coming to me about some of these things, I said, Chip, if you want to go do it. Just bring it back and let's figure out how that's going to work. And, you know, the first couple of years we come back and we sit down and talk about it. And then after that, I just knew that he didn't need me to help him out.
By the time Kelly got to Oregon, he was already developing his reputation as an offensive mad scientist. But in New Hampshire, Chip was first known as an accomplished athlete, excelling in high school football, track and field, and even hockey.
Chip was a great athlete.
Chip was, you know, he was a quarterback, and you know, obviously cerebral.
He was, you know, he played every kind of sport there was.
He was tough, hardworking, and you know, he's very, very competitive.
We'd run the Market Square Road Race. One day in the Market Square Road Race, he's running this race, and we're kind of tired, and we're about the 5-minute mark, and people are cheering for us, and we're laughing, going, I think it's me and you, Chip, and I don't know. And this girl goes by, flying by, about a 12-year-old, and we're both looking at her, I go, Chip, and he goes, I'll go get her, Mac. And he went right after and chased her down and, you know, beat her at the line, you know, and I got there, and I come in about a minute later, he goes, I got her, Mac, you know, so, and he just sat there, me and him, he goes, something's wrong with us, and I go, no, something's wrong with you, but that's the kind of guy he was.
It's that competitive edge that we see at Oregon today with his gutsy 2-point conversions or quick touchdown drives when most teams would leave the clock to run out.
The thing that is, he's a smart guy. And that's what separates him.
We always knew that he was, you know, a good coach and he'd end up doing good things.
It's funny sometimes when you turn on TV and you still watch him. You watch him at halftime talking to the Aaron Andrews and talking to the Herb Streets, and you wake up some mornings and you flick on Sports Center like you do every single morning, and all of a sudden you got his mug on TV.
All this he earned because of the type of person he is.
And he's the same guy in the sense that he's having fun with it. He's having fun with everything he does, and he hasn't changed a bit as to who he is or anything.
How perfect is it that he had to get that 12-year-old girl at the finish line? That is so Chip Kelly. Obviously, you would assume that he is the most famous graduate of Manchester High School, but let me tell you, when he was a senior, there was a lanky freshman walking the halls by the name of Adam Sandler. I don't know. You guys decide.
Thank you very much, Brooke. And, we learned a couple of things from that package. Number one is that the visor didn't come until he got here to Oregon. And number two is that he's very highly regarded through everyone that he has talked to, coached against, coached with. And if you look at all the way back to the Boise State game, his first game as head coach, and today, his coaching style has really developed, and so is his personality, too. And he's becoming a very complete coach that really everybody throughout the country respects.
Well, I think that one thing that he wanted to do when he came here is get the product right. I mean, he came here, he was paid to come here and coach football. I think he wanted to get his product right. It wasn't about media. It wasn't about making himself look good in the media. It wasn't about a popularity. It was about getting Oregon to be the best team that they possibly can. And he wasn't going to let anything stand in his way. And I mean, he was born to coach. I mean, what a meteoric rise to the national championship game. Are you kidding me?
Do you know how small New Hampshire is?
Yeah.
I mean, that's like an in and out in the middle of nowhere. I mean, that is the tiniest town. And he's like an American Idol. This is like one of those stories. You come from nowhere. Clay Aiken, Ruben Studdard, where are you from? And then you're this huge American Idol.
Yeah.
The best decision Coach Kelly has made in only 2 years in his head coaching debut. Number one, when you are hired as a head coach, first thing you do is build your staff. Yep. He kept every single dude on that staff with the experience of 98 years. That is unbelievable. That's the best decision because you know you have a ton of guys, ton of buddies that you coach with calling you up. Hey, you got a spot for me? Hey, you got a spot for me? That's the most difficult thing to deal with. But he hired back all of the coaches that coached with Bellotti and were there before Bellotti. Number two, he started Darren Thomas. Those are the two best decisions Coach Kelly made. And right now, look at this. Coach of the year, coach of the year, coach of the year, back to back in the Pac-10, right here in the Northwest is very special. But I hold it down. Two best decisions he ever made was to hire those coaches back.
Yep.
Now we've heard about Chip Kelly. Coming up next, we're going to hear from Chip Kelly himself. We'll find out that football might not necessarily have been his first love. We'll talk about that next. You're watching Talking Ducks.
I played on a line my senior year where I think we scored 160 points, the three of us. And I
in how many games?
In 20, and I had 15 of them.
This February, the Stars will shine in Los Angeles as the best in the world compete in the 2011 NBA All-Star Game. NBA All-Star balloting presented by T-Mobile allows you to vote for the most deserving NBA players. Log on to NBA.com to cast your vote or vote from your mobile phone by texting your All-Star player's last name to 69622. Vote now and you could win a trip for two to the 2011 NBA All-Star Game and the NBA 2K11 Sweepstakes presented by 2K Sports. The NBA All-Star Game, live from Los Angeles, February 20th, only on TNT.
Ignoring your job, your wife, your kids. Seriously? You'd risk all that for gambling. Need help walking away? Call.
This one's for the carnivores. $1.99 gets your burger perfection, right down to the pickles and the cheese selection. Grill burger. A quarter pound of beef is how we start making it. Shove it in your mouth right after we bacon it. Grill burger. Did I just use bacon as a verb? Maybe. The Dairy Queen quarter pound bacon cheese grill burger. Just $1.99 for a limited time.
Hey, Stainbusters, my son loves pizza, but this was a first. Grease on his back. I totally missed it. Another shirt ruined.
Good thing the expertise of Spray and Wash is combined with the power of Resolve in our new In-Wash Stain Remover.
Only Resolve has stain seekers.
Just treat the stains you see and add to the wash for the ones you miss. The stain seekers will find, penetrate, and lift away the toughest stains.
Trust Resolve. Forget stains.
My husband worked at a power plant where the asbestos fell like snow.
My dad got mesothelioma from asbestos.
Oh, the diagnosis was devastating.
We chose Cooney and Conway because they're highly experienced in this area.
They were more than lawyers. They were human beings.
There was no money up front.
It showed my sons that there is justice in the world.
Call 1-800-360-8000. Cooney and Conway. Justice with a passion.
We're Talking Ducks on Comcast Sportsnet, presented by Les Schwab.
We're going to get as in-depth as you possibly can about the Oregon Ducks football program. Here's what's coming up over the next few days. Starting tomorrow, we just talked about all the assistant coaches that Chip Kelly kept. Well, tomorrow we'll take a look at the 98 years of coaching experience on this staff. Then on Saturday, we'll take a closer look at what makes Jeff Mail tick. And then on Sunday, we'll talk to former Oregon Ducks coach Mike Bellotti. And then on Monday, an exclusive interview with Phil Knight. And we'll be taking you all the way up until kickoff on Monday. So that's what's coming up here in the next couple of days. But right now, we heard from Chip Kelly's friends and family a few moments ago. Now we'll take a look at what Coach Chip Kelly is made of today as Dwight Jaynes sat down with him and got the latest from Chip.
You mentioned my blog in a media
I've read your blog,
call, and I appreciated the plug. It was good.
I read your blog, and you made a very nice comment about our team and after the Civil War and how well you thought they were disciplined and how they were prepared, and I shared that with our team.
Good, because yeah, I meant that too, Chip. That's the thing that people don't want to. They don't want to talk about comportment until it's bad comportment, exactly. And I certainly will talk about that.
Yeah,
but
one way or the other.
Yeah, but I think when you do good, people have to say that too.
I agree.
Your kids have handled themselves pretty well.
And I've talked to our players about that all the time. Is that when people see you, I want them to say, "Hey, that must be an Oregon football player because of the way he carries himself, and not because he's carrying himself in the wrong way."
I talked to you earlier outside, and then you were in a hurry. You had to get practice and everything, and I watched you go down the hall, and you kind of were running along, and there was something hanging down from the ceiling. You reached up, and you jumped up and banged on it. It reminded me of a kid, you know? You got energy. You're still, it's like you should be tired or something.
Nah, well, the fun part of this job is going to practice, so we get pumped up, and we get a chance to get around our players and around our coaches, and practicing games is the ultimate at this place.
When you were an assistant coach, a young guy walking around, did you have sort of a file in your mind of things that you were going to break out or try when you became a head coach? And was that in the file and what else was, I guess?
Yeah, there are. You know, there are things. I think I've always been a person that you can learn from every situation. Learn from, wow, that's a great idea, and that's something that makes a lot of sense, or wow, that's not such a good idea. I'm going to make sure I don't go that way, so that if the opportunity comes, you know, you're not kind of caught off guard and say, hey, I'm not prepared for this. I think every coach, you know, kind of prepares for what's the next step in your career and how you're going to do it. And when that opportunity comes, are you ready to seize the moment? So we had, you know, I had a process in mind of, you know, if I were to take over a program, how would I run that program?
We had some people interviewed from New Hampshire at one point, and guys you knew in childhood and college and everything, and someone mentioned that you as a kid were a pretty good athlete, and somebody I heard mention that you played hockey. And I have a vision of you as a hockey player. I see you as a center ice man, a guy who's a pretty good passer, but who's kind of feisty too, and maybe a little bit of an instigator. How close am I?
You're kind of close. I played wing. We had a better center. We won a couple state championships.
Did you?
I played on a line my senior year where I think we scored 160 points, the three of us, and I
in how many games?
In 20, and I had 15 of them. So Phil Hebert and Kenny Murray combined for 145, I think.
So why were you on that line then?
Because I was the only guy that would go in a corner. I had two pretty boys that didn't want to go in a corner and get the puck. So I love playing hockey. I think it's a great sport. Taught you a lot about spacing. You know, it's a flow game. You know, it's always going up, going back. If someone makes a mistake, you got to turn and transition right away. I had a lot of fun. And it was a big part of, if you grew up in New England, it was something you did. And I really enjoyed it. I was the only football player that played on our hockey team, but we had a great hockey program at my high school and had a great coach that was, you know, just had a way about him. Wally Tafe has won a couple state championships back there, and I had a blast playing it.
You have some time now to put some stuff in for this game. Gadgets, tricks. You gonna have some of that stuff?
We may, but we're not. We've never been a big gadget operation. We've been this is what we do. Everything I've learned, you know, there's too many good coaches out there. You're not going to fool people into a victory, you know, and you may be able to surprise the play here and there, but it really comes down to fundamentals, and that's what these weeks of preparation we have before the championship game is rooted in fundamentals and how we practice and how we execute the fundamentals of the game, because that'll never change since the game was invented. The team that is the most sound in the fundamentals invariably is going to win the football game.
A lot of preparation, though, for a game like this. I mean, do you change? I mean, I know you're big on just another game, but you got extra time here, so you did put extra preparation, or do you do, I mean, you're preparing for the biggest game of your life, so do you prepare for the biggest game of your life?
No, you use the time wisely, but, you know, we're not going to put in more than we've ever put in for a game plan. You know, and we always talk about, yeah, that's a good idea. If we're going to put that in, what are we going to take out? You know, because there's only so much you can run in a game. There's only so much you can do during the course of a game. So we do have a little bit more time to watch film and get a better understanding of what they're trying to do, but there won't be any bigger game plans on either side of the ball or in special teams.
Yeah, there's a lot of Pac-10 people, you know, and SEC people that are turning it into a little bit of a conference thing. You know, and SEC has a certain arrogance. They probably should, given what they've won and everything. You feel like you're going out playing that game for the Pac-10?
Really? No. I don't. We're playing a game for Oregon. We're not, you know, I don't think you can, you know, when people talk about our conference versus their conference, it makes for great debate, and it's, you know, people can have a couple beers in a bar and argue over it, but in the end of the day, Oregon's playing Auburn. You know, we're not playing, it's not the Pac-10 All-Stars versus the SEC All-Stars. It's us versus Auburn, and we're going to find out who's going to win it.
Okay, two things from that interview. First of all, not surprised at all that he played hockey. I can see that totally. And secondly, he totally let his guard down with you. Do I dare say you guys are buddies?
Oh, yeah, we're tight. No, but you know what? I could see him playing hockey, and I would not want to go into the corners with Chip Kelly in there. I think I see a little bulldog. I see a feisty guy. I would have loved to have seen him play hockey.
Oh, me too. All right. Of course, he doesn't like the drama. He's all focused, which was kind of a surprise today because Darren Thomas, little controversy.
Yeah, Darren Thomas sort of put his foot in his mouth a little bit. You know, they'd been so buttoned down, both teams coming into today, and we were sort of lamenting that. I was saying, oh, man, they've got these kids educated. They won't say anything controversial. And here comes Darren Thomas talking about a guy being a dirty player. And, you know, I got to thinking about it, and I was curious, what do you think that conversation was like with Chip Kelly after he said that?
That makes my stomach hurt. That makes me nervous for Darren Thomas. You know, Chip Kelly, like he said, he's just about the game. He's about football. He's about staying focused. Darren Thomas, that was unlike him as well, because the whole team, all they want to do is play. And Chip Kelly, of course, leads them into battle like that. It surprised me as well.
Yeah, but the only thing I would say is, Brooke, is this, you know, he brought it up now. So there's focus on it. A coach can't bring it up. That doesn't look good. But if a kid just sort of innocently says something, maybe now that buys him a little bit of extra protection. Maybe people are looking for that now a little more than they would have. I don't know. But at least if I were Darren Thomas and I said that, maybe that would be the way I rationalized it, right?
So you're saying there might have been a little tiny method to the madness, and if not, then maybe it'll still end up being beneficial in the long run as well.
Yeah, well, it might. I think it might buy him just a little bit more protection. If it's close on a late hit or a spear or something like that, he might get the call.
Well, we'll be looking for it, won't we? Because the countdown is on, 4 days away. This place is beautiful. Let me tell you, during the day, right now we are cold, right?
Yes, we
Last
are.
night we were cold as well. But during the day, it is absolutely gorgeous. If you are still thinking about coming down to Glendale to Scottsdale, but you're thinking, it's too late, I can't do it, it'll be too expensive, nothing's open, let me tell you that I did a little research today. I went just for you guys at home that are on the fence, and let me tell you, I found out some good stuff. That's coming up when we come back on Talkin' Ducks. Some optimistic Ducks fans plan way ahead.
Well, my dad actually got the tickets the 5th week of college football. We were that excited.
And some, not as much.
We don't have a ticket yet, but we're hanging out, just trying to rub elbows with the good guys, you know?
If you're a little more of the latter, a little spontaneous, and you're still considering coming down, we did some research, and you're in luck.
And there is some availability still left. So the best thing is to get on experiencescottsdale.com and or call our visitor center and find out where you can stay. Come to one of the great resorts, especially in the downtown area. You'll be right around all the action, including some of the pep rallies. And Scottsdale has almost 70 resorts and hotels, so there's lots of places. If you want luxury, if you want a family place, there's lots to choose from here.
But for you die-hard Duck fans, I must say, you might want to stay away from the Hilton here in Scottsdale. There's a group staying here that won't be music to your ears.
every year we host the Fiesta Bowl, and we host the bands that come for the Fiesta Bowl. And for the last 6 years, including this year, this hotel, whatever band that stayed at this hotel, has won the game. Oklahoma was here last week, and they won the game. Made it 6 years in a row.
Okay, the big question, which band is staying here?
The Auburn band is staying here. Yes, the Tigers, and I'm pretty sure that our good luck charm will extend to them as well.
Well, the Hilton is sold out anyways. Actually, many are, but we did find a hip hotel with rooms available called Indigo right by fan headquarters.
Come on down. We've got plenty of availability. We're looking at some great rates available on Friday and Saturday evening. So you can get into town, and go into different restaurants and pubs. I know we're going to have the game here on in our lounge. So come on down to Scottsdale. There's plenty of availability Friday and Saturday night. We'd love to have you down.
Well, the big question is then if they're going to stay here at Indigo, who do you have more of, Oregon or Auburn fans?
Oh, I don't know if I should give out that information depending on who's watching right now. I think we have a little bit more Auburn fans right now. So, but if the Oregon people want to come down and fill that up and compete a little bit more, that'd be fantastic.
Just so you know, Oregon Ducks love competition, so that's a good sell.
Good, come on down.
And if you need one more reason to put you over the edge.
I don't know what the weather's like up there, but I know what it is down here. So perfect weather, beautiful sunny skies. You can't beat it here in Scottsdale.
All right, guys, I have been working overtime for you. I even looked up flights. If you leave from Portland to come to Phoenix tomorrow and you return home on Tuesday, they're only around $700 on a few different airlines. Not too bad last minute. So I guess all I can say is we'll see you down here in a few.
All right, Brooke, thank you very much. Now, we saw the fans there. One set of fans, they bought the tickets week 5. Another set of fans didn't have tickets. If you think your team's going to make a title run, don't you buy the tickets halfway through the season? Worst case scenario, your team doesn't go and you could sell them, right?
Well, if the game is as big as it is now, yes. You buy them tomorrow for next year because they're going for 15 racks. That's crazy money. I just hope I get a place to stay as nice as that because right now they got me shacked up with Dwight James. If I got a roommate with Dwight James and that cot next to his king bed, I'm not going to make it. It's going to be rough. Dwight, hook your boy up, man. Can I get a penthouse? He's staying in the 18 van. They're going to do me dirty. I'm excited.
Or at least a suite with 2 rooms, right?
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. If you've been watching Comcast Sportsnet, you'll know that we had Wanted here last year, and it was a great series. You're not going to want to miss what we have in store for you coming up next, though. It is the next installment, Wanted 2 Adventure Woman, and here's a sneak peek.
LaMichael James has been playing it real low-key down here, guys. He's nothing controversial, just kind of keeping it cool, not saying a lot, real quiet. I asked him today if it's taken any pressure off him, made it a little easier now that he's made public his choice not to go to the NFL this year, but to stay at Oregon for at least one more year.
I mean, it meant a lot to me. I already knew my decision before I made it. I'm really just focused on the game. I really wasn't thinking about the NFL, and that's just something I'm really not worried about right now. I'm just worried about winning the game.
I think he's a great running back. He was a Heisman runner for a reason because he definitely knows how to find the hole when it isn't one and know how to burst through it fast as he could and turn it into a touchdown. Things that he does is so amazing, but at the same time, we know we have to stop him.
What makes a great running back? Well, obviously you have to break tackles. Anybody can run through holes, but you have to do the extra stuff right. Pick up blocks, score touchdowns. Obviously, a lot of things makes a great running back.
The running game is going to be important in this game because they love to run the football as well as they like to pass it.
You want to stop the run first with them?
Oh, that's our mindset, regardless if it was anybody else, even if it was a pass-first team. It's just that's what we do each and every game, make sure we be efficient and stop the run. Because if you let a team run all over you, then that makes things harder defensively because you got to work with run and pass. You try to, and things like that. So you have to definitely limit them on running, so make them a one-dimensional team, and that's what we'll probably try and do.
Well, LaMichael James might bump one of our next guys off our list here, and it's time for our top 10 moments in Oregon Bowl history. Well, the top 10 performances in Oregon Bowl history presented by Standard TV and Appliance. And let's take a look at numbers 10 through 8. And number 10 was Herman.
I confess, he'd only played his senior year at Oregon. That's all he'd really played. I wasn't the only one fooled. The Cincinnati Bengals took him 3rd in the draft the next year, and I'm sorry to say Achilles Smith never did realize all that potential he showed on that day. But for one day in that bowl game, he was unbelievable.
All right, Dwight, thank you very much. And coming up next, we're going to head back to Scottsdale, as there's still plenty more to come in just a couple of days before the 4 days before the national championship game. So we'll head back to Scottsdale coming up next, right here on Talking Ducks.
Comes into the interview room. We get a chance to do a lot of interviews. We'll be back tomorrow night with all kinds of interviews with many, many different players. It's going to be a blast.
That's tomorrow night, right here on Talking Ducks.
All right, guys, thank you very much. And look, we're just 4 days away. 3 days, 3 off days, and then the national championship game. Rashad, what are you most looking forward to here in the next couple of days before the game?
Well, sports provide moments that are unforgettable, right? And if we remember, we look at all these stats in the history of this organization. This is the moment. This moment right here in Corvallis, when on that stage, BCS bound for the University of Oregon is huge. You look at this moment and LaMichael James, Heisman Trophy runner-up. I mean, this dude right here is unbelievable. And I want to see, what I look forward to is the SEC, Pac-10. I don't care what Chip Kelly says. This is the fight. West Coast versus South, baby. Perfect. Can you remain perfect? I can't wait to get down there, man. This is unbelievable moments that we'll never forget.
Now, Rashad brought up the Pac-10 SEC argument. The SEC has won a lot of national championships. Pac-10, well, they've never played the SEC in a national championship.
Yeah, I really don't care about that. It's about the Ducks and what they're going to do now. I'm getting tired of all the nicey nice and the light banter between the teams and the reporters. I want to hit somebody. I want them to hit somebody. It's like Jason and the Argonauts. Release the Kraken. Let's go.
I need you to hit somebody. But remember this, SEC, yes, they're a juggernaut. They own the BCS games. But Heisman Trophy winners are only 1-6. 1-6 in championship games. LaMichael James has something to prove, just like Andrew Luck did as runner-ups. 1-6 in championship games. Question for you: Who was that? Who was that one?
Mark Ingram, right?
Alabama.
That was last year.
You're good, bro. You're good.
Hey, and all the quarterbacks that won it, they've all lost.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Still a lot to look forward to here in the next couple of days. Coming up tomorrow, Portland Trailblazers right here. Coverage starts at 4:30. Talking Ball at 8 o'clock, and then we're right back here at 8:30 with Talking Ducks. Another full day, and then championship game day on Monday. That's all to come here in the next few days. Have a great night. Thanks for watching Talking Ducks.
Jim Harbaugh to the 49ers. Why the turnaround will be swift in San Fran.
Welcome to NFL Total Access. Say hello to Trent Green and Jamie Dukes. I'm Fran Charles. Guys, wild card weekend is here, so we have 4 games to delve into. But big story on Friday, the courtship over. The San Francisco 49ers are the winners. Jim Harbaugh is the new Niners head coach. Our Jason Lockenfora reported the deals for 5 years worth $25 million. The announcement ends a dizzying week for Harbaugh and executives across the NFL landscape. The Niners, Dolphins, Broncos all courted Harbaugh, as well as Stanford University trying to retain its head coach. But in the end, Harbaugh moves 45 minutes north in the Bay Area.
This is a great day for me as well. These have been great days going through this process. And it's the perfect competitive opportunity for me and the rest of the San Francisco organization to be a part of a team that has a chance to win for the San Francisco 49ers. I have much appreciation to Jed York and to Trent Baalke, two men that I've had the great privilege of getting to know over the last couple days. I'm excited about the San Francisco 49ers, one of the legendary franchises in all of football.
Niners finished 6-10 in the 2010 season. They haven't been in the playoffs since 2002, and they have not had a 3,000-yard passer since the 2002 season as well. Let's welcome in Jason Lockenfora. In the end, Jason, how did San Francisco get this deal done with Jim Harbaugh? Well, they were confident throughout this process. They felt like their offer would resonate, and it did. If it was about money, he could have earned more money staying at Stanford or going somewhere like Miami. But ultimately, people close to him felt like it was going to be Stanford or San Francisco, the allure of staying in the Bay Area, to follow in Bill Walsh's footsteps, to ride that shuttle from Stanford to the pros, birthplace of the West Coast system, his brother doing such a great job with the Ravens, and also the ability to win right away. Say what you want about the 49ers. They finished one game off the pace in their division. They could have been hosting a home playoff game. He feels like if he gets the right quarterback in there, they can win and win quickly. And in Tennessee, Titans owner Bud Adams making it official. Jeff Fisher will be back for the 2011 season. Yeah, what's key, though, here, Fran, is we don't know what comes beyond that. I'm told that Fisher has not approached them about an extension. They have not approached Francisco 49ers?
I think it is the right move because you look at what his pedigree is. He was a player in the National Football League for 14 years, not just a player, but a starting player, a Pro Bowl player, a player that played at a very high level. So then he moves on to the coaching ranks. He does a good job in college level. He's had some experience at the pro level. He has the lineage as far as his dad being a head coach, his brother coaching in college and now being a head coach in the National Football League. So he has all the proper pieces in place, and he's had success. Now it's time to move on to this next challenge.
And as Jason talked about, I think it's the right situation when you look at San Francisco. I believe has a lot of pieces when you think about their defense and the players that are on that defense. 2 young offensive linemen they drafted, Crabtree. Davis at wide receiver. Everything's there. The big if is what can he find at quarterback? Can you go out and, and then the guys that come to mind for me that possibly would be available for this season, veteran guys would be McNabb, of course, is one of those guys. Kyle Orton probably in Denver would possibly be available for the right price because they just need somebody to come in who can execute the quarterback position, and this team is a playoff caliber team.
And quarterback is the #1 position they need to focus on. You talk about Vernon Davis, Michael Crabtree, Frank Gore on the offensive side of the ball. Like you mentioned, Jamie, the young offensive line they've put together, a stable core that can last a long time. But the defensive side is what has to improve. They've got a lot of money invested on the defensive side of the ball with Smith and Franklin, Patrick Willis, Nate Clemens. They have a lot of big-name players, big money players on the defensive side that need to step up as well.
But I think that defense will be better because, as we talked about it, I don't think people recognize the importance of an offense to a defense. When you're getting 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out, and those reps are going from a defense that used to get 65 reps in a game to 80 reps in a game, then all of a sudden your defense is going to come down, it's going to wear down. And so I think if they got the right guy at quarterback, those talented players that they have on defense, I think would rise back to the occasion.
For the first time in NFL history, there were 2 brothers as head coaches in the National Football League at the same time, Jim and John Harbaugh, and the 2 will meet in the 2011 season. All right, Wild Card Weekend, it's here.
To me, after really analyzing it, doing my homework, calling people around the league that I trusted, including family, including people that are in the business that I know and trust. When I went through the process and finished the process and made the decision, I knew in my heart and my gut that the right decision was the San Francisco 49ers.
Harbaugh completely revamped the Stanford program that was in shambles when he arrived in 2007. They were coming off a school record 11 losses, last place finish in the Pac-10. In 4 years under Jimmy, the Cardinal compile a 29-21 record, including a team best 12 wins in 2010. Harbaugh led Stanford to its first BCS Bowl win in this year's Orange Bowl. That was just 4 days ago. It's all very new. Looking at what awaits Harbaugh now with the Niners, hop on board the Express. They're currently slated to pick 7th in April's NFL draft. That's the highest spot they've chosen in the first round since 2006, and they have multiple picks in rounds 4, 6, and 7, so get yourself some players. Harbaugh and the 49ers stand to lose several notable players, however, with free agency. Quarterbacks Alex Smith, Troy Smith, tailback Brian Westbrook, and linebacker Manny Lawson could all be leaving, which might not all be bad. And the good news is that playing in the historically bad NFC West gives the 49ers an easy slate next year. Only 2 teams, Ravens and Cardinals, have an easier schedule. John Clayton on the hire.
The San Francisco 49ers maneuvered perfectly to be able to get Jim Harbaugh because they were able to get him at a lower price than what the Miami Dolphins were willing to do in making him the highest paid coach in the league. This is the guy that they had to have, a guy with an offensive mind who had a good physical style of running and is also able to work with quarterbacks. And for $5 million a year, they were able to come under what the Michigan Wolverines were willing to pay and much less than what the Dolphins were willing to play. Good move by Jed York. You get the guy you wanted.
From the man who must now find a replacement for Harbaugh at Stanford, A.D. Bob Bowlesby. Jim Harbaugh has done an outstanding job of advancing the football program at Stanford University, and I am grateful for all of his tremendous work. Coach Harbaugh has led the program with integrity, vision, enthusiasm, and energy, and his teams have played with precision and exceptional passion.
After deciding earlier this week Vince Young will not be back, Titans owner Bud Adams today, as promised, made the call on Jeff Fisher. Fisher will return as Tennessee's head coach for his 17th full season. He is under contract for $6.5 million, but changes on his coaching staff are expected. This from the Titans owner today. Jeff has meant a great deal to this franchise, and we have reached some incredible heights under his leadership. Obviously, I have very high expectations for our football team and want to deliver a championship to our fans. Jeff understands this and shares my expectations.
Remaining eligibility, this is captained today. 2009 Heisman Trophy winner Mark Ingram going to skip his senior season in Alabama. Same with Marcel Darius and the Crimson Tide wide receiver Julio Jones, who set a single-season school record for receptions and receiving yards in 2010. 8, hard to guard. Wisconsin tailback, 2009 Big Ten Offensive Player of the Year, Big John Clay, going to test the draft waters. He went for 1,500 yards as a sophomore, topped the 1,000-yard mark again this year as a junior as he went through some injuries. And Missouri defensive end Alden Smith, draft bound, finished 4th in the Big 12 with 11.5 sacks as a redshirt freshman. All conference this past season, if he'd had just a little more giddy up there against OU, would have had himself as a touchdown. Instead,
Southeast, Northwest, Counterculture, Toomer's Corner, War Eagle, Strong Deck, Bo and Barkley, Phil and Pre, Collision, Tradition, Anticipation, Determination, Perfection.
That's the storyline. Now the questions by the hundreds for the players today. Here in Arizona, building towards the Tostitos BCS National Championship game, it was Media Day, the last big event. Now the weekend we wait for the ultimate game of this college football season. Kirk Herbstreit will join me with a special guest momentarily. Okay, Cam Newton, can you stop him? The speed of Oregon's offense, how do you deal with it? How do you simulate it? Well, this is the biggest game of your life. Are you going to be ready? All the questions that were asked. It wasn't the silliness that is usually associated with Super Bowl Media Day, but still some fun stuff happened nonetheless at Media Day for Oregon and Auburn today, and Aaron Andrews was along the way.
All week long, there's been so much focus on Oregon's offense, how quickly they're able to get a playoff in really 10 to 15 seconds. Well, today at Media Day, we put our own little twist on this. In 10 seconds, give me all 3 of the Jonas Brothers' names. Go.
Oh, man, I'm not good with those. Jonas Brothers.
Joe is one. I'll give you one.
What about, Mark?
I don't think there's a Mark. Give me all the hair products you use in 10 seconds.
Herbal Essence, Paul Mitchell, Head and Shoulders.
5 songs you listen to on your iPod before you hit the field for kickoff. Go.
Whitney Houston, It's Not Right, Plies, Got 'em Hating. Whitney Houston, Love That Man. Music Soul Child, Teach Me How to Love, Lord, Have My Baby.
Wow, nice. A lot of Whitney Houston. In 10 seconds, I need your best impersonation of Coach Kelly.
Tempo, tempo, tempo. Faster, faster, faster.
What's with the lip then?
That's what he does when he talks fast.
5 things you ate in 10 seconds here in Arizona since you've been here. Go.
Chicken, steak, tortilla chips,
How do you think you're going to fare now against Oregon speed if you can't?
In 10 seconds. Who's your best Auburn player?
I don't see him.
Fail. She failed.
So everyone survived Media Day. Kirk Herbstreit as well, and Gene Chizik, the most important head coach at Auburn, and joining us here on our set. Thanks for coming over. They
signed him to a 5-year deal worth a reported $25 million, and Harbaugh will leave Stanford but head to the Niners and stay in the Bay Area. We are pleased to be joined by the brand new San Francisco 49ers head coach. Coach, first off, let me ask you, how difficult a decision was it for you to leave Stanford and jump to the NFL and the San Francisco 49ers?
Well, it was very difficult on the level of, my players, my team, a part of something that was been so remarkable over the last 4 years, and I truly love those guys and love the coaches and the Stanford community. The Stanford community and my 4 years there, I'll always look back at those as signature years, not only in my professional coaching career, but in my life. So on that level, it was very difficult. There was another level that the opportunity was provided, the perfect competitive opportunity with this organization that I willingly accept.
Andrew Luck had a tremendous season for you this year. He decided to stay at Stanford. What were your conversations with him like as he led up to his decision?
Well, they were always the same, and I always encouraged Andrew to do what was best for his family, do what was best for himself. And trust what his parents were telling him, because they're very intelligent people, and trust his own heart and to do what was in his heart. And I really respect Andrew for the decision that he made, and I know that after talking to him, I could just hear it in his voice. He was happy with that decision, and I always love him and always wish him the best of luck, and always be there for him if he needs anything from me.
You chose the 49ers, but ultimately you did have some other options. Why did you choose San Francisco over those other opportunities?
Well, I felt it was the right fit. This level playing field that is the NFL, and strong men, professional football players, and tough competition. I felt like the 49ers was the perfect opportunity for that, that competitive playing field at the highest level. And I felt great about Jed York. I felt great about Trent Baalke in our football meetings. They just seemed like guys that were like me, that wanted to work hard, had a vision for building a team, had a plan that involved building the team. And as I went through it and talked to my wife, Sarah, and talked to my family, and I knew in my heart that this is what I wanted to do.
You had great success in the NFL with your 14-year career, and you've also had success as a head coach in the college ranks. What are going to be the challenges for you, Coach, moving from the college game to the pro game? What's going to be different for you as a head coach?
Well, there's some rule differences. There's things that you have to get. There's a learning curve on whatever job you take. I once heard Dick Vermeil say there was a 6-month to a year learning curve when he took the St. Louis Rams, left the St. Louis Rams and went to the Kansas City Chiefs. So there's going to be a lot of things to learn. I'm excited about that, and but I know about building a team. I know about being a part of a team and leading a team, and excited about all those facets of coaching the San Francisco 49ers.
And finally, Coach, I know your brother John is getting ready for his playoff game against the Kansas City Chiefs. How much were you able to talk to him leading up to you making your decision and going to the Niners?
Well, probably about a half a dozen times. He's a great brother, and he was there when I had questions, and he had answers, and so I leaned on him like I did my dad and my wife Sarah and some other family members. But I feel good. Feel like I did my homework. Feel like I went through the process, learned a great deal, and I feel like I'm in a great situation. This is a great day.
A new rivalry, a beginning in the National Football League. The Ravens and the 49ers. Jim Harbaugh, thanks for joining us, and congratulations on finding a new spot in the National Football League.
Thank you.
All right, and the Harbaughs will meet in the 2011 season. Ravens and Niners will play. Michael Vick's getting set to take on the Green Bay Packers, and what the Packers are planning to do to number 7.
Relive the action you missed.
Nobody can stop us!
The 4 best games, enhanced, each Tuesday and Wednesday, all season long. Go behind the scenes, down on the field, and inside the huddle. With more film and more sound than ever before. NFL Replay, Tuesday and Wednesday starting at 8, only on NFL Network.
Down by 7. Final play for Detroit.
Only thing that would make this any better is overtime.
They'll need a miracle to win this football game. Harris slot right, drops back. Hines takes the pass at the 30. With the seam! Wow! Can you believe it? One man to beat! We're headed to overtime!
Buffalo Wild Wings, you have to be here.
Field goal for the win!
It's like a blast of hydration to your face. Schick Hydro, with water-activated gel that hydrates your skin as you shave and lasts up to twice as long as ordinary strips, while 5 blades with skin guards smooth the skin to reduce irritation. It's the best shave for your skin. Schick Hydro, free your skin.
I'm gonna take a quick dip.
Okay.
Keep your head in the game with NFL Mobile, and never miss a touchdown with NFL Red Zone every Sunday afternoon.
Threading the needle, finds Warwick on the...
This recruiting and boundless energy, certainly his replacement.
Behind the scenes to give you a very insightful look into how Media Day goes down. That's coming up. We are live right here from Arizona on Talkin' Ducks.
All right. First of all, I know Brooke better than that. She did not impose a curfew on herself. I know. Now, Dwight, yes. Brooke, not a chance.
Dwight can't stay up that late.
You played both in, no, we can't, college and the pros. And as Dwight mentioned, it doesn't matter who you are, you would probably still impose one. What do you believe the best way to go about it is?
I think curfews are great. There are guys, and a few guys, that will take advantage of it and go out, right? I mean, when I was in college, we had an 11 o'clock curfew. When I was in the
That was before every game?
Before every game.
Okay.
When I was in the pros, we had an 11 o'clock curfew. We had a mandatory 9 o'clock team snack where you at least had to come back to the hotel and check in, have a snack, say hey to everybody, and then you're supposed to have an 11 o'clock curfew. So we always had it. Not saying everybody was there all the time, but the majority of us were.
Was everybody buying into that? Could you tell? Was everybody buying into
that?
Yeah.
Well, if they weren't.
Here from Chip Kelly's staff, almost 100 years with 4 guys combined. A great interview coming up in that.
Attack is no big deal to the Tigers. They see it frequently, but the pace and the option together, that's what has the Tigers concerned about Oregon on Monday night. We talked to them about that today.
They do move fast, and you know, if we're as a defense, if we're on the same page and we're doing things our coaches ask us to do, you know, good things can come Monday.
Their backfield will make you miss when you give them the opportunity, so tackling is going to be a huge thing in this game.
Being able to help on the once you pitch it, being able to help, you know, the defense on the pitch, just slowing down the option, giving the rest of the defense to get over and help on the option.
Just looking on film, they have a whole lot of speed and they have a physical front, so that's something that we see in our conference every week. So definitely will be a tough game.
They talk about their misdirection and the way they fool people a little bit with misdirection. Do you have to stay home, or are there specific responsibilities for where you're supposed to be on the field?
Oh yeah, for sure. You know, once again, our coaches give us a great game plan, and as far as technique goes, we all have technique, you know, for every play that they come at us with. So we're gonna go out there and just try to have great technique and just try to do the things our coaches ask us to do.
The style of running, you know, and the pace, catch people off guard. They try to wear you down and get you tired and just go at you and zone you and screen you and you know, and run a play every 9 to 11 seconds. So it's going to be very interesting, but I think we'll be ready to match it. So
I've asked a lot of people today, what would you think if every team all of a sudden tried to copy their style? As a defensive player, every team all of a sudden wanted to start running plays every 15 seconds. How would that be to be a defensive player?
That would be very challenging. I mean, I'm pretty sure every defensive guy say they wouldn't want to face that every week.
Oh, man, that'll be a long season if every team played that way. I would hate it. I would hate it.
Just going out here, that's a very tough offense, and it takes a lot of patience for them to put it in. So, of course, it's going to take a lot of patience for us to, to get ready. So, but I think we've been practicing hard. We got a great game plan with the coaches, and we'll be ready to go.
How good is LaMichael James?
He's a great back. He's a great back. He's been great since, playing in high school ball. I'm from Texas, too. So, he's been a great back. So, I mean, he's somebody that we definitely have to, keep our wraps around and make sure that he doesn't get out of hand.
Oh, he's very good. He's all he's cracked up to be. After watching him on film, he's able to slide through little small cracks and make guys miss and just take it the distance,
They're known for their speed, but I have a feeling you guys think you're pretty fast, too. How do you assess their speed and your speed?
I believe they're no faster than, any other team we face, but they're just their pace along with their speed. I would say they're fast with that, because you have to be tuned in mentally. Any false step you make on defense, they can turn it into a big play.
All right, Ian, I want to ask Matt Brock a question. I know Matt pretty well. I think Matt could play against this offense as a D tackle once a season, maybe. Matt, what would it be like if everybody started copying the Ducks? And I know a lot of teams are thinking about copying this style, faster pace. How'd you like to play against that every single week?
No, thank you. I mean, it would be like playing a 2-minute drill. The entire game. I mean, it just wears you out and wears you out and wears you out. And it's just, you don't have any time to think. You don't have any time to recuperate. But, if that was the norm, you would get used to it. And then you would see a lot more substitutions. There wouldn't be, like, say, a Nick Fairley. I mean, I don't think he can play an entire game at that level. I really don't think.
But how hard is it? Let me talk about that real quick. How hard is it, though, for a D-line, especially the D-linemen, the big guys up front, to get in and out and to rotate if a team's coming to the line of scrimmage every couple seconds?
It's got to be kind of pre-planned if you can. I mean, you know what I mean? When the play gets close to our sideline, the guy gets tackled on our side, out and get the new guys in, it's difficult. I mean, maybe they'd have to add a few timeouts to the game. But, I don't know. It'd be extremely difficult. But like I said,
something to keep an eye on when you're watching the game Monday, though, isn't it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. Sure. I mean, like, our defense is used to it. Okay, but they still sub a lot in the game.
All right, well, still to come here on Talking Ducks tonight. We'll take you behind the scenes of Media Day. What happens behind the scenes? We'll tell you and show you coming up next.
Talkin' Ducks on Comcast Sportsnet is brought to you by your locally owned and operated McDonald's restaurants, who proudly support the Oregon quest for the championship.
There's always a couple of drops left.
What are you doing?
Using all of the toothpaste. See?
Whoa, hey, baby! I thought we were just fixing the front step.
Nah, I got this thing all day. Just getting my money's worth.
How about we give this a try?
We can take a break.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Talkin' Ducks. Hey, Ian, I heard you calling me out earlier for not self-imposing a curfew on myself every night. Okay, maybe I didn't every single night, but last night I did because I had to get up so early this morning for Media Day. All the coaches were there. All the players were there. And so where we here is a look behind the scenes. 8:30 a.m. Auburn buses arrive here at the Camelback Marriott, led by police escort, of course. They exit the buses, swiftly greeted by BCS volunteers, then enter the ballroom where anxious members of the media await. Some players get their own table. Pretty cool to walk up, see your name sitting right here, sit behind it. Like, that's a moment, right?
It was. I was wondering if I could take it when I leave, but yeah, it's definitely something nice to see. It's definitely something that I'll remember for a lifetime.
The Auburn has left the building, and at 10 10 a.m., the Oregon Ducks arrive to even more press, and Coach Chip Kelly is greeted with chips and salsa, of course.
And best of luck to you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's the same deal for the Oregon players as it was Auburn, and the Ducks know the drill.
I mean, it just felt normal just because of last year at the Rose Bowl, just having the experience of that and carried on to now. It was just an experience, and it really didn't surprise me too much, so I'm just kind of used to it now.
And some things never change at press events. Cliff Harris enjoying some FaceTime. And Cliff Harris still talking. And the best part about these events is there are all types of media from all over the country. Some are seasoned veterans and some are first-timers.
We drove here, but so far it's fun.
Were you surprised or even impressed with all they've done here for this media day?
Well, I was last year I was at the Rose Bowl for Alabama, so it's actually kind of like Groundhog Day for me.
No matter who is chatting with these guys or what they're chatting about, their eye is always on the prize.
It's something I've kind of gotten used to since I've been up here. We got a very good team, so obviously there's a lot of media attracted to this team and this program, and it's fulfilling to be in this situation. Hopefully win a game on Monday.
If it was the chips and salsa, but something I took from this morning, Chip Kelly almost downright jolly. Some media asking him if he heard how much tickets were going for, upwards of $4,000. He laughed and he said, for this game, it's pretty funny. He's almost lighthearted. He's enjoying himself. I love to see it. Ian, you enjoying yourself out there in Portland?
Well, yeah, but you know what? It looks like we're about as cold as you are down there, Brooke. And I think it's because that Chip Kelly looked that way because so do the rest of his team. They look well rested. How about Auburn?
They do. I was going to say, those guys look a little puffy-eyed, maybe a little tired,
yeah,
and roll a little late, you know. How'd you like to be the one guy at a table in there that nobody comes up and talks to?
Wow, who's that, the holder, you know, the punter,
holder,
what have you, you know. Yeah. That's still, like Brooke said, that's a pretty cool moment, though, when guys
they're in the room.
Yeah, they're in the room, and they have a name tag. All right, still to come, how about a great sit-down that Dwight James did? There are 4 Duck coaches that have a combined 98 years experience on the staff, and one of the things they talked to Dwight about is that they've had a lot of big games over the years, but guys, isn't this the biggest?
I think I've almost bought into, I think I have bought into it, that it's the next game, and it's not the national championship game, which is great, because if I was really looking back where we came from and looking at the national championship game, I would be freaking out.
Tomorrow, you'll be busy, hungry, and needing an oil change. So get to the new Broadway Toyota's Express Service Bays, grab a bite at our deli, and get all caught up. At the new Broadway Toyota at the Rose Quarter, you never need an appointment for genuine Toyota parts and service. We'll drain you, plug you, lube you, and rotate your tires for only $49.95 for most cars. Anyway, you get the picture. The new Broadway Toyota at the top of the I-5 Rose Quarter exit. To keep your Toyota running like a Toyota, Broadway is the only way.
100% transferable. Sell your car and the coverage goes now. We can't tell you how to spend your money, but we can certainly...
Hey everybody, welcome back to Scottsdale, which is now being overrun by Duck fans. I caught up with a few of them today to find out how well they know the fun facts about their team. Who wears the same socks every game? He does wash them, but he wears them every single game. Who do you think?
Well, I do kind of want to say Darren Thomas, but I don't think it's him. I'm gonna...
Darren Thomas?
DJ Davis. Probably LaMichael James.
Very good answer, but it's wrong. Spencer Paysinger. Good.
Oh, Paysinger. Okay, yeah.
Spencer Paysinger. Though that was a good guess. I can see Darren Thomas doing it too. I really can. All right, let's go to family style. Who has a father, Clay, who played in the NFL for 19 years?
Well, I know he has a brother.
Is that Michael?
Well, I know Clay Matthews for the Packers. I know the father.
Yeah, who's the brother? You're so close.
Casey Matthews.
Casey Matthews.
Not even a second in between there.
Chris.
Couldn't be closer. Casey. Very, very close. That was pretty funny. All right, who is afraid of heights? And this one surprised me.
Afraid of heights.
Afraid of heights.
I think it's Chip Kelly.
You think Chip Kelly's afraid of something?
Absolutely.
That guy, I think he's fearless, but Michael James. Isn't that funny? He's afraid of heights?
That's right. I forgot about that one.
I bet you really did. I know. I bet you knew that too. All right. Who just had their second daughter with his wife, Michelle, on December 8th?
Michael James.
You're just going to go with that on all of them, aren't you?
Well, I'm going to go with Darren Thomas on that one.
Darren Thomas? That kid's only 19. You know that, right?
Well, no. He looks like a father-type kind of person.
Jeff Mayo? I don't know.
C. Kaiser.
Wow, he was really quick to that, but it's not. It's actually Mark Asper. Mark Asper. You knew that, though, too.
Yeah.
And finally, which player was born in the Congo? Do you know that one?
Ooh, in the Congo. No idea.
The Congo? I don't even know where that is.
Michael James.
I knew you were going to say that.
Jeff Mayo.
Oh, yeah. I see that. It is Bosiko Lacombo, but great guess.
Bisco Lacombo.
Yeah, there you go. Within seconds. Nicely done. What were you, 3 for 5? 2 for 5? Either way, the best of the day. Nice job. Michael James just revealed to the media that he was afraid of heights when he was in New York for the Heisman ceremony. He said he was up on the 40th floor, not looking forward to that elevator ride. Again, surprised that kid is scared of anything. Ian?
Brooke, thank you very much. The other thing I learned there from that piece is it looks like it's a lot warmer during the daytime hours than when the sun goes down. Huh?
Absolutely. There's no insulation from clouds to keep the,
the
warmth in.
Well, if you're just joining us, we've been on the air for about a half an hour now with Talking Ducks. Started right after the Blazer game tonight. And what we have learned so far today is crazy things happen behind the scenes. Chip Kelly was in a good mood at Media Day today. And probably the most important thing in all seriousness is the fact that the Oregon Ducks have a self-imposed curfew.
Yep.
Auburn does not. And, you know, that's something that probably could come into play on Monday.
Oh, yeah. You get a bunch of young men without a curfew, things are going to happen, regardless. I don't care how much you can have coach speak, you can say the right things to the media, right things to the camera. No, when the camera's off and nobody's watching, oh, yeah. I know what I would have done without a curfew.
And the guy in charge of that, by the way, was Brandon Bear, defensive lineman, and we're going to hear more and learn more about him later on in the program tonight. A really good feature coming up. You'll get to know him and his family. So that's coming up in just a couple seconds. Time now to play the game. You ready? You know what game we're talking about.
I haven't been ready since
You know what game we're playing. It's all brought to you by our good friends at Standard TV and Appliance. It's our countdown of the top 10 Oregon Bowl performances. We're going to give you a little recap here, Matt, because the curfew. When you're as good as him, no one's going to say no. Brandon Bear coming up.
Everything. When you call Amica, we'll take the extra time to ask questions, find out what you really need, and explain your options. Making sure you have the right coverage is just the beginning of a great customer experience.
So the next day, I tell this guy at work I'd switch to Amica, and he says, great company. They found all these ways to help me save money.
You could save hundreds by switching to Amica, and you'll be choosing the company that's built a reputation for customer satisfaction and great customer service.
So about a year later, I got into an accident. When I got to the body shop, that guy told me,
oh, you're with Amica? Oh, they're the best. Oh, yeah, they're really going to take care of you.
So call Amica now and make the switch. You could save a lot of money on auto insurance. Call 877-98-AMICA.
You want something different? Something better? Call Amica.
We're Talking Ducks on Comcast Sportsnet, presented by Les Schwab.
All right, class, pay attention. Look up here. This is something you want to know. Nowhere to go but Comcast Sportsnet the next 4 days. We have more Ducks and BCS coverage than you could ever imagine. Tomorrow night, Talking Ducks at 9 o'clock. You've been with us all week. You know that. Tonight we start a little bit earlier at 8:30 after the game. And then Sunday, coaches' press conferences, including Chip Kelly, Gene Chizik. It starts at 7:30 in the morning. Then Championship Eve coverage starts at 9 o'clock in the morning. We'll have replays at 11 and 9. And again, don't forget Sunday, we also have the Heat and the Blazers here on Comcast Sportsnet. Championship game day, all kinds of coverage as well. So much to get to. Really, the easiest thing to know is this. You just need to be here. Comcast Sportsnet throughout the rest of the weekend, all the way leading up to the game. And, of course, we'll have reaction on Tuesday as well on Talking Ball. So this is just the place to be. No place else to go. Right here on Comcast Sportsnet for your Oregon Ducks BCS championship game coverage. You know, the Ducks head into this championship game with a lot of experience on the coaching staff. Not necessarily Chip Kelly, the head coach, only in his second year as a head coach, taking over from Mike Bellotti. But there are 4 guys on the sideline or upstairs in the booth for the Oregon Ducks that have been around for a long time. 98 years combined, 3 coaching staffs, and our own Dwight James had a chance to sit down and talk with that very special group.
Let me just start by asking you guys, really, looking back, now tell me the truth. Did you ever expect to be in this position where you're coaching, getting ready for a national championship game?
You know, in the back of your head, I know, even me, it's like, you know, it'd be great to do that one day. Now, the reality of it, would it ever happen? You know, well, it's a long shot. And even now, it doesn't really register me. I mean, I think just the way we've approached it, it doesn't seem, you know, in my personal life, it doesn't seem like we're playing for this game. It's kind of a, I think I've almost bought into, I think I have bought into it. It's the next game, and it's not the national championship game, which is great, because if I was really looking back where we came from and looking at the national championship game, I would be freaking out. But it's not that way. The approach has been such a subtle approach that it's the next game. It's pretty neat.
And the other thing, Dwight, is, you know, you think about the national championship in general. I think there's been only 12 teams. I could be off a team. There's only been 12 teams in the 10 or 11 years that they've played it. 12 different teams that have played in the national championship. So you can go, there's a lot better football coaches than myself sitting that have gone and coached games, and to be able to play in a national championship, I think we're all, whether we thought it would happen or not, I think we're all very grateful and excited to play.
Was there something you guys saw with this team? Did you see anything coming with this group? Was there any kind of indication maybe this is a special group?
I think just the way they bought into everything that Chip has asked them to do and that we've asked them to do. You know, Chip always says to them, you haven't had one bad practice going back to last spring, and really that's the truth. These kids have totally bought into what we've asked them to do, and you know, whether or not that's an omen to winning every game, you know, I don't know. I mean, but you can sure point to that. And so, I mean, is this team overladen with talent? No, but we're a heck of a football team.
I think the thing that we, you know, that we instill in our kids, and I think we all believe, is that if they practice well, they're going to play well. So we insist on good practices, and they've seen that it's like anything else. You know, when you see results, you will do it again. So they bought into it because they've seen the results. They practice hard, and they practice well, and they go into games and they play well.
Got an amazing place to have a football team, a nice community and all, but the facilities have changed so much since the days you guys started. And I'm curious, which one of all the new things that happened, which one was the most critical, the most important? Which one of the things? You know, the stadium's been renovated, the training room, the locker room, everything. What's the most important?
I don't know what the most important was, but it certainly was nice to have your own room. We go back to MacArthur Court.
We used to have a cave.
There used to be 4 of us. 4 of us just to start off with. There was 4 of us in one room with partitions, and it was hard to get anything done. So I'll start with that. I mean, there's a lot more important things than that, but just to have your own room and be able to do some work, that's the first thing that's how far we've come.
Yeah, meeting room for our players was huge. When I was playing, when Don were playing, we met in the tunnel going into the stadium. I mean, you had the linemen, the receivers, the running backs, the quarterbacks. I think were a small enough group to actually meet inside. But the rest of us met in this tunnel, and the defense met on the other tunnel. And there were chalkboards. There's still the little metal clips in the concrete there from when the chalkboards were. And that's, you know, just to have your own meeting room to be able to do some film work with your kids was huge.
I think the locker room, from the standpoint of the coaches, because at that time we had there was a locker room that was probably 6x4, and we all dressed in them. You know, game day we'd have to go in shifts. It was
very friendly with each other.
I was going to say, you didn't like them that well.
Very friendly with each other. I remember the one year we played Oregon State and the sewage had backed up and there was about that much raw sewage in the locker room floor. Remember that? That was a real treat. We won at least, but yeah, not good.
Let me ask you, looking back too, was there one moment on the field or off the field or anything else where you said, hey, we got a chance here to do something. We got a chance to make this better than it was when I started here, or when I played here, or whatever else?
I think the first Rose Bowl thing. I think after that first Rose Bowl, everything changed. Things have just gotten better and better. It just kind of snowballs from that 1995 Rose Bowl.
I agree, and I think a lot of our perspective changed because you've been knocking on the door and you've had some pretty good teams. And, you know, we had that team earlier that we were 6-0, and Musgrave, you know, broke his collarbone, and all of a sudden we lose 6. And so we'd kind of been playing well and getting close and being okay, but all of a sudden, you know, down the stretch, we actually did it, you know, we won, and we started that season, I want to say, 2-3 or 2-4, and
we
had lost to Hawaii, and had lost to, you got embarrassed by Hawaii and got beat up pretty bad by Utah. And at the end of that game, to go, I want to say 7-1, we lost to Washington State, and then finish it in the Rose Bowl. I think, you know, our self-esteem and just our belief in ourselves really changed that year.
I think what's cool, Dwight, is the fact that when I look across here and I see, you know, DP and Steve, they played here. So they got a lot of pride here. They played here, and then they both coached here 20-plus years. Gary's the dean of the conference, 28 years. When you think about where we've been, the four of us, some of the hardships, the blood, sweat, and tears, and we're not trying to just say we're the four that did it, but you don't have a staff that stays together, guys that stay together this long in this day and age. And I will personally say I take a lot of pride going to work with these three guys and the things that we've accomplished, along with a lot of other coaches. And now where we are, it's pretty special.
You know, Brooke, it was so much fun to sit down with those guys. They've got such a great bond between each other. They raised their kids together. Their families have been close for years. They're such a big part of the success at the University of Oregon with the foundation they built. It was just great fun to sit down with those guys.
Yeah, you did a really nice job, by the way. And Chip Kelly surprised me because he's such a strong personality. And those four guys, really old school, but they really took to him, didn't they?
It's amazing. I mentioned Chip Kelly to those guys, and their eyes just lit up. If the kids are buying into what Chip Kelly is selling, I got to tell you, those assistant coaches, for real, they're buying into it too. They're having a great time, and they all appreciate the way Chip seems to make it fun for them every day.
And you know those kids are buying it too as well, especially Brandon Bear. Yes, he is the leader behind the whole curfew. He said, guys, we got to shut it down, and they responded with a yes. When we return, we visit his wife, his daughter, and Papa Bear in his home. That is coming up on Talkin' Ducks.
We're Talking Ducks on Comcast Sportsnet, presented by Les Schwab.
Let's take a quick look at some of the numbers, the important numbers heading into Monday's championship game, and really what jumps out there, two of the best rushing teams in the country, both in the top 5, and as you can see, 1 and 4 in points for. Points against, Auburn kind of ranks a little bit further down. I like the number matchup, Matt Brock. I like the numbers a lot if you're an Oregon Duck fan.
Based on the numbers, it looks pretty darn good, doesn't it? But, and then everyone's going to throw in, well, the level of competition you played against. So looking at this, I would even it all out and say it's a pretty good matchup.
Let's kick this thing off, huh? Let's kick it off on Monday. All right. Hey, as we talk about the Oregon Ducks, we earlier mentioned the fact that they have a curfew. That curfew was imposed by the leader on the defense. That leader, by the way, is second in the Pac-10 in tackles for loss, senior Brandon Bear.
My name is Brandon Bear. Number 88 for the Ducks. Welcome to my world.
Offense wins games. Offense puts up crazy numbers. Offense is entertaining, but defense wins championships. Do you believe that?
100%. Everybody says, you know, offense is going to, you know, be the big part about this game we have coming up. You know, our offense is high-powered, their offense is high-powered. Obviously, if a defense steps up, then that's going to make a huge difference in the game. And that just testifies to the whole fact that defense wins championships.
Is there one thing that all year you guys focus on and say, we got to get better, we got to get better?
Obviously, we're always talking about being so fast with the speed and how we go to the ball, but that's our #1 focus is running to the ball. You know, we want to have everybody on the ball after the play. We don't want to just have the guy making the tackle and then him showboating and, you know, parading around by himself. We want to have 11 guys on the ball after every play, and that's really what our coaches harp on nonstop, constantly running to the ball. Good things are going to happen if you're running to the ball.
If you could play any position on the field, any position other than defensive line, or maybe it was defensive line, what position would you play?
Well, right now, I couldn't be happier with where I'm at, with the defensive line that we have. I love it. It's a blast. Everybody wants to, get the ball in their hand here and there. So I always tease the coaches, I came here as a tight end, give me a chance to go out there and, block some guys, catch some passes, run over some people, it'd be kind of fun every once in a while.
That was a father and a husband and the man of the family. A scholarship check might not do it for you. So you started your own business, and talk about you putting food on the table for your family.
Well, it really started off when I got married, and all of a sudden I got to pay a little bit more rent because I don't got a bunch of roommates. I had a motorcycle that I loved, and I sold that and I used that money and I started just finding ways to make a little on the side, and that's when I started fiddling around with cars. Went and got my dealer's license, got bonded, got insured, got a lot, and I did all those things necessary, because I felt like this is something on the side I could make a little money on, and then started up a business, and now I've had a blast doing it. The best part of my day is when I come home at the end of the day to my family. I get a chance to go home and kind of put football behind me and just be a dad, be a husband, and just, have kind of a different life for a little bit, and then, then I can go back and I kind of feel refreshed, I can get back into football. It's a long drive home, but it's definitely worth it when you come out here because I love this place. It's a gorgeous area and it's home. We got a big garden out there, and then the fields behind us and the mountain range. It's just a wonderful place. Our landlords, the people that we have here are awesome. They just treat us great.
Hi, Brooklyn. Hi, sweetheart. How are you doing? How are you doing?
It's my favorite part about coming home.
What's it like when Daddy comes home?
One of the best parts of the day. Get a little bit of help with Brooklyn, and she's excited to play with him because he plays with her a lot, so.
From now on, we're gonna have plastic balloons. Here, you're gonna go to Mom now.
Angel.
How proud are you of your husband?
Well, I actually, come to tears. I'm just so proud of him that he has persevered through all his trials and is able to be here right now. I'm really proud of all the guys because it's just incredible. They've won some pretty tough games, and so I've known all along that they could do it.
Brent, did you shoot this? That's got to be elk.
We don't have a room where I can hang up my stuff in, so I got the big fish above the stove. It was mine that I caught. It's pretty, it's not in the best shape. It's had its years. And then we got the antlers and the elk I shot when I was a sophomore in high school, the day of basketball tryouts. And I showed up running in with, blood up to my elbows from cleaning this animal, and by the time I got done getting all cleaned up in the locker room real quick, it looked like a massacre had taken place because it was a mess in there, but it was a funny story.
What's your expectations for the national championship game?
Oh, we're gonna win. It'll probably be a close one, I think, because obviously they're a great team, have a lot of good players, but I think we've showed that we can overcome, and it might be close, but I think we can pull it off.
I'm Brandon. This is my daughter, Brooklyn.
And I'm Jordan. Welcome to the Bear Home.
And big thanks to Rashad Floyd for that introduction to the Bear family. And one little similarity, defensive tackle at Oregon.
Yep.
And you were recruited as?
A tight end. Seems to be going around. That's how they get the tall, lean, athletic guys to go there.
Really?
We don't end up lean and athletic. But
real quick, what jumps out at you about his game?
You know what? I like his tenacity. I like his length. I'm surprised being 6'7", being cut that long, playing defensive tackle. It's got to be pretty difficult. So he has to have some good control, some good technique about him. But he's explosive. He gets in the backfield, and he's got a fantastic attitude.
Great story indeed. Hey, let's take a look at what's going on as far as the BCS conferences are concerned in these big-time games. And for the Pac-10, it's been a pretty impressive run in the BCS games. In fact, this is only the third time when you think about it. They haven't had as many opportunities as many to actually have more than one team in a BCS game. There you see the all-time conference records in BCS games. Of course, the SEC leads, right? They're the greatest conference in the history of any sport. But the Pac-10 is right there as well at 9-5. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, there you go. See Stanford's wins included right in there. You see the wins that they've had over the years. And again, only the third time ever that the Pac-10's had more than one BCS team in 1 year.
Oh, thank goodness for USC up there, huh?
Yeah, well, they always it might be a while. Well, it will be a while.
Yeah,
we know it's going to be a while before we see them back in there. Hey, still to come, we'll continue our countdown and give Matt another shot at it. The top 10 bowl moments in Oregon history. Plus, we'll head back down to this place, Arizona, coming up.
November 6th, Washington, Oregon. LaMichael James appears to be stopping, outruns the entire defense to the corner for the 14-yard score. James ran for 121 yards and 3 TDs. As the Ducks mascot did a lot of push-ups on this day, they won it 53-16.
Scottsdale, Arizona, which unfortunately I will be leaving tomorrow. I don't know what happened here, but I am leaving before game day. I'm hosting Talking Ducks tomorrow in Portland, which I'm looking forward to, and then, of course, Championship Eve and Championship Game Day. But what the heck, Dwight?
That's what happens when you get caught breaking curfew, okay? They send you home. They put you on a plane, get you out of here. Last I heard, there has been a Rashad Floyd sighting, though. Rashad will be joining us here tomorrow. You'll be in the studio, right?
Yep, I will be in the studio. But we know we've had a good run. It's been a good couple of days. We got the sun during the day, and of course it's very chilly at night, but we got a lot of great info. The press conferences were great. Players and coaches giving us a ton of stuff. I'm looking forward to getting back up there. And man, game day is 3 days away.
Yeah, and we have so many more great features coming up. All kinds of great stuff coming ahead.
Make sure to watch tomorrow night, Talking Ducks. Ian?
You know, here's the problem. Brooke did break curfew. That's why she is coming home. And the reason I never went down there is because they knew I'd break curfew, right? So they said, why even bother?
They just nipped that one in the bud right away.
All right, I'm going to give you one final shot here. Ready? Our standard TV and appliance top 10 Oregon Duck bowl moments.
When I was at Oregon, Don Pelham, I actually played with for 1 year before he graduated and went on into coaching. And so, you know, it's just, you don't see it very often. I mean, how long has it goes since I've been in college? 25 years?
Right.
And there's still familiar faces down there.
It's incredible.
I go down there and say, hey, and hey, Matt, how's it going? And it's ridiculous. It's really, really awesome.
But the great thing about that feature, too, is the fact that you saw true emotion in the eyes of those guys. It's really something else, and they've survived. Not survived, that sounds wrong. They've been with 3 different head coaches. Just remarkable. Very good.
And they know how special it is. I mean, they're very fortunate.
All right.
You know?
Hey, this reminder once again, throughout the weekend, right here on Comcast Sportsnet, complete BCS coverage. We'll go back down throughout the weekend live to Arizona. We'll hear from the coaches on Sunday morning early at 7:30. Thanks to Matt Brock. Stick around all weekend. We'll get you ready for the BCS title game Monday.
A few weeks ago when we were in Eugene and said he doesn't want to set the curfew. He wants to give us 16 captains a hand to pretty much apply our own curfew. And we said, hey, it's a business trip for us. We don't want to be out till 2, 3 o'clock partying every night. We just want to treat this like a business trip. Come here, be in the hotel at 10 o'clock, but bed check is at 12.
We understand that we wanted to come down here and win the game, and that's our focus. And you know, we're staying at a beautiful resort right now with plenty of stuff for us to do. So and they've done a good job, you know, getting us out to go to movies and stuff like that. So you know, we understand it's all about winning this game, and you know, enforcing a curfew is what we felt necessary.
We had some talks in fall camp with known people who study stuff about sleep and the effects of stuff on your body. So we, you know, we kind of sat down, we reviewed some of that stuff, and we know we're here to win a game. We kind of learned from the Rose Bowl last year. We kind of, we had a good time there, but maybe we lost focus a little bit.
I know we've been in our hotel pretty early, but we've still been having a good time, Got to see the Suns-Lakers game the other day, been to a couple movies, and had a good time in our game room at the hotel, too. So, we're still having fun, even though we're might not be out so late.
Brandon Bear is one of our leaders on this team, a lot of things that he say, a lot of guys, they'll stick with it. Our coaches feel like, he's made some pretty good decisions throughout the years and since he's been here. When they first said we had a 10 o'clock curfew, everybody, kind of like, but, it's for the best. We needed that. Now that it's getting close to the game, I'm happy that we got the 10 o'clock curfew. We're sitting in a pretty nice resort. We kind of secluded from everybody else. There's really nothing to do, so it really wouldn't matter if we had a later curfew anyway. So, I'm pretty happy we got the 10 o'clock curfew.
You're letting the married guy, Brandon Bear, set the curfew for the single guys. You all right with that?
I mean, it's all good. He's the senior, and that's the senior leadership that we got. Guys don't need to be out anyway. We're on a business trip.
He's a part of this team. He's the leader of this team. So, hey, whatever you say goes. Hey, I can't argue with him.
Eddie gives me a hard time. We joke around back and forth, but I'll definitely take full credit for it. I mean, I don't deserve it, but the guys got together. We're here for one reason, and that's to win a game.
Gotta tell you, I was absolutely shocked to hear that Auburn doesn't have a curfew. He is Dwight. I am Brooke. We are live from Arizona. I gotta tell you, Dwight, I put a self-imposed curfew on myself because of all this mayhem, and I'm not even playing in the game.
I know exactly what you're saying. Seriously, if I was coaching in the NFL and we were playing for a championship this week, I would curfew pro players. Now, when it comes to college guys, I'd say, well, it's only a matter of what time, 10, 12, maybe 1 o'clock early in the week. I would definitely have a curfew. They don't have one, and I can tell you for a fact, the rumors are rampant around here that those guys are out all night once in a while.
Yeah, definitely.
Seriously. Coming up now, I want to remind you, we've got a great feature for you, talking to those 4 longtime Oregon assistants. They've been there forever, and what stability they've provided for that program.
And Dwight, you found out earlier, Brandon Bear was the guy behind the whole curfew thing for Oregon. We go more in depth with the family man later on, and of course, Media Day was.
There's golfing, there's swimming at the hotel, there's fishing.
Yeah, they got a little fish pond at the resort.
We're staying at probably one of the nicest resorts in Scottsdale, so we're just enjoying it, man.
Blake Thompson caught about a 5-pound catfish.
We went to the Lakers game, wanted to go see a nice little movie. But other than that, man, we here to play a football game.
It's not every day you play for a national championship, right? But you can't let that be your main focus. Like, oh my goodness, it's a national championship. Get all uptight and everything, because then you don't do what you've done every week.
They entertain themselves, and if you have a passion for playing football like this group of young men has, and our coaching staff has, our kids love practicing. They love playing in games. So it wasn't like, hey, we get to go in a bowl game. What amusement parks are we going to? It's we're getting a chance to play Auburn in the national championship game, and that's what our focus has been on.
Oregon's focus was more than evident at the end of today's interview session when the players got an up-close look at the BCS trophy. Lots of photos snapped, but you can be sure this team wants more than a picture of that trophy. They're looking to take the real thing back to Eugene. The BCS championship game now just 3 days away. Fans can't wait. The players can't wait. The game, believe it or not, is almost here. In Arizona with the Ducks, Matt Smith, the 10 o'clock news.
And there is a big rush to get all the Ducks gear that you can grab before the big game on Monday. Employees at the Ducks store in downtown Portland say they've had customers as far away as Australia putting in orders for Oregon merchandise. Fans have been flocking to the store ever since the Ducks defeated Oregon State in the Civil War to earn that place in the championship game.
Every game we stop in here. So get your flags, get your stuff.
Oh, better hurry up. They're kind of running out of sizes.
Yeah, most of the Ducks store employees are Oregon alums, so they say it's a great atmosphere right now leading up to Monday night's game. They say the most popular items they have been selling are BCS jerseys and BCS hoodies. The battle for the BCS title spilled out onto the floor of the U.S. Senate.
I do want to note for the record that I don't believe the Auburn Tigers have a realistic chance of keeping up with the University of Oregon's fast-moving, innovative offense in the championship game, but we'll save that for another discussion, and I just want to welcome my good friend today.
If you're correct in that, I'll be pleased to wear that tie you have on.
Yeah, Oregon Senator Ron Wyden also agreed to wear the tie of Alabama Senator Jeff Sessions should Auburn win the big game. We want to know what you think the Ducks coverage of the BCS National Championship game right through the weekend and on game day here on Fox 12. As you saw, Matt Smith is already in Arizona. I'll be there to join him, and we'll be bringing you live coverage with reaction from the players, the coaches, and of course the fans. Talking a little basketball.
No hiding the national championship excitement. The man known as Duck Nut just might be as popular as LaMichael James in the fan village, a loyal Duck fan and season ticket holder for as long as he can remember. It's been a long day for Duck Nut. We caught up with him around lunchtime. He was just getting started. This guy's a walking photo booth.
You know, it's a great experience. I mean, who would have thought, you know, the Rose Bowl is a fallback bowl. This is a dream come true. I mean, not only to have a perfect season, but yet in turn just to be at the national championship. I mean, we waited 114 years. This is phenomenal.
Are you going to cry?
No.
Ticket prices are enough to make you cry. A lot of fans came down hoping to get tickets here, but they're going for anywhere between $3,000 and $10,000 a ticket.
Anyone? Couple of big diehard Duck fans.
We've got some cash.
We got some cash.
How much?
Enough to get in the door.
As for the team, it was a busy day, starting bright and early with Media Day. Each player in their jersey available for comment and pictures for Facebook, I'm guessing. A group of players took time to visit Phoenix Children's Hospital. The Duck came along for entertainment. It was great to see the kids' faces, thrilled to see the players, and the feeling was mutual.
It means so much, just coming out, just, you know, taking time out of your day to come out and visit the kid, and just being in their, you know, us being in their presence just puts a smile on their face. That's really all. That's all you want to do, just make them laugh, make them smile, and you know, anything we can do to help. That's why we're here.
As for the fans, they're here to celebrate an historic trip for the Ducks. Monday night, we'll know who's number one and whose championship dream came crashing down. Michael Burke joins us now. Duck fans have found the nightlife quite easily.
Is there anything better than a nation of passionate college football fans?
They're here.
I mean, it's the best thing going.
Yeah.
You know, we really, Joe, had a great time with Ducks fans tonight at the Tilted Kilt, a little bar in North Scottsdale. And yes, the Duck fans tilted back a few. A nice duck call rendition of the fight song. We talked to a lot of fans on and off camera, and the feeling is mutual. They really still can't believe the Ducks are here in just 60 minutes from bringing home a national championship back to Oregon. Even the team's radio analyst and its former quarterback is having a hard time grasping this situation.
As a broadcaster doing this now for 22 years, I never thought we'd be here, and now it's time to bring home a victory.
In your life, did you ever think you'd be here?
No. Nope.
What does it feel like?
Great. Almost, you know, like it's like a dream.
Went to the Rose Bowl last year and kind of went home bummed, but they're going to do it this year. We're like, yeah, we're there.
Every game since I was this big. So, you know, it's beautiful.
Fans certainly on another level with this Oregon football team right now. Practice continues tomorrow in Phoenix. We will be there, and then, of course, we'll have our BCS special coming up tomorrow following the NFL's coverage of Wild Card Weekend, roughly 8 o'clock, probably a few minutes after that.
Can we get another little tune for you guys?
What do you got for us?
While we listen to a little more music, we'll tell you that we have a lot of great stories coming up tomorrow. A big day here in Arizona.